a group of high-level jerks shows up at the beginner hunting grounds, where new players are peacefully grinding their first levels by bullying slimes for experience. Then these guys announce that the area belongs to them now and that everyone has two options: leave immediately or die. The thugs stand there laughing, completely convinced they're the main characters. Then one guy shows up. Before anyone can even react, one of the bullies suddenly realizes he's missing a leg. A second later, the rest of the gang gets turned into what can only be described as an extremely violent salad. The beginners immediately start thanking their mysterious savior, thinking a hero has finally shown up. But Dex suddenly flashes a sinister smile and, in an instant, kills the very players he just saved. Panic explodes through the hunting grounds as players start running for their lives, desperately trying to get as far away from this lunatic as possible. Dex cuts down players by the hundreds, and their only strategy is to run. And that strategy has a terrible success rate. But killing players with his own hand seems too slow, so he builds an entire army of vicious slimes and unleashes them on anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. As if that isn't bad enough, he even obtains his own slime queen, who helps evolve his monsters into even deadlier versions. At this point, the whole server is basically trying to fight our boy but failing miserably. Dex is so obsessed with hunting other players because he awakened a hidden class that lets him grow stronger every time he kills another player, while everyone else is stuck farming monsters for experience like normal people. So how does he end up with such a terrifying class in the first place? He logs into the brand new world of Arcadia, excited and ready to explore. Inside the game of Arcadia, the developers leave Easter eggs, hidden pieces that are, in reality, little pranks or features meant to add fun, or elements that may have important impacts on the player. He decides to delve in by exploring this next generation of wanderers. The game designs its virtual reality so that the dreamer connects to the brain directly, digitizing the player's senses to give them a fully realistic experience. Now, when he finally enters the game, he understands why they call it reality. Looking at the other players, he doesn't understand what is really going on at first. To figure out what he can do, he opens his system window and checks his skills and equipment. The interface is easy to understand. Now he needs to clear the beginner quest, which is to kill a slime. Normally, people struggle with precise movement in Arcadia, which is why the developers add skills for this purpose, like dash, backstep, or slash. But our boy is a natural, so he easily slashes the slime in two and completes the quest. He is satisfied that he has gotten the hang of it. The next quest is ready and he waits for it, determined to get through everything thrown his way. However, he becomes tense when he sees that he needs to read 100 books for the next quest. To clear it, he goes to Edelin Library and starts reading. Two librarians nearby watch his dedication. One of them comments on how unusual he is, seeing him read books for days. Her nerdy companion replies that people come to the library for this exact purpose. Besides, quests usually push players to read books, but most of them read a few words and leave. No one bothers to read the books word by word. However, our boy, though clearly tired, still dedicates himself to completing this annoying quest. The girl guesses that he isn't going to last long, but the next moment, he is asking for the next volume of a particular book. The librarian is shocked to see that he wants volume 2 because it means that he has already finished volume 1. He explains that he found something interesting in the book and wants to know more about the concept in the next volume. The librarian becomes curious and asks what he found intriguing. He explains that it is about the most ancient remnant, Edelin. Hearing this, she gives him volume 2. He is curious about why it is stored separately. She explains that it is a rare book, only available on request. As soon as he touches the book, Alice detects unusual activity in the beginner's village of Edelin, activity that fulfills the hidden quest requirement. Now our dude is marked for prioritized analysis. He reads the book about a legendary explorer who hid a treasure in the lake of Edelin, the founding village. No one knows what the treasure actually is, but there are wild guesses since nobody has seen it for themselves. One thing is certain, that the treasure holds the oldest relic of darkness. The legend says the explorer, Ezreal, hid the treasure in the lake near Edelin, but the issue is that no one finds any trace of remnants in the lake, so the legend is forgotten over time. After reading, he checks and realizes that the only lake Edelin has is Irune Lake. He goes to explore it. Looking at the peaceful surface, he guesses that the lake cannot possibly hold something with dark infinity inside it. Suddenly, he receives a notification saying he has fulfilled the requirement needed for the quest. The game now gives him a quest, related to Clue. He gets multiple notifications showing how quest level B will impact quest level A. With that, he jumps to the highest level of priority analysis. The next moment, he is shown a B+ quest, which requires him to search for traces of darkness and find out whether the legend mentioned in the scripture is true or not. Looking at his window, he can't believe he is getting a B+ quest in a game he just entered. At minimum, he should be receiving a rank C. Anyway, he is still happy to see things getting interesting. Meanwhile, deep inside the lake, a large statue is embracing something that emits a faint remnant of light. To fulfill his quest, our dude explores the surroundings of the lake, but doesn't find anything suspicious until now. That means he needs to search the depth of the lake to find the trace. He gets ready to swim, dashes forward, and jumps into the water. But when he looks down, he can't believe how deep it is, even though it looks so small on the surface. Meanwhile, at the Arcadia Korean branch, the developers stare at their screens in disbelief as a warning pops up that the main scenario is opening. Myung-han Kwon, the executive director, can't understand how the main quest is activating when it has only been a week since they opened the large continent. According to the quest analysis team, a player, our boy, obviously, has triggered one of the elements related to the game's main scenario. The executive director can't believe a single player is shaking up the entire system. With no choice left, he prepares to report it to his boss and orders every department to get ready for an emergency situation. They comply immediately. He grows increasingly tense, thinking about how someone has managed to activate the main scenario just 4 days after the game launched. On the other hand, there is no such activity in the US branch for 3 months. He wonders if the Korean servers are simply more powerful. The next moment, the main scenario is revealed that deep darkness in motion. Meanwhile, our boy's diving skill upgrades to B level, giving him access to deeper and longer dives, and even adding 1 point to his energy level. When he comes out of the water, he is exhausted, but he still can't understand why. Even after diving down to 600 feet, he can't see the bottom of the lake. He wonders if he should just give up. The game only launched recently, and many players are already competing for the lead. Yet all he has gained is an upgraded diving skill, which feels completely useless to him. The bigger problem is the monthly installment he has to pay for the capsule, 920,000 won, which he plans to cover with item drops. But at this rate, he doesn't think he can even earn 1 million won. The next moment, he receives a special hidden quest created just for him. He knows he'll be screwed if he gets minimum rewards, but as a gamer, he can't resist diving into this opportunity. So once again, he powers up to see what comes next. At this moment in Silicon Valley, inside Silikov headquarters, the chairman, Jenica Paul, who is only 15-year-old, is relaxing in her luxury room. Suddenly she remembers she has work to do, so she asks Jack to report about the Korean establishment because she has heard that the main scenario has been activated there. Jack reports how our boy accidentally gets a clue to the hidden class concealed in the beginner's village, which likely leads to the opening of the main scenario. She becomes frustrated because they never installed such an influential element in the beginner's village. Jack answers that they didn't, but some developer did. She grins nervously because this is good for nothing. Finally, after searching, she finds the hidden class called the Bard of Anarchy, but can't believe this kind of class doesn't even have a concept of level or attacking skills. She questions whether anyone can even play a game like this. Jack points out some rare ability it has. Looking at the screen, her eyes widen in disbelief. After 10 days, our dude finally finds the treasure with his A-rank diving skill, energy level at 1, and water affinity at 10. With this, he can now dive deep into the lowest realms. With that, he completes his quest after finally finding the trace of darkness. He receives a reward which is a necklace of dark light. He also gets a warning that the necklace carries the mysterious essence of an ancient race, so he should be cautious while using it. He understands that the necklace is a clue but doesn't fully grasp the system's warning. The system asks whether he wants to use it, and he confirms. But immediately he receives notification after notification, as if the system itself doesn't want him to use it. Frustrated, he tells the annoying system to stop asking questions and just let him use it already. The system answers that he press yes without thinking. However, the developer decides to stop bothering him with questions, assuming he has made up his mind and hopes he won't regret it, since he has already been warned enough. He just wants to see him screw up to the best of his abilities, like he is doing now. He wonders who this person is. Then his system changes his role to Bard of Anarchy. His level system is deleted, and his stats and abilities are granted. A mission system is added, and now the character is permanently bound to the player. Without wasting time, he immediately receives a mission to assassinate a particular beginner who hasn't changed their role until now. He is given 1 week to complete it. At the West Meadow of Edeline, many beginner players are at the beginner's hunting ground, the slime habitat, completing their first quests. One of them successfully kills a slime and gets its drop, which is worth about 50 bronze. The boy becomes excited and starts killing as many slimes as he can to become rich. Meanwhile, our dude watches them from afar, wondering how he can kill those innocent kids. An hour ago, after coming out of virtual reality, he tries to delete his character, but it can't be deleted. He feels like he has stepped into a landmine because, after choosing the hidden class, he can't undo his character. His character doesn't even have a level. Usually levels are the basic system of any game, but here he doesn't have one. In other words, he has no growth potential for now, while other characters will continue to grow, creating a great power gap between them and him. He remembers the mysterious figure's warning, which he ignored earlier because he didn't want to lose the quest. Lying on his back, he knows that staying idle won't do him any good. With no other choice, he decides to make use of this hidden class. For this purpose, he searches his status window for any useful information and finds out that he has 0 plausibility, a term he doesn't even understand. He checks it and learns that it can increase his ability to intervene in this world. In other words, by using his stats, he can distort the laws of this world. He doesn't understand what it's used for. Then, he checks his mission and finds out that it's an assassination mission. Now, looking at the enthusiastic beginners, he wonders whether completing this mission will interfere with the game's operation. He ponders his choice for a moment, but finally unsheathes his sword anyway, hoping the kids won't hate him, because he's only doing what the game requires him to do. Before he can attack anyone, some other goons appear and scare the kids. The kids demand their identity. The goons reveal that they own this hunting ground and ask how the kids dare hunt on their property. Jae-young is confused to see people claiming property in an open game. The girl says the same thing, that this is a beginner's ground. It belongs to every player. One of the goons then flashes his red ID, Crazy Monkey, level 12. He immediately realizes these two are from Seoul and still in high school. The kids understand that this is APK, a player who kills other players. Crazy Monkey threatens to track them down in real life too, and orders them off the ground. The girl, tense, looks around for help, but no one steps forward. The boy asks their reason that it's just a game. They can all enjoy it together. The gang laughs. Crazy Monkey sneers that because this is virtual reality, there's no law like the outside world, so they can do as they please. Then our boy intervenes. He cuts one of the players' legs, and in the next instant he kills them in a single, brutal strike. His ID turns red. His plausibility rises to 1. He receives that notification 3 times, which makes him realize he gains 1 plausibility per kill. The kids are overjoyed and ask how they can repay him. He answers that there is no need, because he's going to kill them as well. He chuckles and tells them not to take it too seriously because it's just a game, but his expression makes it clear that he's deadly serious. In the next moment he kills them and earns 1 point of plausibility for each kill. He turns toward the remaining players and says anyone watching him will be next. The threat sends a chill through everyone, and they run for their lives. From that day, our boy becomes infamous, known as the frenzied player on the loose, a name that warns everyone. Later that night, a player is running away from something. While running, he crashes to the ground and gets injured, which slows him down. When he looks back, he sees our boy and his heart starts pounding. Cornered, he pleads with Jae-young to hunt some animals or something else instead. When Jae-young raises his sword, the player warns him that the game company will take action against him because he plans to report him. Jae-young darkly replies that someone has required him to do it. Before the player can react, he is killed. As usual, Jae-young gains plausibility from the kill. Now he starts to feel sleepy. However, his killing spree is starting to annoy the players who have been killed, since the death penalty restricts users from accessing the game for 24 hours. The system is designed to prevent game addiction and enhance experience, but now players are constantly complaining to the customer service center, claiming it's not their fault they're being killed by another player. In the company's operations department, the head grows angry after learning about the flood of complaints caused by some PK player. The staff realize that they won't be going home tonight because of it. By now, our guy has obtained 1,025 points, equal to his total kills over 2 sleepless nights. Yawning, he understands that the task isn't as easy as it seems, especially with the emotional toll it's taking on him from all the killing. Besides, his actions are creating serious issues in the game's operation by killing so many beginners right after the game's launch. Still, he doesn't understand why he was assigned such a request. He decides to leave that question for later. As he's about to leave, he notices several slimes looking at him with loving, sparkly eyes. Apparently, since he's killed so many beginners who came here to hunt them, he has indirectly saved the slimes, which raises his intimacy level with these creatures. All of the slimes begin cuddling him. At first, he's overwhelmed, but then he smiles, thinking they're a fitting gift since he doesn't have the social life other players do. Then, looking into the darkness, he sees dozens of torches moving toward him. The same players he killed earlier are returning with reinforcements. They begin to chase him. When he's cornered at the edge of a cliff, the player smirks, thinking he has nowhere to go. But Jae-young just smiles and jumps off the cliff, baffling everyone. During the fall, he grins, because he has already logged out before he can die from the jump. When the stream of the video goes online, everyone has their own opinions, while many wonder about Jae-young's reason for killing other players. The same player, sitting behind his computer screen, informs the community that he was killed by Dex 2 days ago. He explains that he has spent those 2 days researching through communities and has discovered over 700 complaints. Not to mention, Dex usually targets beginner hunting grounds, which means he can't be a high-level player. Everyone pays attention to this, realizing that even a few newbie players could probably finish him off. The same player agrees and adds that he's planning to form an assassination squad, and any interested candidates can join him at a specific location. The next day, he gathers a crowd around him and begins the meeting after thanking everyone for coming. What they don't know is that an AI named Alice operates Arcadia. Alice not only analyzes users inside the game, but also monitors community activity outside it. In this way, users can create scenarios that can actually be implemented in the game. Now, Alice detects the large group of players forming and immediately analyzes the cause of their gathering. As a result, she triggers an event which is the awakening of the Forgotten Darkness and creates a quest related to Act 1. At that moment, everyone gathered against our boy receives a new quest. The quest requires them to catch him. As soon as the quest is given to every player, the scenario team that planned the quest in the Korea branch goes into panic. Chief Kang Tae-hun doesn't understand how this could happen, while his subordinates nervously assure him that they are trying to figure it out. During the emergency meeting, he expresses his disbelief that they are already facing an emergency situation right after the game's launch, and no one has any idea what's going on or how it started. The main reason for their panic is that this isn't a normal quest. Instead, every single player has received it as a main quest. The chief is informed that the quest is related to main quest number, Act 1, and their predictions were completely wrong because the quest has already begun, even though they only created the main quest 2 days ago. Basically, creating and activating a quest are two different things. It's like planting a seed, as it usually takes time for it to sprout. That's why it takes months for a scenario to spread across the player base and officially become a quest. At least, that's what the scenario team has always believed. But now, seeing the quest activate within just 2 days, they can't dismiss it as a mere miscalculation. The chief grows tense as he reads the report and starts wondering about the cause. His assistant mentions the newbie killer and explains the situation, expressing his suspicion that this player might be directly connected to the scenario's sudden activation. The chief requests the player's personal information, but the assistant explains that they tried gathering data on him and were denied access by the headquarters due to operational restrictions. The chief can't believe the headquarters would go to such lengths for a regular player. Then, he's shocked to see the report showing that the player has over 1,000 kills. The next morning, when our boy gets out of bed, he learns about the special event urging players to come together, hunt the beginner killer, and reclaim the hunting grounds. He grows nervous, realizing that the target of the event is him. Not only that, the post already has over 2,000 comments. Seeing this, he wonders whether he should quit the game. But it's too soon to back out, especially considering the number of installments he still has to pay. Left with no choice, he logs in again, still in disbelief that there's a special quest to hunt him down. In the slime grounds where he usually hunts newbies, a perfect place for finding beginners, he wonders if he should change locations. At that moment, he overhears 2 newbies approaching, chatting excitedly as they head toward the hunting ground to hunt some slimes. One of them spots a slime beside our boy and claims that it's their prey, warning him not to touch it. The slime looks fragile, as if it might die before they can even hunt it. Looking at the innocent face of the slime, Jae-young grows serious and pulls up his hood. The newbies don't understand what's wrong with him, though one of them finds his face oddly familiar. Without a word, Jae-young rushes toward them. The newbie shoves him, but Jae-young doesn't back away. Instead, he smirks. At that moment, a system warning pops up regarding the PK villain. Jae-young plays along, pretending that the newbie is the PK villain and acts as if he's been attacked. The baffled newbie can't believe it that he only shoved him lightly. But by now, everyone's attention shifts toward them because hunting a PK player means rewards. The newbie tries to explain the situation, but he has already escaped. Within moments, a crowd starts chasing after him. One of the newbies suddenly remembers why Jae-young's face looked familiar, because he's the infamous PK player, but the people around them don't believe it. Meanwhile, our boy runs far enough to finally let out a sigh of relief. The slime that followed him cuddles against him. He receives a notification that, due to saving the slime, his intimacy with the creature has reached its maximum level, earning him the title Slime Chum. He now understands that by killing newbies, he has indirectly been saving slimes. But he also realizes that there's no real benefit in having maximum intimacy with them. He needs an element that can help him make a breakthrough. At that moment, another notification appears that he has fulfilled the minimum plausibility requirement to form a partnership with the Slime Clan. With his plausibility, he can now help them. He is confused when he sees the notification and quickly checks the slime's stats. A grin spreads across his face when he notices that it has 1,025 points, the same as his own. He can't believe plausibility could turn out to be this useful. A plan begins to form in his mind. In isolation, he decides to use his plausibility to transform the slime. The system warns him that all his plausibility points will be permanently consumed if he proceeds with the transformation. Without hesitation, he confirms it. The next moment, a bright beam of light bursts out from the forest. Along with it, the basic stats of the entire slime clan begin to change. These once cute, harmless creatures now appear powerful. Their level has risen to 15. Basically, the main theme of the RPG game is to hunt down monsters that target users. There's another type of monster called tutorial monsters, usually created for beginners to practice on. In Arcadia, this role belongs to the slimes. But now, after our boy's stunt, what happens if the slimes become so powerful that beginners can't hunt them anymore? The result of this phenomenon is soon posted on Arcadia's official channel. The channel has many videos with hundreds of views, but the one titled The Undefeatable Slime skyrockets to 1 million views. In this video, A newbie is amazed by how realistic the game looks. He can even see the fine lines on his hands, proof of Arcadia's reality-based graphics. Then he turns his attention to a cute little slime, his target for the quest. But as soon as he attacks, the slime kills him instantly, earning him a 24-hour restriction penalty from the game. After viewing the video, dozens of comments flood in. Some can't believe anyone could be defeated by a mere slime, while another comments that the same thing happened to them. One also wonders about the source of the slime's power. In reality, the slimes reaching level 15 is the direct result of the plausibility points our boy used on them. This consequence causes widespread chaos. Normally, Arcadia gains about 10,000 new users daily, and now many of them are getting killed by the slimes. Newbies try to hunt the slimes, but no matter what they do, they can't defeat them. One complains that he's only been hit twice, and already his energy level has dropped to 0. He shouts for help. Watching all this, Jae-young observes that these slimes were supposed to be passive, only reacting when attacked, but now they are attacking proactively. He wonders if their nature changed because they leveled up, likely a result of plausibility. If that's the case, he still doesn't fully understand the plausibility ability. Then his attention shifts to the group of players assembled to hunt him. A green-haired player tries to push the slimes away, but one attacks him, killing him in a single blow. The others can't believe a slime just killed their companion and shout for help. Moments later, the slimes attack them too. Every time a slime kills a beginner, Jae-young gains 1 point of plausibility. He grins in delight. His plausibility he used is turning profitable. After 2 hours, with the slimes killing newbies non-stop, his points reach 3,924. He chuckles with satisfaction, amazed at how many points he earned in just 2 hours. Now greedy, he checks his quest and decides he wants to gather as many plausibility points as possible within the timeline. He plans to upgrade all the slimes to maximum level, but the system denies the upgrade. He scoffs at first, then lets it go, realizing he's already gaining plenty of plausibility points from the slimes anyway. He leaves the killing to them. Meanwhile, the executive director at Arcadia Korea branch grows increasingly angry about the situation and demands a full report from his subordinates. One of the subordinates nervously explains the situation, how the slimes have abnormally grown stronger and are now killing beginners, a phenomenon that continues even now. He asks about the headquarters reaction. The subordinate replies that they haven't received any response, despite repeated attempts to contact them. The executive director decides to set the matter aside for now and asks about the adjusted figures, because he can't believe that a mere double or triple increase would cause such chaos. The subordinate hesitantly replies that it's 10 times. He can't believe it for a moment. Then he asks about the standard vitality rate of a newbie and is told it's 100. They all realize that at this rate, a single attack from a slime can instantly kill a beginner. The chief believes that nothing in this game happens by accident. Everything occurs with precise planning and calculation, under the pinnacle of modern technology. He opens the door where the capsules are kept and decides to enter the game himself to see the situation firsthand. The next moment, Myungin logs in and stands before Alice, stating that he is here to uncover the truth. Jae-young stands on his usual hunting ground and is taken aback by the silence that is the area should be filled with beginners. Looking at his quest screen, he sees that he has over 9,000 kills, with 2 days left until the deadline. He notices that the kill count is decreasing, meaning that due to the news of the undefeatable slimes, fewer beginners are coming to the hunting ground. Not to mention, adventurers over level 15 have come to hunt the slimes for points, and neither he nor the slimes have enough power to tackle them. He wonders if he can no longer get free kills, but he consoles himself. Even if the numbers rise slowly, they are still rising. At that moment, his kill count reaches 10,000 points, which is a feat in itself. Very few players reach such a milestone, earning him the title Newbie Killer. He also exceeds the mission reward range, triggering an interim reward. He is thrilled to see a reward finally and immediately accepts it, eager to see what the treasure holds. As soon as he does, a dark explosion erupts. He wonders if the reward is a trap. Then he notices a black sphere-like object and wonders whether it might be an egg. The next moment, a massive explosion rocks the area, and the black sphere splits in two. From it, Jae-young claims his interim reward, which is a familiar. The familiar is furious at anyone who summoned him. At first, Jae-young is thrilled, sensing the overwhelming strength emanating from this entity, and wondering what kind of creature it could be. But his eyes widen in shock when he realizes that the familiar is none other than the monarch of chaos, Lord Satan. Satan comments on how impossible it is to summon him at full power. Jae-young, however, somehow manages to summon him in his younger form. Still, he's thrilled that this power alone is enough to eliminate angels. Suddenly, Satan notices the body Jae-young has summoned, which is a childlike form, and turns his gaze to Jae-young. Jae-young expresses his obliviousness, explaining that all he did was claim his interim reward, and the entity came out as his familiar. He gasps in disbelief. Someone as mighty as Satan cannot be summoned, not to mention his duties in the underworld. Jae-young has no idea what toll Satan is enduring. All he can see is that this is the Lord of all evil. Satan turns to him and declares that, due to a forced contract, he has no choice but to play his role as Jae-young's familiar, and so he resolves to get along with him. He then transforms into a tiny version of himself and sits atop Jae-young's head, leaving Jae-young unsure whether he should feel honored. Sensing Jae-young's power, Satan comments that it far exceeds his expectations. At first, our boy doesn't understand his statement. Then his system answers him, suggesting he use his plausibility power to bring out the familiar's power, along with a warning that the familiar is a devil, so he should be aware of deceit and temptation. Meanwhile, the said devil is quite happy with the contract, which can boost his power and help him defeat the angels. He again demands our boy to hand him his power. Jae-young still doesn't understand what kind of power he is talking about. Satan explains the power he has to change the world's laws, referring to plausibility. Satan even tries to lure him with rewards if he hands this power over. Hearing this, Jae-young narrows his eyes, realizing that if the devil himself wants this power, then this is the core element of the game. He then asks what kind of reward he will get for the plausibility. Listening to this, Satan immediately reveals an equipment called Narugal's Lament, which is the cape of Narugal, the commander of the second core of the underworld. As soon as Jae-young sees the equipment, he notices it's a level 150 item, something not even the best US server player has, who is only at level 50. However, he still denies the offer. Satan expects this and asks for his demand. For a moment, Jae-young is baffled but says he doesn't want anything. Then suddenly something catches his attention, and he asks Satan whether he can upgrade monsters. When Satan finds out he wants to upgrade slimes, he can't believe someone would ask such a thing. Jae-young clearly asks whether he can do it or not. Satan, obviously capable, demands to know the price. Jae-young agrees to give him all his plausibility points, and immediately their contract is formed. At this moment, he gets a notification that a beginner quest has been lined up, the Slime's Wrath quest. With this, his timeline of a week resets, and a boss monster is summoned, which is a queen slime at level 100. Later, some high-level players are hunting the slimes. They are quite happy that the slimes are upgraded, because now they can get more experience points by killing them. No matter their level, the slimes are still weak creatures. That's why they make this slime habitat their new hunting ground, hoping to become the best players at this rate. Just as they are about to leave, the ground suddenly starts shaking. A strange chanting echoes through the air as the surroundings fill with darkness, and an entity rises in vengeance. One of them wonders if it's an earthquake, but then they are shocked to see purple slimes hovering in the sky. Afraid that they are about to be killed, they shout for help. But the next moment, everything falls silent, and the slimes drift away in a single direction. One of them is terrified to see all the slimes going in one direction and merging with each other. At that moment, all of them receive a notification informing them that slimes usually live peacefully, but after the appearance of humans, they are slaughtered for no reason. That is why, to take revenge, they sacrifice themselves to create a powerful monarch. At this moment, they see the queen slime at level 100. The queen howls with rage, and her attacks kill and injure many players. They can't believe what they are seeing. Not just the other players, but our boy also doesn't expect such an outcome. Satan tells him with a wicked tone that he only fulfilled his wish. Jae-young admits this, but he thinks the queen is getting out of control. Satan, however, is delighted, as he already plans to make her part of the underworld. He comments that regardless of slimes being weak, once he awakens their vengeance, they become this powerful. When Jae-young asks how, Satan explains that he used their resentment toward humans for killing them and turned it into vengeance by sharing his plausibility. Jae-young can't believe that sharing a small amount of plausibility can create such a monster. Satan declares that this is the power of plausibility. Meanwhile, the players create a barricade shield to defend against the slimes. One of them instructs everyone to get into formation to fight. Meanwhile, the main scenario, Act 1, Nascence of the Forgotten Darkness, begins. It is linked to hunting the newbie killer and is now connected to Slime's Wrath. For this purpose, they need to stop the slimes to save their habitat and destroy the Guardian Stone in the beginner village in order to complete the quest within 7 days. Reading all of this, panic spreads among the players, because if the beginner's village is destroyed, the result will be uncertain. They can't believe what is happening in this game. Then suddenly they sense some waves and look at the queen, and everyone believes they are done for. Meanwhile, our boy watches everything from afar and doesn't know what to do. Satan slyly tries to lure him into destroying the Guardian Stone in order to take things into his hand, but Jae-young catches on immediately. However, he intends to watch for a while. Satan doesn't understand at first, then guesses that our boy is quite evil and wants to see the player's hope crushed into nothing until the very end. He laughs as he anticipates his master's potential, while Jae-young ignores him. After this, every slime killed earns Jae-young 1 plausibility point. Seeing the notification, he now understands that he needs to pick a side and wonders whom to choose, the players or the monsters. As the monster roars, the scene plays in the meeting room of the Korean branch, and the executive director is tense. Suddenly, Tae-hun slams his fist on the table and demands that they shut down the server because the appearance of a level 100 monster in a beginner village makes no sense. Ji-hee agrees with him, saying they never designed such monsters and guessing that it cannot be created by the Korean branch. She suspects the involvement of the main branch. Taehyun also insists that he will take a strong complaint to the main headquarters because they are abusing their power and leaving them in an unattended situation. Meanwhile, the executive director keeps thinking about everything that has been happening since our boy logs into the game and understands that things are going in a certain direction. He addresses his subordinates and asks them about the morals of their company. The subordinates don't understand. He explains that their intention has always been to give players infinite potential and infinite freedom. He doesn't believe that the lazy administration at headquarters would suddenly interfere like this, especially when they leave all the planning and events to the Korean branch. He finally reveals that this is the act of a single user. From the beginning, from the killing spree until now, all of these events are caused by one player. Some staff disagree, while others analyze the log files and confirm that the evidence matches. Taehyun cannot believe that it is the work of a single user. The executive director also agrees that if it is truly done by a single user, they cannot interfere. That is the rule of their game, even though they will face a penalty, as he sees that the beginner village will be destroyed permanently if the quest is not completed. The village burns as players battle the slime queen. An old man fights slimes too, realizing the village will fall if players aren't close by. A slime sneaks up on him, but a blonde player rescues him and moves him to safety. The old village guard, Barum, thanks him repeatedly and compares him to a legendary knight from his grandfather's stories, embarrassing the player. Barum asks him to visit later to read his grandfather's diary. The player then receives a notification that he qualifies for the hidden class, Savior, and is asked to accept the role of the ancient hero. Excited, he agrees and tells Barum he'll return to learn about the brave knight. Barum warns him to stay cautious of the slimes. 3 days pass like this. Most users are defeated by the slimes during these days, but Korean players don't sit back. After hearing about this powerful monster, many high-level players join the battle, and the situation changes drastically. The beginner players form a separate force and start moving systematically. The players who kill 100 slimes earn the title Slime Slayer, which increases resistance to slimes by 30% and grants 40% extra damage against them. As more players earn this title, the slimes start getting outnumbered, and hope returns. Meanwhile, our guy watches the situation. His kill count reaches 32,576. Satan is very pleased and praises him, and our boy feels annoyed at how strange it is to be praised by the Lord of Devils. The good part is that he earns more than 22,000 plausibility points, something impossible if he were collecting them one by one. Satan points out that if he doesn't act, the players will end up winning. Looking at the players and their rising enthusiasm, he realizes it won't be fun for him. He selects a cape from his inventory, and Satan becomes curious. Before anything else, he needs to choose a side, and with a devilish smile, he decides to side with the slimes. Meanwhile, at the branch office, the executive director stands before the CEO of the company, Mi-yeon Lee, and requests her to stop the quest raid. The Slime Queen's appearance turns the beginner's village into a battlefield, and with only 10 minutes left of the 7-day limit, players remain optimistic. They believe the slimes can't break through the front line in the remaining time since they failed all week. But the sky suddenly turns red, and the players feel uneasy. Our boy stands on the Slime Queen's head, ready for battle. The leader tries to calm everyone, but the old man notices the queen approaching their defenses. The queen declares she will take revenge for the innocent slimes slaughtered by humans and roars. With 9 minutes left, she reshapes her giant hand, releasing slimes that attack the players. Many flee despite the commander urging them to stay and use their skills, reminding them it's only a game, until he senses the queen's hand and is crushed. His final thought wonders who could defeat such a huge monster. Someone then strikes the queen with lightning. The player tells everyone they have 5 minutes left and must distract the queen and keep her away from the guardian stone rather than defeat her. His words motivate the players. They agree, raise their swords, and encourage each other to hold on even if they die or deal weak damage. The red-haired player knows their only focus now is the queen. Finally, only 10 seconds remain. The queen keeps attacking, trying to break through their defenses. She almost destroys the defensive wall with 7 seconds left. The red-haired swordsman rushes toward her to attack, but the shield around her repels him. When only 1 or 2 seconds remain, she mocks them, saying it is already too late. Then 1 second is left. Meanwhile, the executive director stands before the CEO and repeats his request to stop the slime raid. She declares that she was clear from the beginning that they are not the controllers of the game, but managers who take measures according to the situation, not control it. At that moment, the red-haired player sighs in relief, thinking it is finally over. But in the next moment, his eyes widen as he hears a crack in the guardian stone, caused by our guy. The players receive a notification that they have failed the Wrath of Slimes quest, and that the beginner's village will be destroyed as a result. The red-haired player had already seen our boy, but our boy kills him too. Jae-young realizes that this player cannot be a beginner because he doesn't gain plausibility after killing him. Not that it matters, he already has enough. As soon as the players get the notification, they rush toward the Guardian Stone, thinking the slimes have broken in. But when they see our boy standing near the stone, they freeze. It isn't a monster who destroyed it, it's a player. As soon as the players see him, they become furious. After barking profanities at our boy, they rush toward him, intending to check his ID so they can kill him. Our boy reminds them that, in their situation, they should be focusing on something else. They freeze at his words, because the next moment they receive a notification. As a result of the failed quest, the beginner's village will be destroyed since the slime queen is going to explode. Immediately, the village fills with slime-like substances that ooze from the floor and float in the air. They cannot understand what is happening, whether the slimes are coming back to life, even though that should be impossible. The next moment, a flash of lightning appears in front of them. Large slimes stand before them. A notification informs the players that after their victory, the slimes have decided to eliminate the players because they now claim the beginner's village as their territory after their queen leaves them. The said queen sits on her throne, looking at them with a bored expression. With that, the slimes officially claim the beginner's village. The players receive another notification telling them that they are now in a level 80 hunting ground and should be careful. They can't believe the mess they're in. In the next moment, they're surrounded by huge slimes. Our boy, now merely a spectator, comments on how the prey becomes the predator. Later, a girl, Nayoung Lee, a newscaster from TVG, highlights the current situation in Arcadia. She begins explaining from the very start, tracing back to the main scenario in the beginner's village. She continues, saying that the Arcadia has decided to wipe out the village and place a dungeon in its place, despite the quest being successful. Drawing from her long career as a gaming journalist, she admits it's something she's never seen before and is confused about. Then she wants to know the public's opinion. Our boy looks at the comments on the video. Some are infuriated that the beginner's village will be wiped. Others worry that newbies will be killed by slimes on their first day. Suddenly, someone points out that the real culprit is the newbie killer. Watching people flood the internet with their opinions, he wonders if he should stay low, knowing some players are struggling with the game right now. He reasons that he's only done what the game asked him to do. His thoughts drift to the Bard of Anarchy, then to his familiar Satan himself, and the human who had warned him. He shakes off these thoughts. The worst that can happen is a temporary suspension from the game. Deciding to focus on real life for now, he steps outside. He heads to Siomen University, Computer Engineering Department, as today is freshman orientation. Our boy settles into his class, quietly excited for university life. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a boy watching the Slime Quest video and spotting himself in it. He wonders who recorded it. His jaw drops when he sees the view count, 2 million. He starts thinking about how much money one could make from views like that. The nerdy boy asks if he wants to watch it together. Nervously, he makes an excuse that the video seems interesting, trying to show that he's hooked. The boy introduces himself as Jaegyun Lee and greets him. Soon, they start discussing the game. Jaegyun immediately fills him in on everything that's happened in the beginner's village, making him realize this person seems to live just to talk about Arcadia. Then suddenly, Jaegyun asks if he knows the newbie killer. Our boy starts sweating, fearing that maybe he already knows he's the one. The CEO is checking the game updates. She can't believe that the beginner's village has actually been destroyed. She had expected surprises, but not to this extent. However, she smirks, knowing she can turn the situation in her favor, as everyone is talking about the game. Besides, she wants to see the manager gown's flustered face. She can't believe all of this was done by a single user, so she's eager to see the person responsible. Meanwhile, our dude worries that Jaegyun knows his identity. The nerdy classmate, however, assumes from his face that he doesn't know anything about Arcadia and is enthusiastic to teach him all about it. Our dude realizes that this person is just excited to show off. A little while later, Jaegyun explains the whole situation about the newbie killer to our boy. He plays oblivious and asks how a single user could have done it. He decides to play it diligently because Jaegyun is clearly smart enough to figure out his identity. Poor Jaegyun, however, thinks maybe he's talking too much. Later, Professor Taehoon Kim starts the freshman orientation, but interrupts the event by announcing something important. He talks about the virtual reality technology that dominates the media nowadays, which has changed the field of computer engineering. He mentions Arcadia as the game that led this revolution. Taehoon explains that all students who have played the game and experienced its world realize that computer engineers cannot cope with the world's fastest trends alone. They discussed this with the department faculty in the school. They concluded that the current curriculum can't keep up with the latest technology. Our boy agrees with the professor. Taehoon continues, informing them that after thorough debate, the school board and the Ministry of Education have decided that starting this year, the Computer Engineering Department will be renamed and restructured into the Virtual Reality Engineering Department. He understands that students will need some time to adapt to the change, but stresses that it's necessary to avoid falling behind the world. During lunch break, Jaegyun comments on how unexpected it is for a faculty to change their department name on the first day of university. Our boy wonders how he ended up eating with this guy. Jaegyun remarks that the professor mentioning Arcadia is quite cool, and asks whether our boy has played it. He lies, saying he doesn't have enough money to afford a capsule and isn't good at gaming. He asks about Jaegyun, who brags that he not only plays but is also a high-level player. He even promises to help him get a hang of the game if he's ever interested, which our boy confirms. At that moment, he wonders whether Jaegyun is just odd or naive. Later, when he logs into the game, Satan is visibly grumpy, upset at making him wait so long. Jae-young explains that he stayed awake for the slime raid and needs rest, which prompts a remark from Satan that this is exactly why he doesn't like contracting with mortals and their weakness. Watching him, he realizes Satan must be bored in the meantime. In the next moment, he is showered with hugs and cuddles from the slimes and the slime queen. Even Satan receives their affection, which annoys him. He gets a notification that the slime queen is thanking him personally and that the entire slime race is grateful for him securing their territory. As a result, he is considered their savior for eternity. He tries to brush off their gratitude. The system updates his title from Slime Chum to Slime Savior and grants him the reward of a slime crown. A crown emerges from thin air and settles on his head, boosting his points by 2,413. With that, the quest is complete. He is happy to be showered with attention and checks the title specifics. He learns that the title boosts his stats and also makes slimes accept him as one of their own. He thinks about the irony. One day he earns the title of Newbie Killer, and now he receives Slime Savior. He doesn't think he can show this to anyone. Satan addresses him, saying they should move somewhere else, as he can't tolerate slime cuddling. Our boy agrees, and they head off as the Slime Queen and the slimes happily bid them goodbye. He rushes excitedly to their next destination. Somewhere else, a town appears, and there is an angel there. The slime raid completely destroys the beginner village, and the players panic and rush to find a new place to stay. Soon, they hear online about Baron Mikhail's territory, which lies only 10 kilometers to the north. One player mentions visiting that area before since it was close by, and another says the place has been getting crowded recently. Someone suggests joining a hunting party because news travels fast, and many players are already heading toward the barony. Jae-young reaches the entrance of the barony, where guards are checking everyone. One guard stops him and asks for his name. He introduces himself as Dex, while Tan watches the guard closely. After hearing the name, the guard asks if he came from the destroyed village. Jae-young agrees, and the guard sighs for what happened there and mentions hearing strange rumors about wild slimes. Jae-young realizes even NPCs have heard about it, so he chooses his words carefully. He advises the guard to go there and see for himself, explaining that those weren't normal slimes. The area, Edeline, wasn't meant for monsters at all, and needed at least level 85 to survive. The guard looks shocked after hearing that, and he admits that explains why so many players are coming here now. He guesses Jae-young wants to settle down and offers to show him around, and our boy thanks him kindly. Tan keeps looking around with a serious expression, and Jae-young notices and asks if something is wrong. His devil familiar replies that he knows this place, but brushes off the matter. Jae-young continues calling him Tan, so he questions the reason for not calling his name Satan. Our boy explains that using his real name in public would cause too much trouble, so the nickname is better. Jae-young laughs a little and agrees. Tan then changes the topic and mentions Jae-young's plausibility points and points out how much they have increased since their first encounter. Our guy checks his stats and feels startled by the large number. Tan confirms it and calculates the total, which reaches 40,000 kills, and offers to take those unused points and give valuable items in exchange. He claims any item he gives could easily rule over the entire empire, and selling one would make Jae-young rich for life. Jae-young refuses politely, saying he will ask if he ever needs something. Tan looks annoyed and mutters that Jae-young is acting too proud. Still, our boy feels tempted as Tan once showed him a rare level 150 weapon, and it was impressive, but his gut tells him not to rely too much on this devil. Something about those plausibility points feels more powerful than any item. He decides to keep them for now and make things more interesting. The barony is filled with users, and blacksmiths shout prices and offer to trade for iron ore. Weapon sellers try to grab attention with their goods, and Tan asks where they should go next. Jae-young replies that they first need to explore the area and find quests worth doing. Ahead, some miners sit around a table looking upset, and one miner complains about the Lord demanding more iron ore, calling it unfair. They are already working without rest and can't produce anymore. Another miner worries about punishment if they fail. Jae-young overhears them and laughs softly when he realizes the barony has an actual lord ruling over it. Tan looks puzzled, but watches Jae-young curiously. Jae-young steps toward the miners and offers to help. The miners brighten up right away and leave the problem to him. A quest notification appears, called the Miner's Woe. It asks him to gather and deliver iron ore to help the miners meet Baron Mikhail's new demands. Tan questions why our guy accepted such a simple task, saying any player could do it. He suggests skipping it, but Jae-young doesn't agree as he tells him to look around more carefully, and Tan scans the area, confused. All around them, players offer free weapon repairs for low levels and sell handmade gear. Tan sees nothing unusual, but he explains that most of those blacksmiths are players, not NPCs. So many people have moved here that demand for blacksmiths shot up, but the mining quest everyone avoids hasn't changed. Demand rises while supply stays the same, and he asks his opinion what he thinks will happen next. Tan admits he doesn't know, and Jae-young grins and explains that he will soon find out, but first, they need money. Inside Baron Mikhail's mansion, the Lord studies reports with worry. Iron ore prices rose from 10 to 15 bronze in just a month. The blacksmiths will soon lose profit, and only low-quality weapons will flood the market, so the situation needs a fix soon, or his territory will suffer. Meanwhile, Jae-young reaches the mine entrance deep in Pian's mountain range. The area is quiet and far from town. He says it's time to start and orders Tan to handle the rest. Tan hesitates, unsure why they would spend plausibility points on something like this. Jae-young brushes it off and insists. Tan finally raises his hand, releasing bright magic that fills the cave. It costs 8,000 plausibility points through their contract. The spell summons the Demon Cape Destroyer, formed from the claws of a deadly cave beast. Jae-young smiles at the sight and declares it's time to get rich. At Mikhail Estate, a blacksmith quickly presents a dagger he calls his first creation, while another offers free weapon repairs and lines up handmade grade B and higher weapons for sale. Nearby, a girl raises her hand and asks if anyone has 20 iron ores so she can finish the miner's repeatable quest. A player steps toward her to confirm she's actually doing that task, and when she confirms, he laughs, explaining the quest gives almost nothing besides a small affection boost from the miners. Her surprise is clear as she thought it mattered, but he advises her to sell the ores instead, so she thanks him and leaves with that in mind. A short distance away, Aiden and Qasim watch with rising frustration. Aiden mutters that voyagers waste precious iron on cheap items, and Qasim agrees, adding that more of them show up daily claiming to be master craftsmen, despite barely knowing how to hold a hammer. Both grumble that the world must be turning upside down, and that the Lord needs to act before the manor's system collapses. Basically, Arcadia's economy mirrors real life: production, consumption, supply, demand, and distribution. Each region holds different materials and specialties, and demand constantly shifts, but right now, the most demanded item is iron ore. One blacksmith complains that iron has become rare, and wonders aloud if it's linked to so many users switching to blacksmithing. A girl agrees as her companion admits he regrets changing jobs, especially now that iron prices have jumped from 10 bronzes to 17. Inflation rises 1.7 times, and even when ores are processed into weapons, the profits are minimal or turn into loss, increasing complaints even more. She mutters that Arcadia is meant to be hyper-realistic, but this feels over the top. One beside her admits he should have stayed a warrior. A glasses-wearing user approaches and asks why they don't mine iron themselves, which makes her laugh. The other player explains that the mine is more than 2 hours away on foot and mining itself is exhausting, so it's easier to let others mine while they focus on repairs and training. The nerdy one understands. Mining simply isn't worth the effort for most people, but someone can be beneficial from it. On the other side of the map, our boy swings his axe non-stop while the quest window updates every iron ore he collects. Luck favors him as he obtains a silver ore, then a metal ore, and soon rises to mining rank A, boosting his speed, success rate, and even revealing rare minerals with low probability. Now he can detect hidden minerals, and his strength increases as well. He wipes sweat from his forehead and thinks about wrapping up since his bag is full. Yet he still feels spending plausibility points was right. Right then, Tan appears and runs to him, saying he searched everywhere because the little pickaxe won't help him for long. Our boy already knows what's coming when Tan proudly pulls out a new item, which is a teardrop of darkness with 220 wear level, infinite durability, and darkness properties, and lifts it like it's sacred. He rejects it instantly, raising his voice as he points out that only level 220 users can equip it, and the item feels like a scam that would ruin his fun. Tan tries to continue, but our boy cuts him off, reminding him that selling such a rare item would expose his identity. He could sell it and quit forever, but he won't kill the goose that lays golden eggs. The words hit Tan hard, and he gives up with a groan. Tan then asks where he has been hiding, but when our boy questions him back, Tan only smiles secretly and promises to explain later. He shifts to the huge pile of ores and claims he probably has more iron than the whole estate. He admits planning to mine this much every day and sell all of it, adding that he also raised likability through the repeatable quest. Tan asks what that means, and Jae-young simply smiles, saying the Lord will eventually have no choice but to notice him. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Baron Mikhail reads a troubling letter. The writer reports that without iron, they cannot meet the contract deadline, and the workshop may shut down, forcing them to relocate to another state with better resources. Mikhail exhales deeply and immediately asks what caused such chaos. One explains that voyagers recently switched to blacksmithing in huge numbers, and another adds that inexperienced smiths burn through iron on poor quality items until they finally reach mastery. The bigger issue is the lack of miners compared to the growing flood of new blacksmiths. Voyagers avoid jobs that fail to stand out. Mikhail states that voyagers are the real disaster. She considers making mining mandatory, but Article 128.1 of the Continental Acts forbids it. She then asks if blacksmith masters can receive priority when purchasing iron, but Article 128.2 blocks that as well. Her frustration spikes as she groans that voyagers chose the worst possible time to swarm her land and asks if any solution exists. Before anyone answers, a subordinate bursts in and urgently calls her outside. Mikhail follows and stops in shock, and as she reaches the mountain of iron ores rises before them, each piece gleaming with high quality, and people shout excitedly about golden ores, silver ores, and even mana stones. No one knows how he gathered them or where they came from. Inside the Ally, our boy finishes counting his earnings, 5 gold and 12 silver from 3 days of mining. It amounts to roughly 50,000 to 100,000 won a day, almost 5 million a month. Even after paying rent, installment payment and tuition, he would still have money left, but he believes he can do more and briefly considers using that option, though he isn't ready yet. A voice suddenly calls to him, and when he turns, Baron Mikhail stands behind him. A notification appears, showing her likability rising, and he hides his smile and responds politely. She introduces herself as Mikhail, the lord of the manor, and invites him for tea at her castle. Another notification appears, inquiring if he would accept the invitation. Our boy sits across from Baron Mikhail in her castle, watching her pour tea made from herbs grown on Mount Pian's slopes. He tastes it and admires the flavor, and she mentions it represents one of her estate's signature products. Almost immediately, her attention shifts to the mineral pile he delivered to the square, and she asks how long collecting it took. He estimates about 3 days, and her hand slams on the table, disbelief flashing in her eyes. She then sits calmly and inquires if other miners match such speed, and he confirms their limits. She wonders whether group mining might improve results. He agrees it could, but warns of organizational challenges, and she requests his help directly, emphasizing how new arrivals threaten the estate's economic stability. A system notification pops up, assigning him the quest The Baron's Crisis. 100,000 units of iron ore are needed, and his current porks stands at 32,140. The prompt asks if he accepts, and seeing the quest as a perfect opportunity, he agrees. He then asks whether she wants other players to help mining. She agrees, and he assures her to leave the matter to him. Later that night, at his laptop, he studies the Baron's request. The quest is unrealistic as Arcadia offers no incentive for tedious, low-profit labor. He smiles, realizing the first step is to change how players perceive the game, and launches a YouTube channel with 0 subscribers. The next morning, in classroom 2 to 3 at Gayan Middle School, 2 students talk while the teacher moves around the room. One asks Hyungtak if he will log into Arcadia today. Hyungtak frowns, considering quitting entirely. His friend presses, and Hyungtak explains quickly, his voice sharp with frustration, that a stranger killed him immediately after entering. Then mega slimes appeared the next day. The entire village vanished, forcing repeated deaths. His friend laughs, sympathetic, but noting Hyungtak reached Mikhail estate and changed to the merchant class. Hyungtak focuses on that switch, limited options forcing him into a useless role, making solo gameplay impossible. Seeing the depth of his frustration, his friend pulls out his phone and shows a trending video, Earn Money with Arcadia, uploaded by Jae-young. The video opens with a microphone check inside Mount Pian's mine. Jae-young explains the mine has become sensitive and popular, then dives into grinding iron ore for profit. Hyungtak scoffs at the idea, but Jae-young anticipates this reaction. He flashes weekly earnings, and Hyungtak jumps in shock, roughly calculating 100,000 won, and his friend urges him to watch the full video. Jae-young demonstrates that beginners with F-rank mining gather 20 units per hour, earning little. Upgrading increases skill in rare finds. He shows his A-rank status, revealing daily mana stones or diamond. Hyungtak stares, realizing poor mining skills wasted everyone's time. Time-lapse footage condenses repetitive labor, then an NPC merchant announces sold-out minerals. Jae-young shows daily earnings that are 1 gold, 82 silver coins, emphasizing how easy profit becomes, and Hyungtak glows with excitement. The channel, Daily Life of a Destroyer, spreads quickly, and the video hides Jae-young's overpowered items, making the results seem attainable. Crowds rush to Aiden's blacksmith stall, asking for iron ore, pickaxes, and directions to Mount Pian. Miners flood the area, and Baron Mikhail laughs with surprise and asks what magic he used. He shrugs, saying he merely triggered humanity's primitive desire, money. Mining itself matters little. Financial reward drives action. She struggles with the idea but recognizes previous methods failed. He warns against early satisfaction, stressing advancement. He suggests lowering miner salaries but granting them part of the mined minerals, motivating hardworking miners while discouraging lazy participants. She laughs at his term lazy bones for unmotivated players. He reflects that he only explained basic performance systems, yet she seems oblivious to economic logic. She asks about iron ore pricing, and prices have risen to 20 bronze coins per unit. He tells her to ignore complaints, explaining buyers pay regardless. She repeats this with surprise, and he compares mining to climbing a tree to reach fruit. She considers the logic, shocked but convinced. Suddenly, she offers him the treasurer position of her estate with excellent compensation. He declines, citing an unfinished journey. She apologizes, and he notes that reversing her situation for mutual benefit sets up his next plan. She asks what reward he wants, so he hands her a document. Curious, she asks about its contents. He calls it a business proposal, and she reads, intrigued, discovering a plan for earning beyond individual limits, simply by ruling over others. She notices an insurance concept, and he smiles, explaining all profits go to her, surrendering business rights while keeping his 10% interest. Thousands of years ago, during the legendary battle between angels and demons, two supreme beings clash on a storm-lashed battlefield. Lightning rips the sky apart as their powers crash violently. The monarch of chaos, Lord Satan, notices the spear in his opponent's hand, Muspelheim, a divine weapon, and accuses her of cowardice for relying on such an artifact. She lifts the spear high, introducing herself as Michael, the holy figure of glory and archangel, and declares her intention to punish him. His knees give out, his eyes locked in a stunned, fearful stare, unable to process her authority. The scene snaps back to the present as Tan jolts awake from the nightmare. Their closeness to this place keeps dragging old memories to the surface, turning them vivid. He approaches Jae-young, who stands before a crowd, looking for mining partners and requesting people with heavily durable pickaxes. Tan interrupts, asking about the business contract sent to the Baron. Jae-young answers with a cryptic remark about people walking into situations willingly but never leaving when they want. His aura pulses with strength, and he continues, explaining that mining is far harder than anyone expects. Perfect spots yield only 10 iron ore units per hour for ordinary players, and rare minerals appear only because he uses the Demon Cave Destroyer. Mining devours time and energy, and Tan recognizes the truth instantly. He asks if that means earning money through mining is hopeless. Jae-young doesn't agree and reveals one path: that's ticket sales. Players must buy entry permits to access the mines, and those without funds can repay with minerals later. He promises to explain the system properly afterward. Tan asks the price. Jae-young estimates 1 gold coin per entry, assuming most players won't return. Tan stiffens, shocked that mortals would pay that much. Jae-young smiles, explaining how viewers from his bait video flock to the mines, chasing profit, and hand over the fee without hesitation. Money flows in simply because perception guides them. Tan finally understands how ruthless and clever this mortal really is, and feels a strange sense of partnership forming. He then asks him to come along, promising the trip will prove worth it. They reach a huge pile of iron ore beside a glowing door, and our boy inquires about the place. Tan laughs, recalling his long search to find it. Visiting the mine triggered memories of having been here before, even though the estate always felt familiar in a way he couldn't place. The area looks abandoned, but every surface remains spotless, protected by enchantments. Tan urges Jae-young to try opening the door, convinced he can handle it. Jae-young hesitates but steps forward, but a notification appears telling that heavy seals block the door, denying the access, and he lacks the skills to remove the seal. A special award awaits anyone who reports this hidden space to the Lord, yet the door stays firmly shut. He grows frustrated and demands a reason for bringing him here if he can't open it, urging him to stop delaying. Jae-young protests. He genuinely lacks the skills and argues the place is useless if they can't get inside. Tan snaps at him for failing to recognize his own potential, wondering how someone so pathetic ended up with such immense power. He admits he could easily exploit Jae-young if he is an imp, leaving him irritated. Tan softens slightly and asks how much he truly knows about his power. Jae-young asks whether he is referring to plausibility, the power that surpasses providence, capable of destroying the balance that maintains worlds, bending laws, and placing its wielder close to the level of a creator. Jae-young activates a small fragment of it, and light gathers in his hand. Tan asks if he understands what he holds, and Jae-young admits he doesn't. Tan bursts out that anything the mortal heart desires can be achieved with that power. Minutes pass as they discuss its nature. Jae-young learns that plausibility serves as essential energy for beings like Tan. Tan explains how slowly it normally accumulates, making it astonishing that Jae-young holds such massive reserves. The energy exchanged earlier would usually take centuries to gather. Jae-young finally understands why Tan wanted this power so desperately, and why he alone can open the door. Touching it already triggered seal notifications, and Tan dismisses those as insignificant tricks. The real barrier is Jae-young's own hesitation. The realization stuns him as Tan grins, stating that only willpower is needed. He instructs Jae-young to focus every bit of determination into the task. He raises his hand again, channeling his energy as Tan directs him. A massive glowing sphere forms on the door, reacting to him instantly. A system notification appears, confirming plausibility usage to break the seal. The required cost is 15,000 units, double the amount needed for rare items. He calculates quickly but knows the chance won't return. He accepts, releasing his energy into the seal. It cracks apart, revealing the obscure altar of heaven. Tan announces the place as the Grand Staircase of Heaven, and the door opens before them. The Holy and Demon War, the clash that once soaked Arcadia in blood, stays alive in memory even after thousands of years. People still carry the fear of it returning, and the old records they left behind warn descendants to never forget. One of those warnings activates now as the system reports an intruder stepping into the Grand Staircase of Heaven on Mat. PN. A legend-level quest triggers, labeled as emergency contamination. It marks this as the 693rd case of the same problem. Inside the developer office, the staff gathers again, tired from the last crisis. Tae-hun Kang pushes them to focus, considering it serious, even though they barely want to sit through another meeting. Groans rise around the table as people admit they barely recovered from the beginner's village incident and wish they were home instead of facing yet another crisis. Tae-hun Kang continues, explaining the contamination in a legendary quest 32 minutes ago. Their investigation quickly tracks the cause of hidden content inside Mint. PN. Tae-hun directs the team to open page 3 on their tablets. The staff scroll fast, and the executive director pauses confused about why Met. PN appears inside Angel territory when none of them even knew it existed. Tae-hun admits the developers themselves stay unaware until now. He explains the confirmed history. In ancient times, Mat PN is the Grand Staircase of Heaven, the place where the first angel meets Arcadia. The minerals around it serve as natural protection for that sacred staircase. In simple terms, the entire zone functions as a hidden holy land. The executive director is still unable to grasp the game's expanding structure, pointing out that the things remain unknown even to them and asks for the name of the contaminated legend quest. Tae-hun hesitates as he tells him that the investigation is still ongoing and that they must also confirm whether the contamination affects the connected quests, especially the final one. When he hesitates, he pushes again, and Tae-hun finally reveals it as the Second Holy and Demon War. It leaves the executive director in shock, causing him to drop his tablet. Inside Mint, PN, our boy steps forward, scanning the sacred space with sharp interest. He figures this must be the Grand Staircase of Heaven. Tan swells with pride, mocks the angels, and reminds him about breaking their barrier. He urges him to start searching so they can crush the angels' plans completely. Our guy approaches the massive stone box and wonders if treasure really sits inside. Tan pushes him to open it. Our dude touches the relic, but the system immediately reports the text is unreadable and his authority too low. It hints that someone skilled in ancient languages could understand it. Next moment, a holy aura wraps around him, boosting his mana and vitality recovery, and a quest window appears, assigning a hidden relic for investigation. He steps back, uncertain if opening it is even the right move. The box looks plain but feels wrong. Reporting it to Lord Mikhail would guarantee a reward, yet after hearing Tan, he realizes this chance is far beyond ordinary quest perks. A small-town lord could never match what the Grand Staircase of Heaven hides. Meanwhile, at the manor, Lady Mikhail senses someone talking about her. Jae-young weighs his options as trespassing feels like grave robbing, yet revealing the site could create chaos across the land. Keeping it secret seems safer. With a small grin, he decides to open it, making Tan cheers loudly. Minutes later, both sit on the ground, exhausted, because the box refuses to move even a little. He wonders if his low stats are the issue, and Tan complains that his true demonic form would have shattered this box effortlessly and grumbles about being stuck before a chunk of stone instead of some powerful seal. He freezes for a moment and questions if the box is truly stone. Tan insists it is, and that treasure waits inside. With no other option, the boy summons Demon Cave Destroyer. Tan panics as the boy lifts the massive tool and slams it directly into the relic. Cracks shoot across the surface and Tan groans that humans are worse than demons. Then, the system instantly declares the destruction of the hidden ancient relic. The Holy Spirits recoil in horror. His celestial affinity collapses, and the system warns him to avoid holy beings from now on, and he earns the title of Relic Destroyer. He then takes a sigh of relief, calling the drilling a decent workout. Then he spots the skeleton lying inside and shoots Tan a sharp look, demanding to know how this counts as treasure and why Tan didn't warn him he was smashing a grave. Tan mutters that he never expected him to care. Ignoring him, our boy asks what the real valuable item is. He adds that he refuses to take anything the dead once wore. Tan points to the glowing necklace on the skeleton's chest as the true treasure, a holy object meant for the future saved by angels. If the angels discover it in his master's hands, their entire foundation will collapse while Tan urges him to take it. He reaches out and lifts the necklace. The system identifies it as the glorious heavenly metal. Its holy aura explodes outward, flooding the chamber with blinding light. Mana surges around both him and Tan. Our dude feels the energy sink deep into his body, and a cold shiver climbs up his spine as something powerful starts to awaken inside him. As special skills of the metal get activated, he gets Holy Prophet Hidden Class, and with that, a massive sacred creature forms before Jaeyoung, its entire body glowing with fierce holy energy. It extends a hand toward him and releases a burst of pure mana, the light so bright it feels like a miniature sun exploding in the air. With that, an alert flashes reporting a contradiction between the saintly requirement and his current status as a fatal error. It triggers emergency protocols and shuts the metal down. Then another message appears, urging him to contact customer support. Tan huffing complains that he barely managed to survive the unexpected saint energy. He wants to understand the strange event, but Jaeyoung only studies the metal with a troubled expression. The system confirms the item has been forcibly deactivated due to the contradiction. Our boy realizes his unusual occupation must be the cause and decides to wait until the developers resolve the issue. Later, at mining site No. 2 near the Mikhail estate, a guard steps in front of Hyungtak and blocks his entry, and he finds it very strange. The guard eyes him carefully and questions why someone unfamiliar wants access to the mine. Hyungtak questions why he can't gather minerals, and the guard immediately mentions a required user certificate and fee. The information catches him completely off guard. He remembers all the mining videos he watched in school, and none of them ever mentioned a certificate, and the system clearly changed without warning. The guard continues his explanation as if repeating a familiar rule. Baron Mikhail, who is the owner of the mine, charges a usage fee to keep things fair. Hyungtak asks about the price, and he reveals the monthly fee, which is 30 gold coins. The number hits him hard as 30 gold equals 1 gold per day, and 1 gold equals 100,000 won. He calculates the cost quickly, and feels despair settle in, and no middle school student could ever afford this. His hope of earning money through mining collapses in an instant, and tears gather in his eyes. The guard notices his distress and leans in and observes that Hyungtak obviously lacks funds. He admits he came here to earn money, so paying up front is impossible. The guard's tone softens in a practiced way, as he presents an alternative as he explains, the Lord offers a special policy for people exactly like him, a system that allows users to borrow now and repay later. He gestures toward a small hut to visit, calling it the counseling center. Inside the hut, a green-haired woman manages the registration process. Hyungtak enters with his hope returning slowly, while the guard smirks to himself, already counting another victim considering him another mining slave. Mount Pian's tunnels once suffered from severe labor shortages. Now crowds of workers charge through the passages, trying desperately to pay off their entrance debts before they can earn any real profit. Each person dreams of finding at least one mana stone to make the struggle worthwhile. The green-haired woman watches the swarm with quiet satisfaction. The plan works perfectly. People walk in on their own, but their debts trap them inside. Many have already fallen into the cycle without realizing they have become mining slaves. False hope holds tighter than chains, and even she doubts Baron Mikhail created something this cruel. Someone with a far sharper mind must have crafted it. Meanwhile, our boy eventually finishes his daily quota of 100,000 units. He completes Baron Mikhail's quest and prepares to head to the castle for his reward. As he steps away from the site, Tan notices him doing something unusual and asks what he intends to do next. Jaeyoung replies aloud if Tan fully understands what they have done so far. Tan senses something wrong about it. Jaeyoung lists their actions one by one. They raided a tomb, disturbed ancient structures, stole old artifacts, and damaged corpses when pulling off the necklace. All of it qualifies as a serious crime. Tan realizes Jaeyoung has been fully aware of this from the start. Jaeyoung explains that if anyone discovers this place, things will turn extremely unpleasant for him, and this location must vanish forever. Understanding dawns slowly in Tan's mind as Jaeyoung summons his destroyer weapon and states that they need to erase all evidence. Tan shouts in alarm, unable to believe Jaeyoung truly intends to collapse the entire site. Jaeyoung confirms it without hesitation. Circles appear across the chamber walls, power surges through the ruins, and the entire underground area collapses in a controlled explosion. When the dust settles, Jaeyoung surveys the destruction with deep satisfaction. Nothing remains and no one will ever uncover what happened here. Once they seal the entrance fully, they will be safe from all consequences. He releases a triumphant laugh and Tan watches the efficiency of the act and recognizes that he still has much to learn from our boy. Later at the castle, Baron Mikhail greets Jaeyoung with much enthusiasm as she has been waiting for him. He asks about the recruitment perks, and she beams with pride, announcing that countless miners have joined the operation, all thanks to his idea. The estate can now stay financially stable for a full year. She admits that she doesn't fully understand the method he devised, but as he predicted, voyagers have been rushing into the mine non-stop. She challenges him to guess the number of people who signed the absurd prepayment contract. When he cannot give an estimate, she reveals the total with excitement, 9,693 users. Considering the estate used to handle only about 800 workers a year, the result feels unbelievable. The system works even better than expected, and the estate collects 30% of everything the miners extract, and the rest must be sold within the estate at controlled prices. She marvels at the brilliance of this structure and wonders where he found such inspiration. Jaeyoung deflects the question casually while recalling news stories about corrupt corporate practices. He also notices the shift in her personality, and her growing greed makes him uneasy. He hopes the situation will not spiral beyond his control. Mikhail, already dreaming of greater power, suggests squeezing even more profit from the workers. Perhaps forcing them to work harder might speed up her promotion to Duke. He quickly cuts off that dangerous train of thought and shifts the conversation toward his reward. She pulls out a full bag and presents it with great satisfaction and offers the 10% of additional earnings she promised. Jiyoung gets 120 gold and 23 silver coins as reward, and as he calculates, the amount equals around 12.2 million won, enough to clear his capsule debt with ease. Then she makes a surprising offer and asks if he would consider becoming her business partner. She promises equal rights, shared profits, and even the honor of treating him as a sworn brother. A system notification appears, informing him that this partnership offer carries a significant trust level increase if accepted. Jae-young considers the offer carefully, aware of its potential benefits and hidden risks. Far away from these events, the roots of virtual reality Arcadia's creation tell a different story. The entire world began from one person's inspiration and another person's influence. Jack, the creator of this vast universe, once expressed deep gratitude to Jennifer. He felt she became a blessing during the period when he could not move freely. His emotions ran deeper than any words could express. He promised to sit back someday and watch the world he built entirely for her. 1 month before the current situation, Jack contacted the administrator. He greeted Alice warmly and noticed she seemed unusually busy. He asked what had drawn so much of her attention. Alice reported that a fatal contradiction required immediate correction. The issue exceeded her authority and needed his confirmation, and Jack examined the data with growing interest. The title had shifted into something unexpected: Bard of Anarchy. Even he, as the creator, never included such an element, and the realization struck him at once. An intruder had entered his carefully designed universe, and the world he built had just become far more interesting. The moment the system shifts to the title Bard of Anarchy, Jack's focus sharpens. That title was never part of his original design, which means the user must have forced its creation. His attention closes in on Jae-young's case as he begins connecting every detail. Both the Holy Prophet's item and the glorious heavenly medal are relics reserved for legendary figures from the Holy Demon War, yet one player has secured both at once, an act that already fractures the core setting of Arcadia. A rush of excitement runs through him as Arcadia's existence suddenly feels worth the trouble. Alice explains that the system cannot assign the Holy Prophet class to our boy now, because the contradiction prevents it, and she waits for Jack's judgment. Jack concludes that class switching is not urgent, but the user deserves some form of compensation for discovering rare items and creating such a disturbance. He then considers adjusting the item's properties instead. Alice asks for clarity, and Jack explains that if a user challenges the rules of his universe, then the universe should respond in a way that matches it. He then decides to adjust the balance accordingly by revealing Michael. Meanwhile, Jae-young faces Baron Mikhail's sudden partnership offer that promises equal rights and shared benefits, and accepting the offer would actually increase her favorability toward him. Jae-young refuses the offer politely, and she reacts with stunned confusion and wonders if she failed to offer something suitable. He reveals that his journey across the empire has barely begun and promises to reconsider after he sees more of the world. Inside, he worries that becoming her partner would let her drain every bit of advantage out of him. She steps closer and demands reassurance while he hesitantly mentions they're too close. She then hands him a letter, her personal recommendation for his protection in the empire. The system confirms he has received his quest reward and the Lord's letter of recommendation. He accepts the letter but wonders why such protection is necessary, questioning if a war is happening. She is surprised at his ignorance, explaining that the empire is on the brink of collapse and the letter alone isn't enough. Confused, he realizes the empire's current state is unfamiliar and doubts any player would know this. Only an NPC could. She elaborates that the emperor's health is failing, leaving the young prince, still too inexperienced, as heir. Ambitious factions led by Duke von Hern are scheming to place a puppet ruler on the throne and may even start a war with neighboring nations for personal gain. Absorbing this, Jae-young recognizes the unexpected danger and decides that staying out of politics is the safest course. She continues explaining the letter's importance, that she detailed his achievements carefully, so anyone who reads it, especially members of the royal family, will view him as someone capable of solving serious problems. She urges him to meet Count Borgen first, convinced the man will immediately notice Jae-young's talent and assign him significant tasks, and the kingdom urgently needs competent people during these unstable times. He groans inwardly, wishing for an escape from this mess, but a new system notification interrupts his thoughts. It is not a quest, it is a mission, and the description summarizes the Maroon Kingdom's long history of being bullied by stronger nations. Its founders struggled constantly to survive between hostile powers, yet winds of change now sweep across the land. If he avoids this turning point, he cannot call himself the Bard of Anarchy. He stares at the mission window in miserable disbelief as there is no option to decline. The developers clearly do not care about his preferences. He curses the manipulative game design and accepts his fate. Then he agrees to handle what comes, and her expression lights up with pride, convinced she chose correctly in trusting him. He forces a laugh, acknowledging her confidence in him. As he prepares to leave, she wishes him a safe journey and reminds him he can reach out whenever he needs assistance. He walks away with a strained smile, already feeling that he has gained a troublesome friend. She watches him depart and trusts her instincts, because anyone can sense that he holds enough influence to reshape their entire world. Jae-young is already reshaping Arcadia's fate, whether intentionally or not, and the world bends around his choices. His actions, though sometimes outrageous, follow the system's rules, and compared to the chaos he will cause in the future, everything so far is just a warm-up. As Jae-young passes through the gate, Tan asks if his master feels certain about this direction. Jae-young wonders what he means. Tan explains his understanding that getting involved in mortal politics always leads to heavy trouble, and his master usually avoids such things. Our dude agrees completely, yet he still dismisses the worry with ease. He suggests they give it a try. Tan stares at him, baffled by the contradiction. Jae-young smiles and explains that involvement will help them earn more plausibility points eventually. A system notification suddenly appears as the previous error has been fully resolved. The glorious heavenly metal has been adjusted and restored. Light bursts from the metal in waves, and Tan immediately notices and asks why the item has become so active. Our boy watches as the energy compresses sharply, and wings formed from pure light take shape before him. He freezes in shock as the brightness intensifies. Tan recognizes the phenomenon and stumbles through the realization. The notification confirms the metal has successfully opened a gateway to the holy heavens. A guardian angel is being summoned to protect the user. The item is now permanently bound to Jae-young and cannot be removed. A radiant figure emerges before him, his newly assigned guardian angel. The holy aura reveals the identity of the celestial protector, Archangel Michael, the holy figure of glory. Angels and demons harbor an intense mutual hatred, and now our boy has both of them as his familiars. They fight as soon as they spot each other. An argument breaks out between Tan and Michael, with Tan demanding to know why Michael keeps appearing, and Michael questioning his own presence. Michael explains that her investigation began after Tan left the underworld, only to find that Tan had been destroying sacred sites in the mortal realm, accusing him of losing all sense of reason. Tan defends his actions, claiming Michael would act the same in his place. Michael calls him mentally unstable and challenges him to a duel, which Tan eagerly accepts. Before the duel begins, Jae-young steps in to stop them. Tan urges him to move aside for a real confrontation, taunting Michael for lacking full power without her original form. Michael counters, noting she also cannot reach full strength and recalls her retreat in their past war. Tan blames that retreat on her use of the divine weapon Muspelheim and labels such tactics as underhanded, and she asks what rule ever banned divine weapons in battle. Jae-young recognizes the term from old myth books and from Tan's earlier ramblings, and the thought deepens his confusion. Michael turns her attention toward Jae-young and identifies him as the mortal bound to Tan's contract. He admits the contract exists, but explains he never chose it willingly. Tan reacts with hurt pride after putting so much effort into helping him. Michael warns that plausibility becomes extremely dangerous when held by low-ranking beings like Tan. Tan snaps at the insult, but Michael shifts focus back to Jae-young. She acknowledges the contract cannot be undone now that it has formed, yet she urges him not to fall for the devil's manipulative pulls toward corruption. She offers herself as a guiding guardian who can nurture whatever goodness remains inside him. Jae-young freezes at her sudden offer and Tan mocks her, unable to take it seriously. Michael demands to know what Tan finds amusing, and he confidently declares that as the Lord of Evil, she has never seen a mortal more wicked than Jae-young, sometimes even surpassing demons with his behavior. He reflects on that without rejecting it, as the world already knows the Bard of Anarchy brings chaos wherever he walks. Then his entire gameplay direction has embraced pure destruction. The idea of Michael guiding him toward righteousness feels almost absurd. Michael refuses Tan's judgment and insists every human carries kindness inside, placed there by the Almighty. She declares it her mission to draw that kindness out. She introduces herself with unexpected warmth. Jae-young accepts her involvement casually, and Tan steps in and clarifies that Michel may stay for the master's sake, but the plausibility belongs entirely to Tan, and any attempt to touch it will bring death. Michel challenges Tan's claim, accusing demons of always grabbing what never belonged to them. Tan erupts in anger, insisting she arrived first and deserves the right to remain near the power. Michael accuses him of planning to disturb the heavens again and warns that she already sees through Tan's schemes, and he refuses to tolerate the insults. Jae-young realizes the moment Michel arrives, the noise doubles and he addresses Michael, who answers with polite readiness. Jae-young wonders aloud whether being an angel or demon even matters. The world moves under capitalism, where everything revolves around competition. Since plausibility was mentioned, he points out Tan never receives it for free, which makes him question what Michelle intends to offer in exchange. Life works on exchanges, and paying fair prices counts as common sense. She explains heaven holds many weapons capable of helping mortals, and asks if any interest him. Jae-young refuses the offer and asks instead whether she has any skills to give. She pauses, unsure what he means. Jae-young avoids admitting he barely understands gaming terms. His fighting power remains weak, and he needs strong abilities for facing powerful enemies. So he wants strength, nothing more. The Bard of Anarchy title provides plausibility, yet the penalties destroy all normal perks. No levels, no buildings. The only skills he possesses involve gathering, mining, and diving. Tan's unique items help, but each carries limits, so he needs something to fill the gaps. She reveals a solution, and the system announces a new contract with an angel, forming the skill Possession. Our boy can now use plausibility to channel heavenly power temporarily. She confirms the pact is complete and assures him the heavens will supply what he needs. Jae-young accepts the idea as long as he pays the correct plausibility amount. It sounds promising, so he decides to test it on the spot. He activates Possession, and a violent surge of energy erupts from his body. The brightness explodes outward, throwing Tan far into the distance. Light covers the land, and orcs outside the area freeze in shock at the burst of power. Options include Farron the Glorious Knight, Merlin the Grand Wizard of Truth, Farkle the Legendary Archer, Misfire the Faithful Swordsman. She explains that Possession borrows the power of ancient heroes who devoted their souls through faith, allowing their abilities to surface for a short time. Jae-young sees the potential immediately. Just then, a voice echoes from behind him, ordering him to surrender everything he has gained. He turns to see a giant orc and enormous weapon, promising a clean and painless death after eating him if he obeys. Another creature steps forward and agrees with the threat. Jae-young welcomes their timing as needed test subjects. He immediately triggers Possession, summoning Farron for battle. Mount Pian's mining sites never rest, and users keep digging from morning to night, chasing the illusion of instant wealth. An army of players who entered the game with dreams of jackpots now breaking rocks like exhausted laborers. Their half-hearted effort ruins any hope of success. As time passes, most finally accept the truth that they walked straight into a scam. Hyung-tak, Mount Pian's first slave, struggles with the reality of his situation. He feels useless at everything he tries. He wants nothing more than to leave this place forever. His friends roam freely and hunt monsters, while he hides his shame inside a mine tunnel. The absurdity of slaving away inside a game crushes his motivation, and wealth no longer interests him. Freedom becomes the only thing he desires. A single thought forms sharply that is escape, and running away is his only path out. Before he can think further, a player begs to be released while two guards drag him back. The player insists he bought his capsule to enjoy the game, not to become a prisoner. One player watching it considers him dumb as he tried running, and another dismisses it as waste. Hyung-tak turns toward them, wanting an explanation, and he reveals that running away instantly breaks the contract with the Lord. The moment someone flees, the system marks them as a wanted criminal. Then regardless what they travel, every region hunts fugitives without mercy. The other miner backs up the claim that anyone planning to continue playing must avoid escape at all costs. Even fugitives eventually get dragged back here. The quickest path to freedom involves mining until the debt finally disappears. They ask whether Hyung-tak was thinking of fleeing, and he flinches and denies the idea immediately. He cries as he returns to digging and curses the entire situation under his breath. A notification suddenly appears and his mining skill reaches rank 5. His pickaxe swings faster, and long hours no longer drain his stamina. The system grants him the title Persistent Miner, and the ancient flame has taken interest in him. It finds him appealing because his family line carries generations of iron-related history. He freezes as confusion floods his mind, and he cannot understand what kind of entity the ancient flame even is. Then, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts, ordering him back to work. Far away, our boy activates Possession, and Farron, the Glorious Knight, manifests beside him, wrapped in radiant power. Farron's legend spreads through centuries. His sword never dries from devil blood, and countless survivors once hid safely behind his shield. Wherever he fought, victory followed. Admirers named him Living Glory. Jae-young quietly prefers another nickname. Farron charges at the beast creatures waiting ahead, and his strike lands with explosive force. One creature stares at its ruined arm and the shattered pieces of its shield, stunned by the power. Farron remarks that none of them will escape the underworld's embrace today, and his blade cuts the creature cleanly in two. A system message notified that Farron carries another title, Will Breaker. A legendary being now resides inside Jae-young's body for the duration of the possession. His strength surges as the system grants partial access to Farron's combat skills. Jae-young grips the sword tightly. Tan watches with disbelief, recognizing the divine gear instantly unable to wrap his mind. Our boy beams at the overwhelming rush of power as possession works far better than he imagined. Tan demands an explanation for Farron's presence. Jae-young asks whether he knows him. His devil familiar reacts as if the question itself is ridiculous. Every devil recognizes this lunatic, and Farron once stormed into the underworld alone and massacred devils indiscriminately. Our boy thinks the dude's history paints him as a legendary crusader, but from the underworld's point of view, calling him a criminal probably fits better. He apologizes to the beasts for the delay and prepares for the real fight. The orc towering before him belonged to a field boss group. One of them, Dagger, comments that the mortal's scent has changed. The strength flowing from Jae-young feels completely different. Jae-young understands why. They can sense the hero inside him. Ordinary monsters would have charged at once, but field bosses possess enough intelligence to hesitate. Our boy takes an alternate route after leaving Mikhail's barony, cutting through a dense forest. Although this path is the fastest to his destination, players usually avoid it because a dangerous orc squad claims the area. The system displays their level, 25, and shows they possess significant power. The orc roars and raises its weapon, but Jae-young releases energy, forming a shimmering shield around him, ready to activate his unflinching will instantly. He studies the ability and grins as his turn finally arrives. He asks the enemy to endure a little longer. The divine shield shifts into battle mode as buffs flare to life. Conviction of justice burns bright, and the blazing flame of dawn follows. Jae-young raises his hand and fear spreads through the orcs as they shout warnings. Jae-young orders them to bow before the slash descends. The attack obliterates them, and possession drops immediately afterward. The system begins calculating usage time, revealing that 352 plausibility points were spent. Later, our dude reflects on how casually he swung the sword. Michael watches the aftermath with wide eyes. Even with possession, what occurred should be impossible. She cannot understand how a mortal body endured that much force. A realization strikes her, and she directs her thoughts toward her creator. She finally understands why she was sent here. This mortal carries the potential to rewrite the universe's order. She vows to observe him closely from this moment onward. Jae-young sighs with mild disappointment as he has expected a real battle this time. Night settles over while Tan and Elle rest quietly. Our boy remains awake under the moon. He studies the possession skill with, realizing that using it earlier had been the right choice because it revealed both its strengths and its hidden dangers. The greatest advantage is, the skill erases problems created by level differences during battle. Before this, he had no option except relying on Tan's items to balance himself against stronger enemies. But each item demanded heavy plausibility, and every item vanished after one use, trapping him in unstable fights unless he carried every possible tool. That impossible condition explains why he avoided combat items altogether. Even though this new solution brings relief, several drawbacks rise behind it. He is notified that continuous use of this power forces plausibility costs to increase step by step. He estimates that hunting 3 orcs lasted around 3 minutes. The status window shows the possession reached 10 minutes. The true threat hides in the massive plausibility spent. He cannot imagine how much more would burn away when facing enemies far stronger than orcs. However, he cannot measure how skilled he would become when controlled by different beings, but still he finds it interesting. Ella's voice drifts in and pulls him from his thoughts. She enjoys his serious expression as he evaluates flaws of the skill. He asks if she has just awakened, and she responds that angels keep light sleep, unlike certain others, hinting toward Tan. She notices the concern in his eyes about plausibility, and reminds him that Farhan, who entered him earlier, existed as a saint with overwhelming power, and drawing such a force into this realm naturally requires a matching cost, which makes the spent plausibility acceptable. To her, the most impressive part remains how plausibility itself keeps this impossible situation functioning. He thinks she chooses her words skillfully and admits that even though it feels as if he spent a large amount, the number of paths now open to him increased greatly. He knows the skill will prove useful if he uses it wisely. Elle praises his judgment, but he shifts the topic and asks whether familiars need sleep. She answers without certainty and pushes the question back toward him. Far from their camp, the Maroon Empire operates as the central hub of Arcadia's South Korean server. Even with internal affairs in poor shape, nearby kingdoms still consider Maroon rich because its position in the heart of the second continent grants natural control over trade routes. Countless goods pass through its territory, filling the empire with profits, and major enterprises choose Maroon as their base for the same reason. Inside GM corporate headquarters, blacksmiths gather while an overweight merchant complains loudly. He brought high-quality products, yet no one shows interest. He understands Voyagers run this store, but the situation crosses every acceptable line. An employee apologizes, and the merchant demands his identity. The man introduces himself as John Smith, sub-manager of GM Corporate's main branch. Smith explains that the owner currently attends an extremely important meeting elsewhere. In that other place, Duke von Hern addresses someone with commanding presence. As the highest authority within the Empire's royal hierarchy, he informs his listener that a great war will soon erupt between the Maroon and Fequel empires, and only this conflict can cleanse the long-standing resentment and restore strength to Maroon. Jaegu responds with full agreement and asks how his company can support this cause. Inside his mind, he recognizes that Duke von Hern hides the nature of a villain NPC behind cold words. The Duke controls the entire military force of the South Korean server's main empire, and rumors circulate that he intends to overthrow the weakening king and claim the throne. Regardless of what comes next, he stands as the most powerful partner capable of bringing enormous profit to GM Corporate. Jae-gyu never expected to meet him so soon, and the timing rewards all the research his team completed. Jae-gyu is the youngest son of GM Group's CEO, remembers how someone confronted him about his failures, positions abandoned one after another, scandals left for others to fix, and a career marked by escape rather than responsibility. The warning carried a final threat. One more failure would cut him off from every remaining opportunity. He could only accept his father's judgment. GM Corporate now functions as one of Maroon Empire's core enterprises, but behind that front lies a massive community playing Arcadia Online purely for profit. Jae-gyu leads this group, standing at the crossroads where real-world power meets virtual influence. Duke von Hearn studies him again and reveals his interest in Voyagers. He approached after hearing rumors about their rapid growth and tight internal structure. Meeting him confirms everything. He orders Jae-gyu to secure all grain through any method, promising to pay whatever price is asked. Jae-gyu seeks clarity, and the Duke explains that he intends to shift part of the Empire's military supply chains into GM Corporate's hands, expecting the company to operate quietly. This purpose brought him to a Voyager group instead of to other factions. Jae-gyu pledges complete obedience. After the Duke steps out, Jae-gyu's mind races with triumph. Jae-gyu immediately instructs Smith to contact his father, because more investment is required now that a major opportunity sits before them. Smith hesitates before informing him that headquarters refuses further funding, and Jae-gyu demands a reason. Smith reminds him that $8 billion already went into this project, and expecting more becomes unreasonable. Jae-gyu bursts in anger, questioning how such a small sum can stop them when success is guaranteed. As his anger fades, Jae-gyu understands that additional funding might not come. Yet, the current capital remains enough to move forward. Supplying Duke von Hearn with military goods could create extraordinary gains if the Duke conquers the Fuquel Empire. If that victory leads to the throne, the entire economy of the Korean server would fall into their hands. Jae-gyu addresses his father silently, vowing to prove his worth through Arcadia because no one can stop him. Meanwhile, in another region, a man smiles with amusement and notes that Mikhail has sent this visitor. The speaker is Count Borgen, ranked third in the royal hierarchy. He welcomes our guy into his domain. Jae-young hands the letter to Borgen, who recognizes it's from Baron Mikhail. Jae-young confirms this, while explaining that Mikhail shared almost nothing, and only mentioned that Borgen would understand everything after reading the letter and would offer protection. He assumes the contents must contain some information about him. Before Jae-young completes his thought, Borgen tears the letter apart without opening it. Jae-young watches stunned, and Borgen fixes his sharp gaze on him while demanding the real reason Mikhail sent him here. He realizes Borgen wants words from his own mouth instead of anything written. He returns a calm smile and admits he holds no clear answer because he simply followed Mikhail's instructions. In the end, opinions from someone like him rarely matter since people with authority usually handle decisions of this weight. Both men hold each other's gaze briefly before Borgen bursts into booming laughter. He approves instantly and understands why Mikhail chose Jae-young. In his view, she judged that Jae-young carries the ability required to help prevent the incoming war between empires. Our boy questions whether Borgen truly believes he possesses such power. He doubts achieving anything on that scale. Borgen studies his steady expression and notes how Jae-young shows no shock after hearing about the war, which proves Mikhail already warned him beforehand. She clearly places great trust in him. Borgen asks whether he formed any useful thoughts. Jae-young begins by confirming the overall situation. The prince remains too young to grasp the crisis properly. Most nobles remain passive under the Duke's shadow, and power keeps drifting toward a single center. Borgen agrees with these points. Our dude shows he understands everything. After a brief pause, explains that two paths exist, one easy and one far harder. Borgen reacts with mild surprise at the idea of an easy option. Jae-young assures him that such a path exists, and Borgen previously pointed to the Duke as the root of all problems, and any group collapses when its leader falls. Borgen catches the meaning instantly and realizes Jae-young refers to killing the Duke. Jae-young's smile confirms this interpretation. Borgen erupts into another round of laughter, impressed by Mikhail's eye for talent. He already finds him entertaining. Borgen admits he has considered killing as well, yet he questions whether Jae-young understands the scale of difficulty. Master-level knights and elite mages guard the Duke constantly, watching every direction at every hour. If a genius existed who could assassinate someone under such extreme protection, Borgen would eagerly meet that person. Our boy volunteers himself. Borgen stares at him as if he missed every detail discussed so far. He calmly confirms he heard everything clearly. Borgen asks him not to take offense, but from outward appearance, Jae-young seems incapable of even reaching the Duke's collar, much less killing him. Then, Borgen demands to know how he intends to succeed. Our dude responds with a confident smile. It confuses Borgen, who mutters about reckless youth before rising and inviting him to follow. Borgen leads him into an arena and explains that such confidence requires proof. He declares a duel against Borgen himself. Mikhail carries a quick temper, yet chooses people with sharp instinct, so Borgen refuses to tolerate disappointment. He is none other than Empire Shield's Swordmaster, ranked 3rd in the royal hierarchy. A strong aura spills from his blade as he prepares. Jae-young wastes no time and activates possession and absolutely summons Karpalus the Wandering Knight. A burst of powerful energy surrounds him, shifting the air and leaving Borgen momentarily speechless. Moments earlier he looked like someone unaware of holding a sword, but now he radiates the presence of a warrior who dedicated a lifetime to the blade. Karpalus merges with him as the system grants temporary access to the possessor's strength. Jae-young notes the 5-minute limit. Borgen watches his opponent announce that he intends to finish everything within that short window to avoid wasting plausibility. The statement only deepens Borgen's confusion. Jae-young triggers Rapid Footsteps, Blitz Battle, and Blade of the Wind in quick succession. He charges forward while having Air Spirit's protection. His first strike crashes against Borgen's sword with overwhelming weight, surprising even the seasoned master. Jae-young admits inwardly that he planned to end the duel with that opening blow, yet swordmasters stand far above normal fighters. He withdraws to reassess. Borgen acknowledges him now, recognizing him as no ordinary voyager. Jae-young smiles and asks whether the situation appears clearer. Borgen confirms without hesitation and accepts that Jae-young did not exaggerate about handling the assassination personally. Jae-young seeks full confirmation before suggesting that they end the match. Borgen refuses and explains that he will now reveal his own power. He activates Invisible Blade and Aura Blade together, surrounding himself completely with destructive force. He mentions that he obtained the Swordmaster title only recently. Some might consider him a fool for it, yet he carries immense pride in his abilities. His rising aura stands as proof of that claim. With those words, he unleashes his technique. Jae-young tightens his grip and questions whether Borgen truly needs to escalate to this degree. He steadies himself and declares readiness to endure the strike. Borgen rushes forward and releases a devastating attack that leaves Jae-young genuinely astonished by its strength. During the fierce clash, Borgen suddenly catches something that freezes him mid-thought. The technique unfolding before his eyes resembles Invisible Blade, yet it carries a force different from his own execution. The skill belongs only to those reaching the level of Swordmaster, which leaves only one conclusion: that our dude stands on that same tier even if his appearance never hinted at such mastery. A system prompt emerges for Jae-young, informing him that he just unleashed a restricted skill requiring level 150 or higher, listing Invisible Blade and Aura Blade together. The alert warns that this usage will drain additional plausibility. He reacts with irritation, disliking that he must pay even more, and he directs a mental complaint toward Ellie. Borgen notices Jae-young muttering to himself during the duel, but he urges him to finish this quickly. He surges upward with intensifying force while gathering energy around his entire body and driving his blade directly toward Borgen. Their swords collide with a roaring impact, and shock pushes Borgen's feet backward across the ground, yet he barely maintains balance through sheer will. Our boy takes advantage of the moment and drives another strike forward, knocking Borgen's sword clean out of his grip. The possession skill releases instantly, and the heavenly aura vanishes. Borgen drops to the floor, stunned that he survives such an exchange at all. The system begins calculating the duration and reviewing his usage, and the final number appears: 2,812 plausibility points consumed. Another message follows, rewarding him for defeating an opponent with master-level ability. He is granted the title Miracle Duelist, along with an additional power boost from Tan. He stares at the number, unable to process that the cost exceeded 2,800. Ella smiles at his reaction and explains that unlike the previous encounter, he fought with no restraints and drew out everything. She points out that he clearly enjoyed the battle more than he realizes. His expression turns conflicted at her observation. Elle continues her assessment, noting how exceptional his execution looked. Even with heavenly assistance, controlling techniques that precisely usually proves impossible, she wonders whether he trained with a sword earlier in life. Jae-young admits that he handled weapons before in other situations. Elle asks which places he refers to. Internally, he recalls reaching top ranking in a Rhythm Blade game, which he decides counts as some form of experience. Borgen slowly rises while supporting himself, his thoughts tangled in disbelief. As a swordmaster of the Maroon Kingdom, he failed to read his opponent's blade path. That impossibility leads him to assume Jae-young exists as some hidden monstrous genius. Jae-young observes Borgen's trembling posture. Borgen, still on one knee, asks with unfamiliar seriousness about the source that drives Jae-young's sword technique. Jae-young answers lightly that perhaps wind forms its foundation. The response leaves Borgen momentarily speechless, because wind surpasses all elements through speed, adaptability, and sharpness. He suddenly becomes desperate to approach that same peak. The realization explodes inside him, and without warning he begins practicing sword movements right on the spot. Tan stares in confusion and asks why Borgen started training out of nowhere. Jae-young admits he has no idea either. Later inside the castle, Borgen bows deeply and offers a sincere apology for his earlier behavior. He blames his discourtesy on ignorance and requests forgiveness while addressing Jae-young as Lord. He accepts the apology without trouble. Borgen returns to their earlier topic and seeks confirmation that assassination indeed offers the simplest solution, since the Duke stands behind every issue harming the Empire. He agrees that our dude holds the skill to carry out such a task if anyone can, yet Borgen fears the chaos that would spread across the royal family after the Duke's death. Jae-young asks whether Borgen ever heard of the Gordian knot. When asked, Jae-young explains that the knot was an overly tangled problem that resisted every careful attempt to undo it, yet the answer simply came through cutting it apart entirely. Some problems refuse slow unraveling, some require direct severing, and whatever happens afterward will sort itself out naturally. Clarity rises through him as he realizes that only someone like Jae-young can compress the Empire's entire crisis into such a simple explanation. He accepts that no choice remains except following his lead. He bows deeply once more, recognizing that Jae-young's nature carries a fearsome weight equal to his sword. A new notification appears for Jae-young, announcing that he has taken the first step toward becoming a hidden force behind major changes in the Maroon Empire. The mission updates and a subquest forms. Its description emphasizes that avoiding such turmoil contradicts the essence of the Bard of Anarchy. Participation becomes mandatory. Jae-young reads through these messages with amused disbelief. The game throws a mission requiring the Duke's assassination as if it were a casual chore. The system strikes him as endlessly entertaining. Tan asks excitedly if he actually plans to kill the Duke. Elle tightens with worry at the idea. Tan questions why she has issues with the plan, wondering if she intends to deliver a moral lecture like a stubborn mortal. Elle responds sharply that nothing feels more cowardly than assassination. The act belongs to those who lack honor. A proper approach demands a direct challenge and a fair contest. Jae-young interprets Ellie's logic. Killing becomes fine as long as notice occurs beforehand. Elle confirms this proudly. She insists that at least 3 days must be granted to prepare for death, whether through duel or assassination. That timing represents true honor. Tan argues that Ella suffers from mental instability. She fires back, refusing to accept words from a wicked devil. Their bickering escalates until Jae-young cuts between them. He announces that he holds no immediate intent to kill the Duke. Shock spreads across both of their faces. Jae-young explains that decisions require hearing both sides, because the Duke must have reasons driving his actions. No powerful figure moves without motive. From Jae-young's point of view, as someone not born in this empire, wars and shifting power bring opportunity rather than disaster. Profit stands as the only true concern. He states clearly that he will align himself with whoever offers the greatest reward and asks whether anyone holds a problem with this stance. Tan approves instantly. Elle reacts with moral outrage. She grumbles about promises made earlier and insists that hesitation feels unacceptable. Tan mocks her attitude for an angel. Jae-young reflects quietly that promises can always be dropped when more valuable rewards appear. This belief defines the way he approaches everything in this world. At GM Group headquarters, the news runs that Agent Electronics breaks past 5 million won per share during trading hours, reaching the exact price Jun-hee Lee once predicted during the Arcadia unveiling event. Investors erupt with excitement, crediting this miracle entirely to Dreamer. Soon-young Choi, CEO of GM Group, watches the broadcast with a sigh, cursing Dreamer under his breath while wondering how Ajin managed to build something so outrageous. His thoughts drift to the past. 5 years ago, his company had competed evenly with others in the market. Yet now, after falling behind in the smartphone revolution and other innovations, GM Group stands in a miserable state. Dreamer's rise threatens more than market share. It changes global trends, pushes new industries forward, and leaves old giants like construction and automotive useless. Unless he adapts, the age of GM Group dominance will end, and he begins searching desperately for a solution. His phone rings and someone reports that his son has arrived and demands an urgent meeting. Moments later, Jae-gyu bursts into the office brimming with excitement, insisting he needs 8 billion won at once. Sun-young Choi sweats, recognizing his son previously squandered before running away, and now he returns asking for even more. Jae-gyu's eyes gleam with fierce certainty as he begs his father to trust him one last time. The father snaps that 8 billion isn't pocket money and refuses to pour another fortune into that ridiculous Ajin game. If he seeks investment, he must present a proper report. Jae-gyu slams a heavy bundle of documents onto the desk. His father flips through them nervously and stops when he reads the title, Maroon Empire Colonization Plan. He questions whether any of this can be trusted. Jae-gyu assures him with complete confidence, explaining he already made contact with a powerful figure known as the Duke, and that everything moves according to plan. If successful, they can recreate Arcadia's power, but keep control in their own hands. His father falls into deep thought before quietly announcing 50 billion won as the investment. Jae-gyu blinks in shock as Soon-young replies, "No more funds will follow." Jae-gyu leaves with a burst of gratitude as the door slams behind him. Soon-young remains still, staring at the report and thinking how games he once dismissed as childish have now twisted the real world into something almost unrecognizable. Meanwhile, at the Von Hern Duchy mansion, guards stand vigilant when a visitor arrives from distant lands. They introduce him as Lord Leonard, a secret emissary from the Northern Harmel Empire. Duke von Hern welcomes him and asks what business brings him so far south. Leonard explains that their empire has learned of the Duke's preparations for war and wishes to offer support. If the Duke promises the Hyrule Plains to Harmel after victory, the Empire will spare no resources. They can even help raise him to the Maroon Throne. The Duke reflects on the plains, an expanse between mountain ranges bordering both empires and a territory Harmel naturally desires to secure. The offer appears free of deception under these conditions. He shakes Leonard's hand with a pleased smile, expressing interest in their partnership. Leonard hopes the Duke honors his promise before departing. Alone again, the Duke lets his confidence settle. Everything proceeds according to his design. He muses about ruling beneath one person yet above millions, recognizing that such a position grants absolute influence. Only one person exists above him, and ironically, that individual is only an 8-year-old child. The Empire needs a leader of true wisdom rather than empty speeches, and he considers himself the perfect candidate. A voice interrupts his thoughts, greeting him cheerfully. Jaegyu steps inside and introduces himself as a representative of GM Corporate. The Duke frowns with curiosity, and Jaegyu explains that interim reports are essential for a transaction of this size. He describes how GM Corporate contacted the rival Fakwell Empire and previous trading partners, secured the entire production volume for the year, and purchased as much grain from the market as possible without triggering price instability. The Duke immediately understands the deeper strategy that's to cut enemy supply lines, secure resources, and maintain domestic stability. He praises Jaegyu's clever thinking for a voyager, yet admits he has never encountered this idea of purchasing future goods in advance. Jaegyu outlines the concept of futures trading, a method where both sides agree beforehand to trade goods at set prices on fixed dates. Duke laughs with genuine amusement, finding the idea simple yet brilliant. Jaegyu accepts the praise and reminds him that GM Corporate risked everything on this deal. He requests clarification about the earlier promised reward. The Duke rises sharply, hinting that Jaegyu rushes too far ahead. He claims overwhelming responsibilities and insists such matters can wait until after the war. Jaegyu stares blankly, confused, until the Duke turns with a cold glance and asks whether he doubts him. Fear tightens Jaegyu's throat as he denies the thought immediately. The Duke dismisses him and returns to his tasks. Outside, Jaegyu slams his fist against the door in frustration, cursing the Duke for acting like a cunning fox despite being nothing more than an NPC, but he also knows he has no choice. He invested far too much to oppose the Duke directly. He must play along and wait for his opening. He reviews the costs. 500,000 gold spent on existing grain alone, draining all 50 billion won. The amount still fell short of controlling the broader Arcadian grain circulation, forcing him to rely on futures contracts to seize the Fakwell Empire's supply as well. For completing such monumental transactions, the promised compensation totals 10 million gold, equivalent to 1 trillion won. If the plan collapses, GM Corporate will vanish, and the entire group may fall with it. He knew his father would never approve such madness, so he pushed everything forward in secret. Jaegyu breathes deeply while reminding himself that war will erupt. Once it begins, grain prices will surge uncontrollably. This isn't reckless gambling, it is a calculated investment. He must ensure this succeeds. It is the last chance he has to redeem himself. Just then, our boy steps out from behind him and Jaegyu spins around and demands to know who he is. Jaegyu rushes toward Jaeyoung while shouting for him to stop, yet he slips out of sight before Jaegyu reaches him. Jaegyu curses under his breath as the empty hallway confirms he completely lost the intruder. The figure hid beneath a plain cape, but Jaegyu had clearly recognized the clothing, standard gear for new voyagers. That detail raises an alarming thought for him that an outsider, not an NPC, somehow entered the Duke's mansion, and if that person overheard anything, his entire plan might collapse. Jaegyu lifts a finger as a signal and 2 disguised men drop behind him quietly. He instructs them to monitor the reception room closely and bring the infiltrator straight to him. If the trespasser is another voyager, they must capture him without fail. The men accept the order, and Jaegyu steels himself internally, refusing to allow anyone to ruin his ambitions. Inside the room, Duke von Hern faces Jaeyoung with a sharp gaze. He remarks that a guest referred by Count Borgen deserves attention, since the old swordsman never recommends anyone lightly. The Duke demands the purpose behind this meeting and warns that wasting his time would only damage Jaeyoung's own standing. Jaeyoung offers blunt information that Count Borgen plans to assassinate Duke. A faint smile remains on the Duke's lips, but his eyes harden immediately as he requests an explanation. Jaeyoung outlines everything he heard previously, and ends by stating that Borgen firmly believes removing the Duke is the only path to stopping the incoming war. The Duke questions whether Jaeyoung expects him to trust such claims without evidence. Jaeyoung replies calmly that if proof truly matters, the Duke already carries enough suspicions to fill the gaps himself. The Duke laughs, admitting the statement isn't entirely wrong. Tan leans close to Jae-young and reminds him that Jae-young intended to kill the Duke earlier. Borgin merely explored the idea without committing to it. Ella reacts with distress, insisting the difference hardly changes the real danger. He silences both sharply. The Duke focuses on him again, noting how unexpected it feels to hear that a man as upright as Borgin would consider killing. People move toward extremes when pressure crushes them. He wonders why our boy chose to bring this information forward. He answers explaining that the Empire would benefit more from a wise and mature ruler than an unprepared child. The Duke blinks, caught off guard, while Jae-young continues, "If anyone should lead the Empire, the Duke fits the role best." The Duke bursts into loud amusement and demands his name. He introduces himself as Dex, and Duke shakes his hand vigorously, declaring their future relationship promising. Jae-young responds that he intends to meet those expectations fully. After he steps outside, Elle admits she never imagined he would walk away so casually after planting false information. She prays silently for forgiveness over the deceit. Tan presses him, confused by this sudden shift in loyalties. Jae-young stretches his arms lazily and wonders aloud whether such explanations are even needed. He simply intends to gather more plausibility through his actions. Both companions stare blankly as he continues. The war will erupt regardless of anyone's intervention. Whether Maroon strikes first or Fakewell launches the initial attack holds little importance. Only one truth matters. The spreading turmoil increases Jae-young's value, which means more opportunities for plausibility, exactly like the mine incident. Tan asks why he didn't join the Duke straight away if he aims to benefit from the conflict. Jae-young advises patience, and if the Duke gains the throne without resistance, no one remains to challenge him, removing future conflict entirely. Supporting Borgin's side balances the scales and prolongs the struggle. Tan admits initial confusion before realizing the meaning. Jae-young confirms it with a grin. Chaos doesn't only come from foreign wars. Internal power struggles create even deeper disruption. When two strong factions collide, the resulting chaos multiplies, and so do the profits. Double warfare, after all, doubles plausibility. Tan calls him a monster for viewing war like a business plan. Jae-young remarks that betrayal requires proper timing and execution. Loyalty to one side holds no value for someone who pursues gain above everything else. Elle demands to know what he is doing now, but Jae-young lifts his arms with a yawn, stating that living purely by personal benefit represents the core of true evil, and he can already feel plausibility gathering around him. At that moment, two masked men suddenly appear before him, urging him to accompany them. Our boy studies them, thinking the situation just turned far more interesting. After that, Jae-young is escorted by the guards to the main building of GM Corporation in the game. Jae-gyu offers him a seat, while our boy points out, sarcastically, that how warm his welcome is. Both of them size each other up, and the first thing they notice is that they can't see each other's character names, which immediately breeds distrust. Jae-young asks why he has been brought here. Jae-gyu answers that he wants to confirm something, and without wasting any time, he demands the details of our boy's conversation with Duke von Hern. Jae-young points out that he is not obliged to tell him anything. Jae-gyu slams his fist on the table, snapping that he doesn't understand the situation at all. Meanwhile, both of his familiars remark that he is the one provoking Jae-gyu, but Jae-young reasons with them that the blondie started it first. He calmly considers his situation and the next course of action. He is surrounded by 7 guards, and he still doesn't know Jae-gyu's identity because it's hidden. Even so, he can infer a few things from this meeting, most importantly, that Jae-gyu wants to keep him here. If things go south, he knows he will have to use his possession skill. At that moment, Smith interrupts their conversation. His presence shifts the atmosphere, and he explains that they only want to know whether Jae-young has received any quest from the Duke. Jae-young immediately understands that this person can be reasoned with, so he points out Jae-gyu's hostile attitude. Jae-gyu, however, is still furious. He threatens him, warning him not to interfere with their plans and even ordering him not to meet the Duke again. Unfazed, our boy asks him to complete his threat. Jae-gyu leans forward and continues, promising that he will make Jae-young's life in this game a living hell. Suddenly, Smith grabs Jae-gyu's collar and orders him to behave within his limits. Then he turns to Jae-young and apologizes on Jae-gyu's behalf, explaining that Jae-gyu is tense because of his investment with the Duke. He then introduces his corporation. When he mentions that they are created by the real GM group from the real world, Jae-young is taken aback. Smith places a large amount of money on the table, explaining that they are currently investing in Arcadia, especially with the Duke, so this money is being offered to gain Jae-young's favor. To everyone's shock, Jae-young immediately takes the money, since all he has to do is abandon the quest given by the Duke. Later, in isolation with his 2 familiars, he still can't believe how perfectly things turn in his favor. In the end, Jae-gyu also wants the war to start early. Ella wants him to have an open conversation about everything, but Jae-young simply answers that this works out better for him. After all, he gets extra cash. He thinks about how interesting things are becoming, since the GM group also clearly wants to profit from the coming war. He isn't sure how. They might provide rations, weapons, or some kind of exclusive deal with the Duke. He tries to set the topic aside, knowing the war will eventually profit him as well. But then his expression darkens. He can't stand the thought of Jaegyu winning with his arrogant plan. Making up his mind, he suddenly announces that he will assassinate the Duke. Tan hates the idea, while Angel is delighted. Tan urges him to reconsider, insisting he shouldn't kill the innocent Duke. Ella, however, is excited because Jae-young is keeping his promise to Count Borgen and wants to set the stage for a duel immediately. Jae-young, however, explains that he can't complicate things with an open challenge. All he needs to do is quietly assassinate the Duke. Elle's face darkens when she hears his plan. She immediately states that she won't help him with her possession skill if this is what he is planning. Jae-young can't believe it, but she explains firmly that assassination is a grave sin. It robs someone of the chance to say goodbye to their loved ones and kills them when they are off guard. Because of that, she refuses to use her heavenly power for such an act. Jae-young tries to coax her, insisting she should use it only for him, but she doesn't budge. Tan is annoyed by their back and forth, but suddenly an idea strikes him. He addresses Jae-young and offers his own help instead. He will lend him some underworld power. Jae-young immediately understands that Satan also has a possession-type skill, which he confirms with an evil grin. Tan uses his magic, and a dark carving appears on Jae-young's foot. With that mark, he establishes a temporary contract with the underworld. To acquire the power, he uses plausibility. As Jae-young notices the door beginning to open, his grin widens. The next moment, several options appear for him to choose his character. Tan asks for his opinion, and Jae-young admits that the underworld really prizes additional utility-driven abilities, unlike Heaven, which focuses purely on power. However, he still wants to know why Tan never mentioned having a possession skill, since that would have given him more options. Satan explains that there is no particular reason, except he assumed Jae-young would prefer heavenly power. Jae-young is irritated that Satan still doesn't understand him. He turns back to the screen and excitedly scrolls through the choices, feeling like he's shopping. He chooses a Death Reaper-type character. When Satan asks about the choice, Jae-young explains that he has read about him in a book. Suddenly, Elle recognizes the character as it is none other than Lich Argamer, the deadly Legion commander and the head of all necromancers. He is known as someone who brought calamity to the entire continent, causing the downfall of one empire and 4 kingdoms. Wherever he goes, he only brings death, and his name is still spoken with terror even after centuries. Now, with the character's power, our boy looks at the guards on duty, who are 2 reasonably built men. He is about to test his new power on them. Suddenly, one of the guards senses our boy's aura. He nudges his companion and tells him to look toward Jae-young, wondering if he is even human. In the next moment, our boy possesses Lich Argamer, and a powerful aura erupts around him, sending chills through both guards. The power of Argamer awakens inside him, and our boy is already eagerly anticipating what he can do with it. The guards are overwhelmed by the ominous feeling and immediately associate it with a black sorcerer, someone with a high-level ability. That means they have to use all their power from the very beginning of the battle. The blonde guard warns his companion that they should forget about capturing their target alive. His companion argues that they can't identify him properly if they kill him like this. However, Render reminds his companion of their situation. If they fail here, this person could take over the entire Duke von Hern's mansion. The dark aura bursts from our boy and rushes toward the guards. One of them immediately raises his holy shield and braces himself with his sword. Watching them, Jae-young realizes the guards are truly as incredible as the rumors claimed. Looking at Render more closely, he realizes they are Crusader-level fighters. Render is adamant about going all out and unleashes his Holy Rift, Judgment Blade. But our boy dodges the attack with excitement and counters it with Spirit Spear. A massive skeletal spear bursts from the shadows and pierces straight through Render's body. As he fades away, Render manages to recognize the skill, which is one that only a necromancer could use. His companion begins trembling in fear after witnessing Render's end. He can't believe that a lich has appeared suddenly in the middle of the Maroon Empire. He immediately tries to run inside to warn everyone, but before he can take another step, our dude finishes him off as well. He can't risk every guard turning against him, especially because necromancers are at their weakest before summoning the undead. With both guards down, he starts the next step of his plan, which is the Rise of the Dead. Both guards are resurrected as undead, one as a low-level undead ghoul warrior and the other as a mid-level death knight. Now, our boy wants to see what the GM group has been planning with the Duke, so that he can easily destroy that plan. Basically, necromancers depend on mana and a supply of corpses. As long as they have both, they can unleash as many undead as they want. This makes a necromancer a massive legion in and of himself. That is why they show tremendous efficiency in large-scale wars or sieges. Now our boy, with his necromancy power, completely disrupts the coordination of the remaining guards of the Duke. He is glad he made a quick judgment and launched a surprise attack. The guards are in a panic, unable to understand the source of the undead attacking them. They guess it might be coming from the Fequel Empire. One guard asks his companions to stop the undead and send for the Crusaders, but his companion reminds him that the Crusaders were already wiped out and turned into undead, and even if they were alive, they would be with the Duke right now. The guards can't believe they have been abandoned like this, and our boy realizes the same. He immediately activates his power in order to use the guard's skills for himself. In the next moment, the guards see a giant skeletal monster standing in front of them. Before they can even understand what the creature is, they are wiped away instantly. With clear enthusiasm, our boy immediately turns them into undead soldiers in his growing legion and prepares to assign them a special mission, bringing their Duke to him. He disguises this task as an opportunity for them to take revenge on the Duke who abandoned them. Looking at the mansion, Jae-young is quite enjoying himself as he murmurs how pointless it would be for the Duke to run away. Inside, the Duke wakes up from the commotion and immediately calls for his guards, unaware of what is happening outside. His subordinate bursts through the door and urges him to escape to a safer place. The Duke can't believe the absurdity of that suggestion. Nowhere should be safer than his own mansion. Finally, the subordinate reveals that a lich has appeared in the mansion, which terrifies the Duke as well. He orders his guard to protect him, and the subordinate complies at once, saying he will summon the Crusaders. Meanwhile, our boy has already located the Duke and wiped out the remaining guards. The Duke, now trembling, weakly threatens him. Suddenly he recognizes the blade held by one of the undead. It belongs to Render. In that moment, he realizes that all the undead surrounding him were once his own guards. Now trembling, the Duke realizes that the lich is really in the mansion. Jae-young reveals himself and greets him. The Duke immediately recognizes him as the Voyager from before, and eagerly offers to listen to whatever Jae-young demands and give him anything. Jae-young smiles evilly and reveals that he wants the Duke's last breath, sending a chill down his spine. Hearing this, the Duke asks Jae-young his motives. Jae-young explains that the Duke should have chosen his side wisely, because he doesn't care about the Duke's plan for a war to seize the throne. He only cares about what should not be done to anger him. Things will not go smoothly now, as the Duke has dragged innocents into this, and Jae-young is about to take his life. The Duke begs for mercy, but our boy orders his undead soldiers to finish him. Watching his own death, the Duke realizes how everything he built is now futile. In the next moment, he is beheaded by the undead. His system confirms the Duke's death, which causes a significant disruption to the secret plan. In the aftermath, 321 quests are detected. He also earns the title of Aristocrat Killer. Along with that, he receives a reward, which will be calculated after he completes his subquests. He also gains 53,000 plausibility points. He is quite excited to see his rewards, as it's a whole different level compared to the slime incident. Creating a mess always pays off. Both his familiars are also excited, sensing the great power emanating from him, and the plausibility reacts, skyrocketing. They want to know what he really did to gain it. He is slightly annoyed by their ability to sense things. Then he asks Satan whether there is a separate time limit to use Lich Argamor. Satan answers that there isn't. As long as he has plausibility, he can use it. Jae-young grins evilly, ready to play dirty and do things properly. With that, he has already made the Duke undead, because he has his eyes on the places he will destroy. And next, he will start with Jegu. At the Holy Empire, Saint Pope Haman cannot sleep because of some unknown reason and prays that no life will be lost today. At that moment, Saint Sylvia addresses him, and he wonders why she is present this early in the morning. She reveals that she has foreseen something related to a tremendous force of darkness rising in the Arcadian continent. The Pope asks whether she has any clue about the location where it is happening. At that, she reveals that the one who dies is Duke von Hern. The Pope immediately recognizes him as an influential figure from the Maroon Empire. He consoles the Saintess, saying she is chosen by God to be warned of such events. He tackles the problem by summoning the Holy Knight and Lieutenant Jagudiel, revealing the prophecy the Saintess has seen, and asking him to go to the Empire and thoroughly investigate the Duke and the dark traces of darkness there. Now our boy is informed that the Duke's duchy has fallen, its productivity decreased by 85%, and its military strength declined by 98%. Consequently, the residents are escaping from the duchy. Placing his flag on the mansion, he destroys the duchy in a single blow and acquires the title of Merciless Necromancer. With this, the Duke's plan is thwarted, and he claims 14,000 plausibility. Looking at his breakthrough, he likes the power of the Necromancer to the extent that he wishes he had chosen this class sooner if he had known. However, it's not every day he sees corpses like this. Not to mention, the Legion is quite powerful. He can use it efficiently and gain a huge profit of 60,000 plausibility. But there is a downside. This is borrowed power, and he needs to consume plausibility to use it. In such cases, he might end up consuming more plausibility than he earns. He then asks his devil familiar about the amount of plausibility he has consumed. After calculating the wreckage he caused, he concludes that he has consumed more than 42,000 plausibility. Our boy asks for a discount, complaining that the possession skill is too expensive. Tan reminds him that this is not a marketplace. Besides, they have strict rules on pricing. He must use plausibility to acquire power. Jae-young reasons that he is a loyal customer and should get some coupons or benefits. This irritates Tan, who tells him to stop treating him like a department store. Playing sly, Jae-young threatens that he will contact Ella if Tan refuses to give him a discount. Having no choice, Tan finally agrees to give him a 2,000 plausibility discount. Our boy tries to pay only 35,000. They finally settle on 36,500. He hands over 36,500 plausibility, and the system congratulates him for negotiating with a devil himself. He becomes the first person to trick a devil, earning him the title Satan's Freeload Trickster. His negotiation skill increases, giving him an advantage when negotiating with regular NPCs. His rank increases from rank F to rank 7 in a single leap, surprising him. He understands it's because he used the skill against Satan himself, who now complains about how our guy gets the better end of the deal. L mocks him, saying this is what happens when he turns greedy. Looking at the duchy, he decides he is done with this place and asks his familiars to stay there until he returns, as he needs to go somewhere. Both are curious about his sudden departure. He vaguely reveals that he is going to finish something. When they ask what, he simply answers they will soon find out, and that it will surprise them. With that, he logs out. He then goes to the official website of Arfandia, where the hottest news is the destruction of the Duchy Empire. There is also news about the necromancer who did it. Someone has posted screenshots of the necromancer with a caption claiming the user must be an epic tier player to cause such destruction. There are countless comments, each comparing this incident to the destruction of the beginner's village. People are also cursing the game developers for not doing anything. Looking at his screen, he wonders what people will think when they discover that he is behind both incidents, though he has no intention of getting caught. Now he wants to teach Jae-gyu a lesson. In the past, he always loved MMORPG games, so this is not his first time dealing with someone like Jae-gyu and the GM group. He already has experience dealing with people who abuse their power and engage in all kinds of bullying tactics. That is why he has planned everything carefully after meeting Jae-gyu. He opens the file folder and grins. He has already told his familiars to keep an eye on Jae-gyu, making the next phase of his plan easier for him. Then he opens the video in which Jae-gyu is going to be exposed, removing all parts that might harm him and arranging the remaining clips to create a narrative that clearly appears to be a scheme. There is footage of the Duke dealing with Jae-gyu, discussing the profit they will gain if a war breaks out, and Jae-gyu reveals that they can make a profit of 8 million. Then, Jae-gyu appears in another video, excited about dominating not only the Maroon Empire, but the entire continent with the Duke's cooperation. He is thrilled at the idea of monopolizing the grain supply, something that could earn him maybe 100 times more profit in the future, all because some people cannot stop playing a game. Finally, Jae-young finishes editing the video and feels satisfied with the result. He uploads it, eagerly anticipating the public's reaction. Then he posts the video on his channel with a caption revealing the real culprit behind the Von Hern Duchy's destruction, clarifying that it is not the work of a monster. After a while, his video has millions of views with thousands of comments swarming in. People immediately accept the video because the grain and weapon prices really have increased. Everyone is calling Jae-gyu an abuser of power and all sorts of names. Jae-gyu, after finally finding the video, is sweating because he has truly screwed up. Smith also looks over his shoulder and watches the video. Jae-gyu wants to know how their conversation gets leaked. The butler is just as confused because even the guards are not allowed nearby when they talk, and it is unlikely for any users to be in the vicinity. Jae-gyu cannot believe this conversation could be leaked and angrily breaks the laptop. He is determined to find whoever is behind the video leak, even if he has to stake everything. His subordinate reminds him that they need to focus on damage control instead of chasing the culprit, because this can ruin the GM group's reputation. At that moment, Jae-gyu gets a call from his father. Smith guesses that it may already be too late, and Jae-gyu is terrified to answer the call. The news is also circulating in the media, stating that the GM group is accused of hoarding within a game's economic system. Not only that, Aegin Electronics reveals that the GM group has invested a significant amount in gold, which might have reached 1 trillion won. Consequently, the GM group is now awaiting statements from the Fair Trade Commission and the prosecution. Meanwhile, Myun-lee is also watching the news. She smiles, seeing that this is the first time in history virtual reality is affecting the real world so directly. The executive director warns her, asking if she is sure about making this incident public. She confirms it because it can set an example for other companies who are eyeing Arcadia. He reminds her that they will not stay quiet. Rising from her seat, she answers that she is ready for anything they throw at their company, but GM Group will suffer more if they prolong this issue, and GM Group is smart enough to know it. Not only that, this way, other companies will know they will face consequences if they mess with things in the Arcadia world. He praises her boldness in his mind. However, the CEO is not concerned about the GM Group, but about the boy who uploaded the video, because all the important incidents are caused by him. She cannot believe that a single user can cause such massive ripples in the entire game, ripples that also affect the real world. She laughs, addressing our dude. saying things are getting repetitive. Meanwhile, he is sleeping in his class when his nerdy friend wakes him up and excitedly tells him about the updated news involving the GM group and the destruction of the duchy. Jae-young tries to downplay the incident by saying it's just a game. His friend refuses to accept that, explaining that the game's economic scale is so huge that even major corporations want to get involved. He wonders how an NPC character can have such independent thinking that it leads to real-world news. So Arcadia is not just a game, but a world of its own. Our guy finally agrees with him. Looking at Jae-gyun and the other students, he feels glad that everything is going according to his plan. Not to mention, Jae-gyu is now being accused of hoarding, which gives him the lesson he deserves. At that moment, their instructor greets them, and Jae-young immediately notices that he is not their usual professor. The teacher introduces himself as Pil-jun Kang from the research and development team of Arcadia, and he is here to deliver a special lecture. He reveals that he was also a student at this university. There is quite a murmur after hearing this, while our boy looks at him intensely, because their guest professor is from Arcadia. Later at night inside a game, Satan is quite bored waiting for his master to appear. Suddenly, he senses a surge of powerful energy. The amount of power he feels is overwhelmingly intense. At that moment, the Holy Knight steps forward with his army. Seeing him, Tan immediately understands that things are going bad and curses Elle for her absence. Not only that, he can't believe the horrible timing, as these people arrive when Jae-young is not here. The Holy Knight stands before the Undead Legion and immediately unleashes his holy light on them. In the next moment, they scream as their bodies vanish from their armor. The Holy Knight hopes they will rest in peace. Seeing the insignia on the armor, he understands that the Saintess's prophecy is correct. He slams his fist in frustration. He declares the end of the investigation, stating that the undead are mid or higher level. Not only that, but the soldiers rushing in from the entrance could cause casualties among their forces. Then he orders his subordinate to report this to the Holy Pope. At that moment, they receive a notification that a new lich has appeared, one stronger than ever. In the real world, Kang starts his lecture. He explains virtual reality and its direct connection with the brain, which becomes the key element that links the human brain and machines, allowing people to fully experience virtual worlds. He adds that, like the different faces of people, their brains also differ from one another. So the signaling system between the brain and the machine varies from player to player, creating deviations. In other words, some people naturally have greater talent in virtual reality than others. The rate of synchronization between the brain and the machine's electrical signals becomes the factor that determines this talent. They call it the sync rate. Now Kang decides to demonstrate and asks for a volunteer to come forward, promising a great experience. At that moment, a boy, Tae-soo Kang, raises his hand. Jae-gyun is sad to see him, which makes our boy realize that this boy attended the same school as his nerdy friend and used to be in the group of a girl Jae-gyun had a crush on. Then that person introduces himself as Tae-soo and calls him a loser's friend, which darkens our boy's expression, while Tae-soo is busy taking instructions from Kang. Kang explains that the capsule measures sync rate. There is a separate machine designed for this purpose, but Kang believes this machine can serve the same function as well. Now Tae-soo is inside the capsule. This arrogant freak is confident about being high-ranking and comes for the inspection only because he wants to show his superiority to everyone, especially to our boy, whom he dislikes simply because our boy acts uninterested in everything. At that moment, Tae-soo grins, expecting our boy to be shocked, as his rating finally appears, 2135, which is quite impressive, since the average person has around 10%, and Tae-soo has an incredibly high sync rate. Previously, Kang measured the highest known number as 26%. Then this dude pretends to be humble. Kang is quite excited to see the result of the next candidate. Tae-soo becomes overconfident and points at our boy, insisting he should come for evaluation. Our boy smirks while his friend apologizes for dragging him into this. However, he himself is excited. The measurement starts and the sync rate begins climbing until it reaches 45%. Kang's assistant mentions that the machine might be malfunctioning because the sync rate is abnormally high, but Kang stops her, saying the sync isn't complete yet. Then the final result appears, 92.89%, which shocks even Tae-soo. Kang stammers and asks whether he has played Arcadia before, but our boy declines. Kang insists that even if he only played regular computer games, he clearly has great talent, but our boy remains elusive. Later, he eats his lunch while reading an article about Jae-gyu on his knees making an apology, which feels satisfying to watch. Not to mention, his video views are skyrocketing. He has now earned $11K from viewers all around the world. The profit is lower than he expected, but at least it covers his rent and capsule installment. Not only that, he can buy items using plausibility and then cash them out, which helps him afford better meals. At that moment, his nerdy friend is there, complimenting him for achieving a 92% sync rate, even though Tae-soo only reached 21%. He reveals his rating, 15%, and talks about how everyone is talking about him. Our dude offers to share his gimbap, but Jae-gyun declines, commenting that other people's opinions don't affect him at all. Jae-gyun then urges him to play Arcadia. At that moment, our dude reveals that he already plays it. He doesn't know the exact reason, but he finally tells his friend that he has been playing the game since open beta and reveals his identity as Dex to him. Jaehyun is first startled at the revelation, because Dex is someone every gamer in Korea knows about him, because he is #1 in all online genre games. At first, his nerdy friend assumes he is making it up. Jaehyung understands, since he doesn't have any proof. But suddenly his friend remembers the rating he gets and finally believes that he can be Dex. The realization makes his friend fall to his knees, and he asks him for his autograph, which takes him aback. It takes a while for our boy to calm his friend down. Meanwhile, inside the game, at the Valley of the Icy Heart, a recommended level 85 challenge is going on. Some of the gamers are outnumbered by the monsters they are fighting. Their leader warns them to be cautious, as the death penalty increases if they die in this valley. They are wondering about the necromancer who suggested they go on a monster spree. As if summoned, the necromancer appears and immediately activates the Dark Swarm spell. With a single blow, she wipes out all the monsters, leaving her companions in awe. She has the ID of Black Flame Dragon and is level 86. She praises the players for their good work. They also praise her skills and apologize for not acknowledging her strength earlier. She brushes off their compliments and credits them for the work as well. Then she asks whether they will join her for another monster spree, which they agree to. Their blonde leader hesitantly points out that if she used all her skills in the recent fight, she must need time to recharge for another spree. She consoles him, saying that by the time all the monsters gather, she will be recharged for another battle. He is taken aback to learn such a short cooldown time, which proves her worth as a black mage. It is right to say that teaming up with a black mage will boost their level. Then she summons the giant golems and gets ready for the next battle. After a while, they finally complete the quest and the girl thanks them. The mage in the hunting group is disappointed that she is of no use, but the black mage assures them that there is no problem, and with that, they bid goodbye to each other. When they leave, she opens her window screen, hoping to find something fun to do. A quest is waiting for her about ominous rumors from the Maroon Empire. The quest explains a duke's murder, and she needs to verify the truth behind these rumors as well as reveal our boy's identity as the black mage behind the calamity. She remembers the duke and how he once tried to approach her, but she knows she can't do it alone if even the Arfandia community can't find the culprit. She wonders about the identity of this culprit, and suspects that it is the work of the Arcadia management team. She doesn't think a single user can do it. Even with her power, she can't achieve such a feat. At that moment, she gets a notification about Act 1, Awakening of the Forgotten Darkness, which is linked to the quest. The linked quest is a witch hunt that has been initiated, and she is selected as the #1 black mage for this quest. The next moment, the linked quest is granted. She is confused to see this strange quest. At the Von Hern Duchy, our boy finally returns and is bombarded with questions and new information from both of his familiars. Satan is angry at the Holy Empire for purifying his undead legion, while El defends their actions. Not understanding anything, he asks them to calm down and speak one at a time. Tan reveals that choosing Lich Argamer is a mistake, because now the players won't sit back and let him cause havoc in their world. Unexpectedly, El also agrees, adding that Lich Argamer is someone who brings terror to their world and that they shouldn't be proud to use such vile power. At that, both of his familiars start arguing, which quickly turns into a fight. Watching them, he ignores it, knowing it is part of their daily routine. His thoughts calculate the new information his familiars provide, which means things are going according to his plan. This is the reason he keeps the undead alive with his plausibility. Now it is time for the announcement of the resurrection of Lich Argamer, which will cause the good heroes to gather against him. Meanwhile, the Holy Saintess is informed by the Holy Knight, who tells her everything and adds that the real culprit behind the massacre is none other than Lich Argamer, which terrifies the Saintess. The Holy Pope is worried after learning this new information because usually their Holy Empire does not interfere in the affairs of the continent, because they simply follow God and have been taught to love humanity no matter its flaws. But now, with the evil force risen, he has no choice but to fight against it. He addresses his Holy Knight Lieutenant, Jaegudiel, and orders him to fight all evil on the continent on behalf of the Holy Saint Empire. He also instructs him to send the message to all empires across the continent, which she agrees to do. The Holy Knight wonders whether the war between evil and good has started again. Meanwhile, the Black Mage Girl looks at her screen in disbelief after reading that all the continents are planning to unite against Lich Argamer and fight him. There are two teams, Team Saint, who needs to eliminate 50 million members from Team Evil, while she is part of the Team of Evil. Basically, in the game of Arcadia, the main occupation during the Holy and Demon War is divided between Team Saint and Team Evil. These teams always stay opposed to each other, and players really enjoy it. Now, players from both sides start to fight in the common areas as well. This kind of natural conflict between good and evil is also based on in-game rules, as conflict within the community is common, which sometimes leads to player killing. However, there is a large penalty against PK, which keeps the situation under control. The situation changes with the current quest, in which the Pope issues an order to punish all of the evil. That's why the PK restrictions in certain villages are temporarily lifted. With that, the balance of power shatters. While looking at her screen, the black mage girl can't believe it, because it feels like this quest is encouraging the entire population to massacre the evil side. She decides to stay in the village for a while, but when she steps forward, she receives a warning. If she doesn't want to fight, she should move away from the PK zone. She immediately understands that the PK ban has been lifted, and now the Saint players are hunting the evil. Likewise, a player with holy power kills another player with holy sword in order to bring justice. With that, he gains a number of boosted stats and the promise of a reward when the quest is completed. Driven by the greed for rewards, he looks back and sees the black mage girl, who is truly terrified and wants to talk it through, but no one listens, as everyone with holy power glares at her. The NPC guard, Karlzan, announces that the black mage who is roaming the village must be eliminated. She can't believe that even the NPCs are against her. Now she has no choice but to use her Dark Swarm spell against him, killing a guard of the village. However, this also makes all NPCs hostile toward her. The guards chase her, and her system warns her that she will face a higher death penalty this time. She also kills a player, which turns her into a red player. Now, fighting against the good side and cornered, all players become hostile toward her and even call her vicious because of her occupation. Someone notices that she is the #1 black mage. Leaving her with no choice, she decides to flee. Seeing her running, the good side immediately decides to chase her. Meanwhile, at Von Hern Duchy, our boy also receives a notification of a quest. However, he is given the option to choose any side and play accordingly. Looking at his screen, Tan can't believe it, though he already expected something like this. Jae-young innocently declares that he doesn't want to mess things up and is just doing what the quest asks him to do. Satan worries that a calamity will occur once the Saint side goes berserk. Suddenly he gets an idea and turns to Elle, asking her to go into her original form and try to calm things down. Elle is confused and asks why she should do it. He reminds her that, as an angel, it is her job to prevent bloodshed in war. However, she is adamant that if things turn out this way, the evil will be wiped from the world. Jae-young also receives the notification about Pope's Act, in which they claim to pass judgment on evil, no matter the sacrifice, and bring the justice of God. Satan urges him to do something, saying it is all his fault for choosing Lich Argamer. Now the evil forces are at risk. If this continues, he won't let him wield his power. Jae-young flinches at the scolding, but in the next moment, he thinks rationally that things are getting out of hand. The reaction to his actions is excessive, so he needs to intervene to stop the war. There is also a chance the game could be shut down. He turns to Elle again and asks for her intervention. At first, she plays dumb, saying that intervention will be difficult because it is the work of mortals. He points to the screen, showing that the Saint side needs to eliminate 50 million evil forces, and asks her to drop the number to 0. He manipulates her, saying this is a massacre of innocent people just because they are black mages, belong to wrong occupation. As an angel, she shouldn't hate sinners but the sin itself. When he mentions that she will gain plausibility, she immediately agrees, adding that it is her duty to intervene. Both boys know she is doing it for plausibility, but our boy pays 1,500 for her service. With that, she leaves, transforming into her true form and appearing inside the Holy Saint Empire Palace. Everyone is baffled to see her as the divine messenger. She speaks with the authority of God and asks everyone to listen. Meanwhile, the witch hunt quest has been modified. Both boys look at the screen with excitement, but when they examine the modifications closely, they can't believe what they see. At that moment, Ella returns, happy and relieved to see how the Saint side has listened to her quest, as she always speaks the truth as an angel. Meanwhile, both boys watch the hunt number count decrease to just 100. Jae-young realizes that he's been scammed. That's why she didn't ask for more plausibility. Ella innocently replies that she saved 100 lives, which snaps Tan, who is ready to kill her. She accuses him of being ungrateful after everything she has done. They argue, and through it all, our boy thinks about how they designed angels in this game. Then he considers the problem at hand. Now that he knows his familiar can transform into her true form, even after spending 1/500 plausibility, he already has another plan. He turns to Tan and asks him to act according to his plan, as he wants to support Team Evil. Meanwhile, the Black Flame Dragon is running from the Saint team, but they finally outnumber and corner her. She is huffing with exhaustion, having already spent all of her MP. Now she can only use her skills twice more. Not to mention, with the number of PKs she has committed, the death penalty will be heavier as well. But she has no choice. She has to commit PK in order to survive. Cornered and out of options, she doesn't know what to do. One of the players urges everyone, pointing out the great reward they will get after killing the top-rank Black Mage. Another adds that whatever they receive, they should share it equally. With that, they get ready to attack. She braces for the assault, but it doesn't come. The next moment, Tan appears in front of her and blocks their attacks. Looking at them, the saint side tries to guess who Satan might be. One of them guesses that he could be an imp, which infuriates the devil. He uses his power and kills that player, punishing him for calling him an imp. The remaining players are taken aback, astonished by the skill required to command such a powerful creature as a secret weapon. They have never seen anything like this before. They believe Satan might be her familiar, but they don't realize a familiar can be this powerful. Looking at him, she guesses that he might be a powerful monster. Satan looks at her and calls her Black Flame Dragon, sending a shiver down her spine because he knows her name. She realizes it can't be a normal NPC. At that moment, her system informs her that she has encountered the most ancient darkness, which leads her to the critical points of the witch hunt quest. Now she can change the quest, but her system warns her to choose carefully. The mention of most ancient darkness catches her attention, and realization dawns on her as she recognizes him. Satan asks her to hold herself while he takes care of the saints. Looking at him, the saint side becomes truly terrified. Satan is determined to finish them quickly in order to use his minimum plausibility. One of the players urges the others, saying that if they take down the Black Mage as Satan's summoner, they will win. He guesses that she doesn't have much MP left, so they can succeed by using their strongest attack. Satan is again annoyed at being called a familiar and, in the next moment, easily shields her from their attacks. The saint side can't believe all of their attacks are nullified and begins to wonder about Satan's true identity. In the next moment, she gets a notification that a corrupted spirit has manifested into a player, and the holy power is resisting against it. The saint side's resistance fails, so they can't use holy power temporarily. With the player's body caught by Tan's attack, they are hit with the side effects of depravity. Everyone is shocked that they can't use their holy power. Next, Tan orders them all to die, and the depravity within the player kills him. He carelessly declares how easy it was. Then he looks at the Black Flame Dragon, who is bowing and declaring her honor to be saved by him. Satan is confused, wondering whether she really knows him. She answers that every Black Mage knows him as Satan and claims to be his biggest fan. He accepts her flattery and calls her smarter than other mortals. Then he asks whether she is really the strongest Black Mage. She admits that she is, but her level is nowhere near his. Looking at her, he scoffs at how feeble and lanky she seems for a Black Mage, which will make the saints underestimate her. She apologizes, but he brushes off her apology, saying he needs her assistance and wants her to work with him. She becomes curious about the task she will be assigned. He declares her the symbol of darkness, which truly confuses her. Lich Argamer is the Black Mage who sold his soul to the devil in order to gain immortality. He then brings calamity across the entire continent. The Saintess from the Holy Saint Empire kills him, but even in his last breath, he refuses to accept his fate and promises to come back to take revenge for the humiliation. After that incident, 1,000,000 years pass, yet he still remains somewhere deep in the underworld. As punishment for interfering with the world's plausibility, he is shackled there. He regrets that he didn't even complete his ambitions, and now wastes his time shackled like this. All he wants is one chance to break free from the chains. The next moment, he is addressed by Satan in his true form. Lich Argamer immediately greets him humbly. Satan comes straight to the point and asks him to work with him. This excites Lich Argamer, as he assumes they are going to bring down the Holy Empire. Annoyed, Satan punishes him while declaring that he has spent a large amount of plausibility to bring him back and cannot afford for him to create another turmoil in the ongoing war. He asks whether Argamer wants him to be broke. Now the Lich wants to know Satan's purpose, as he has never seen him this distressed before. Then Satan tells him his plan, explaining that he will perform it to stop the war by possessing the mortal body, putting it on a show, and returning safely to the underworld. He dares Argamer. If he tries to take revenge against the saints, he will be killed, not directly by Satan, but by Jae-Yong, who is more of a devil than Satan himself. Lich Argamer immediately agrees, wondering about the person who could be more devilish than Satan. Meanwhile, the said devil yawns, growing impatient as Tan takes too long. Satan now in present places the Black Flame Dragon into Dark Seal. Standing on the seal, she feels an intense dark power and wonders what is really going on. Tan warns her that he has staked a huge bet on her, so she better not disappoint him. With that, he leaves everything in her hands. The next moment, a large shadow of Lich Argamer appears. She receives a notification that she has absorbed pure energy from this necromancer. With that, her class changes to a hidden class, Maestro of Death. She now possesses Lich Argamer's soul. The witch hunt quest also modifies accordingly. Now she looks at the quest. Team Evil needs to eliminate the Pope of the Saint Empire and conquer the Maroon Empire. Seeing the new tasks of killing the Pope and taking an empire, Satan thinks about how our boy has truly messed up. At that moment, the Black Mage also notices her item update. She looks at her screen. Her level has significantly increased along with her stats. Her skills have been adjusted according to the power of Lich Argamer. She can't believe the boost in her stats. She has been number 1 before, out of all occupations on the South Korean server, but she admits that it is a far cry compared to her current stats. She hopes this will give her a chance to become truly number 1 in the South Korean server. Her thoughts are interrupted by Tan, who warns her to respond faster. Looking at her, he decides to present her as a mascot, leaving her baffled. Now she can carry on with the next part of the plan. He gives her a script that she needs to recite. Her eyes widen as she sees the contents of the script. Unbeknownst to her shock, he declares to start the shooting while instructing her to read her dialogues. At that moment, our dude logs out. He is now looking at the feeds on the internet regarding the new quest. Some want to recruit priests, others want to recruit assassins. Jae-young is quite excited to see the chaos. It's now hard to tell who is on Team Evil. He thinks carefully about the witch hunt quest. The Team Saint has an excuse to kill any NPC or player from Team Evil, and they continue to contribute more and more. Not to mention, they can now gain reward or earn a good amount of profit. As he sees how some Team Saint users get rewarded by the church for completing missions, he suspects that things will get even messier. On the other side, people from Team Evil are just being targeted for choosing dark professions. That's why many of them give up. They are constantly being killed. Now is the time to give Team Evil a hero. Tan is already working on his plan, making the Black Mage a scapegoat. Jae-young stakes all of his plausibility on this plan. Then he checks the video sent by Tan and finally uploads it. In the video, the Black Flame Dragon addresses all of Team Evil, who are being massacred unfairly. She conveys how many Team Evil players are being targeted and killed, including herself. So she stands there on behalf of all of Team Evil, requesting all the Dark Knights, rogues, loafers, bandits, dark merchants, and anyone with a dark profession to join her forces in order to stop this massacre. She then encourages them to fight back. At last, she claims that she, as Lich Argamer, will guide them. She instructs anyone willing to join to gather in the Maroon Empire. Later, in the Maroon Empire, Barony of Mikhail, Baron Mikhail looks out from her mansion and can't believe where all these undead forces are coming from in her barony. Next moment, Jae-young lifts a hand in a relaxed greeting from behind her, mentioning he stopped by only to deliver greetings, all while standing on one of the undead's head. Mikhail rises in shock and calls his name in disbelief. Outside the estate, the guards remain frozen, staring at the silent skeletal army. Later inside the castle, Mikhail presses him for an explanation about what he has been doing. He answers that he has been traveling. This only increases her frustration since he brought an entire undead army straight to her estate. He reminds her of the war spreading among voyagers, explaining that the undead army came specifically to guard her territory. He adds that she shouldn't worry when he refuses to lose such a profitable partner. Count Borgen's letter allowed him to grasp the current situation well enough. She realizes the truth that Jae-young actually defeated Duke von Hern. She steps closer with firm certainty, convinced she made the right decision trusting him because his abilities surpass her imagination. He brushes off the praise. Mikhail raises her voice, insisting he handled a corrupt monster who drained life from the entire empire. Von Hern's wealth alone could feed the empire for generations, and he even plotted rebellion. Someone that rotten deserved punishment, and Jae-young earned full credit for delivering it. She explains that his intention doesn't matter. Results do, and from those results, he now stands as a hero to the empire. Jae-young only looks confused at being labeled a hero. After a moment, he shifts to a different matter, the delayed profit deposits. She instantly apologizes, explaining she has been overloaded with work and promises to send everything on time, and begs him not to take her life. At Arcadia's South Korean headquarters, Myeon Lee, inside the capsule, focuses on Mana and the chaos caused by the witch hunt quest. The clash between users from two continents spun far beyond what the company expected. They lack the right to stop it, and Arcadia's nature embraces complete freedom. Still, future plans force them to adjust to the disaster. Cover-ups are impossible, but damage control remains doable. Myeon approaches Alice. She greets her and waits for instructions. Myeon explains she wants to adjust the witch hunt balance and remove the death penalty for all users in Team Evil. Alice confirms her authority as a level 2 manager and completes the system change. The battlefield erupts instantly. Team Evil, no longer fearing death penalty, charges into quests aggressively and resurrects without hesitation. One user spots the Crusader who killed him earlier and promises to keep killing him repeatedly until exhaustion wins. Team Saint refuses to fall behind. They form tight support squads and, though fewer in number, fight with sharp coordination. This balance locks both sides in never-ending combat. For 24 hours, battles rage across the Maroon Empire, turning everything into a festival of blood. Our boy gets multiple notifications, telling that the conflict between Saint and Evil has reached extreme levels and chaos rises. Now he has received 63,921 points, so earned the title Architect of Darkness. Jae-young studies the results, surprised the battles grew this intense. The removed death penalty pushed the violence higher, but since it causes him no problems, he has no reason to worry. He mutters about being viewed as a hero despite treating this world as a game, a perspective he never plans to change. Whether he deserves the title means little when every step follows his own calculated design. His thought drifts that maybe this unpredictable thrill is what makes Arcadia unique. Tan suddenly screams in frustration over his empty plausibility. He worked non-stop only to end up drained. Jae-young reminds him that he agreed to this arrangement. Tan argues that dragging Argamer into this world costs him a huge amount, and the payment feels lacking. Our boy replies that he isn't the only one spending plausibility. He points out that weakening Team Evil benefited him directly. Tan prepares to argue again but freezes when Elle appears. She advises him to ignore him, claiming devils never keep promises. He tells her to speak for herself and asks if she plans to give the power she promised. Elle agrees without hesitation. Ruining the Lich is worth any cost. She immediately activates possession for him. While choosing characters, Jae-young selects Cardiel. Elle approves with excitement, confident that with this power, crushing Argamer will be simple. Tan jumps in again, arguing that Argamer may be irritating but not weak. Then he checks the status window, and his face twists in shock as he recognizes the holy blade that once defeated Argamer. Next moment, possession activates and a holy spirit has entered into his body. The weapon, Demise of Eternity, stands among the 5 holy blades. Tan cannot believe such a legendary weapon is being used just to erase a lich. Ella only laughs, proud she invested properly unlike certain stingy devils. So she is prepared. Our boy understands the game's logic. Large incidents bring large plausibility. So Jae-young, with his 63,921 points, is to put them to good use and create a new incident. He steps forward, sword glowing with divine force. His thoughts settle clearly that he belongs to neither good nor evil. He exists only as a troll. A confident grin forms as he declares the start of the show. Time arrives to erase the Lich completely. Inside the capital fortress of the Maroon Empire, frantic subordinates inform the young emperor that the army of darkness now stands outside the gates. The crisis demands an immediate decision, yet the king collapses emotionally, admitting he has no idea how to respond. One advisor urges him to flee at once, insisting that escaping to the Saint Empire will keep him alive until they find a way to reclaim the capital. The boy rejects the idea immediately, unable to accept abandoning his people in their worst moment. He doubts his father would forgive such a cowardly retreat. Another group of advisors steps forward and explains that large numbers of voyagers have formed defensive lines right in front of the palace. Fighting alongside those warriors could turn the tide. He acknowledges the possibility, knowing voyagers return to battle over and over even after death. Before he finishes considering the plan, the ground shakes violently. A guard rushes in, breathless from panic. He demands details, and the guard explains that an enormous force is approaching the palace. Countless undead are marching under the command of the Queen of Darkness herself. The Queen of Darkness watches the situation unfold and admits internally that things turned far worse than she expected. At this pace, she might lose 50 million gold before reaching the Emperor if she moves carelessly. She remembers about a reckless users who charged into battles thousands of times against a single saint. Still, this chaos provides the perfect opportunity to test the limits of her power. A heavy aura erupts from her as the undead army forms a wall before the trembling guards. She checks with Argamer, who responds with confidence. She begins chaining her skills: Death Field, Dark Night Festival, Whispers of the Death Soul through Necromancy, Longing of Lost Souls, and finally, Hatred of Life. Argamer marvels that his contractor has drawn out his power to its absolute peak. Together, they form an army that no normal force can overcome unless someone wields power equal to an apostle. It means that a mortal army can't stop their charge. Facing the Empire directly, she raises her weapon high and orders the assault. The guards tremble as the undead swarm forward in impossible numbers. She advances and wipes out the defenders in a single sweep. Under the moonlight, the fortress doors creak open as she enters the empty halls. Disgust fills her thoughts when she realizes the Emperor fled and abandoned his own people. Even as an NPC, she expected more. The guards who died at the gate deserved a better ruler. She steps ahead the castle and places her hand upon the throne. A notification informs that she has ascended the throne of the Maroon Empire, and the system recognizes her as the rightful ruler. The Empire has fallen completely. The linked quest confirms Team Evil has met the victory requirements. Their death penalties reactivate. She gains the title of Master of the Golden Throne. Excitement bursts through her as she becomes the first user to conquer an entire empire. She calculates the enormous amount of real money she can convert from the Empire's resources. She already considers where to begin, whether to search the treasure vault, gather hidden wealth, collect taxes, and move on to the next empire. A voice interrupts her thoughts, commenting that someone seems quite entertained playing Emperor. She flinches hard. Jae-young stands behind her with possession still active after cutting through multiple undead on his way inside. She demands to know about his identity. He only smiles. Rage fuels her as she charges and fires Curse Arrow. Jae-young answers with Adlinen's footsteps and releases a devastating slash. Her mind races. She has never seen him in any rankings, yet his speed and presence show terrifying power. Our boy remarks that she enjoyed herself too much. She used enormous power, shattered the balance of the continent, and even conquered an empire. At the very least, she should show humility. On top of that, she gained a hidden class, far too many advantages for one person. He rushes in again, She demands to know how he even knows about her hidden class. Our dude responds that he just comes here to collect what he investigates in her. At that moment, Argamer stares at the blade in Jae-young's hand, dread spreading across his face as he recognizes the holy force inside it. Next moment, Grand Holiness binds completely to him as the demise of eternity accepts him as the vessel of divine judgment. A deadly stigma engraves itself onto him. With his power, Argamer's soul petrifies in absolute terror. Jae-young turns toward her, mocks her, and declares the moment has arrived to break her spell entirely. Our boy also notices that his opponent cannot handle even one proper skill in close combat. He feels relieved that he never switched to the Necromancer class. She responds with fury, reminding him of her top rank and her position as the chosen one personally selected by Lord Satan. A massive magical sphere brightens the entire area around her, and she treats this fight as nothing more than childish entertainment compared to her full strength. Meanwhile, Lich Argamer fixes his eyes on his blade and recognizes that the weapon as demise of eternity, the very blade that destroyed him long ago in Arcadia's history. He understands immediately that the heavens involve themselves in this battle and finally grasps the meaning behind Tan's warning. Argamer urges her to retreat at once and avoid direct contact. She cannot understand why he offers such advice when he claimed earlier that only apostle-level beings could defeat them. Our boy activates Adlinen's footsteps and launches himself forward, rising high into the air with a sudden burst that leaves her stunned. She reacts in panic by activating Deathfield Summon. Undead soldiers flood the entire area until he stands surrounded by the dead, his hands firm around his sword. He comments that he hoped for an easier battle, yet she refuses to cooperate. He pulls out his blade as the system announces the activation of the Blade of Annihilation. Divine energy surges through the weapon while the Exorcist's properties shape the blade into a perfect shield of defense and magic resistance against undead beings. Jae-young lifts the weapon and unleashes a destructive slash. The tip points toward a high-level undead creature as cracks spread across its body. She watches in disbelief while holy light swallows the monsters completely until nothing remains. She demands to know what this blade actually is. He identifies it loosely as some sort of holy blade and admits that he does not know much about it. She cannot believe he borrowed something like this from anyone. Our dude explains that the lender kills devils and whenever a chance appears to torment any devil. Next moment, the holy light explodes throughout the castle and beams shoot into the sky. The users outside stare in shock while they try to understand what kind of attack bursts from the castle. Some even question whether they are still playing the same game after witnessing such impossible displays. Someone spots and recognizes the girl as Black Flame Dragon. Attention shifts to our boy as others wonder who stands against her. She lifts her hand and activates High Demon Summon. A dark figure emerges. Jae-young counters immediately with Silence of the Shadow. Next moments she is informed that the Death Knight familiar enters eternal rest and cannot be summoned again. She is shocked as she realizes the restriction comes from his weapon. She insists she holds many familiars and defeating him will not be difficult. She summons skeleton warriors in response. Jae-young smiles and delivers grim news that the effect continues automatically. The Exorcist's power reacts to every summon. He destroys the skeleton instantly. It also enters eternal rest. The system confirms resummoning is impossible. Horror fills her as she understands that he blocks her summoning completely. He addresses her mocking in a way and urges her to start finishing this. Lich Argamer begins shaking violently and begs her to escape. Then mortal judgment befalls on her. Jae-young strikes with 2 crossing slashes. The divine force inside the holy blade consumes her body while Argamer's soul releases piercing screams. She falls and questions why he continues when the witch hunt quest already ended and nothing remains for him to gain. He reveals that he waited for this exact moment. The quest needed to conclude with Team Evil's victory. Her death after conquering the Maroon Empire completes his puzzle. He reminds her that both teams benefit from her end and points his blade toward her. Argamer continues screaming. He immediately realizes that our boy is the one who borrowed his power recently. Jae-young activates Judgment Time and delivers a final devastating slash. System notifications rush in as Little Effect and Judgment Time combine. Synergy triggers and tears Argamer's soul apart, while the contract binding him to the underworld breaks violently. Argamer faces total erasure. His essence stone shatters as he refuses the idea of losing again. With that, Jae-young earns the title of Noble Judge. He remarks that she should not feel too wronged since he already explained the plan earlier. She should blame her own arrogance for this downfall. She coughs weakly and wonders how she lost, but admits the experience was strangely enjoyable. Next moments, possession skill fades. Our boy declares the end. Argamer reaches eternal rest. A linked quest message states that Team Saint activated victory requirements. He studies the notification, curious about how the system will resolve such contradictions inside Arcadia. The system immediately detects the paradox and announces that both teams achieved the victory conditions at the same time. Alice reviews the emergency report as an alert flashes for top priority judgment. The system shows a 94% versus 50% victory rate with Team Saint ahead, races through countless simulations, and locks onto optimal scenario. Emergency protocols activate, adjusting path in Court 283. For the first time, the system reaches an impossible conclusion. Both teams fulfill victory conditions simultaneously. The announcement spreads everywhere. The match ends in a draw between Team Saint and Team Evil. Players flood with confusion as equal rewards roll out. Each user also receives personal performance compensation, while Team Saint gains increased appearance rates for freedom-based status effects. A user spots an extra hidden contribution reward past the regular boosts. With that, the excitement ripples across the community. Obtaining this bonus means massive progression advantage. At the same time, global changes erupt. The Black Flame Dragon conquers the Maroon Empire, establishing complete peace. With that, underworld brings become the recent soldiers of Empire. The system blocks all surrounding nations from declaring war for 1 year, stabilizing this new headquarters for Team Evil. Evil side users celebrate finally gaining a permanent base after losing track of underworld forces since the Holy and Demon War. Now, the Witch Hunt Link quest shuts down, Continental Act resumes, and new rules restrict reckless PK between factions. Meanwhile, the Holy Pope observes the shift and remarks that true unrest reawakens. Everyone senses the situation now goes far beyond simple balance between light and darkness. One user questions whether a draw even counts, but the system confirms it with certainty, leaving players uneasy. At that moment, CEO laughs at the worldwide upheaval, amazed that one person caused these shifts. Someone wonders who obtained the Bard of Anarchy class. Jae-young receives a notice. He has achieved a historical feat by overturning the situation on Arcadia's second continent. Darkness gains momentum, balance adjusts, and he is granted the title Neutral Seeker along with 210,000 plausibility points. He realizes forcing the draw worked exactly as planned. He considers developer intentions, or the system's own will. Though he exposed parts of his identity to some individuals, his plausibility gauge fills to the brim, making him anticipate what comes next. With that, Mission 2 completes, and a special reward appears, born from his hidden Bard of Anarchy class. The reward forms into a new skill. The system grants him the ability to bestow plausibility on non-living objects and transform them entirely. His excitement fades. The description reveals no cost details and feels rough and unfinished. Instead of speculating, he tests it. He pulls out a rusty beginner's iron blade. Tan recognizes the outdated weapon, teasing him for planning to bully newbies again. Jae-young clarifies that it's an experiment. Elle admits she never knew this part of his past. He activates the skill. Violent light bursts from the blade, startling everyone. Tan demands to know its source. Elle senses immense cause and effect power. The system scans the item, notes its long battle history, labels it the first plausibility subject, and sets the cost at 9,000 plausibility points. He hesitates as the amount equals high-grade unique items, but curiosity wins. He accepts. The blade reshapes, the system rewrites its nature, and it becomes Bloodsucker. Energy spreads through it as he lifts it. The unique rank weapon retains its rusty appearance, disappointing him slightly. Tan demands an explanation, assuming it's a secret technique. Ella calls the cost excessive but admits he always surprises her. He reminds them rewards don't come from simply watching him. Plausibility requires honest exchange. Both stiffen at the statement. He concludes the investment paid off. A 1 durability blade now rivals level 70 rare gear. He imagines the uproar if it hits the market. Tan whispers to Elle that their master is scheming again. Jae-young tests another weapon, the Demon Cave Destroyer. But the system fails to detect historical impact, halting the grant. No past influence means no plausibility. He understands. Only items with real-world shaping history qualify. Tan points out Bloodsucker still looks like a normal rusty blade despite the swirling red aura. Jae-young checks the interface again and confirms his interpretation of the rule. When he stores the blade, Tan protests loudly, wanting more time to examine it. Jae-young reminds him that he has far better items. He warns him not to get attached because he plans to sell it. Tan stares in shock, assuming his master needs gold. He offers an exchange, gold for plausibility with a discount. Elle offers a better deal through the Holy Heavens treasury. He rejects both. MewTube earnings and his contract with Mikhail will provide plenty of money. Tan asks why he'd sell such a rare weapon instead of keeping or using it. Jae-young admits it's pure curiosity. Bloodsucker is the world's only unique rank weapon with absurd stats and 1 durability. He wants to see how the world reacts when it hits the auction. Tan predicts catastrophe. Elle imagines unexpected harmony. Jae-young gives them a thumbs up and invites them to watch the result. He lists Bloodsucker on the auction board. The first lecture drags on endlessly, as our dude quietly swears that next semester he will never choose a morning class again. Jae-gyun suddenly rushes up from behind, calling his name with urgency. He wants to know how he managed to obtain Bloodsucker, a weapon that looks impossibly powerful. He even wants to know if our boy unlocked some secret production class to get his hand on such unique item. He keeps the details foggy and simply says determination can lead to such results. Jae-gyun refuses to stop. He begs for more information, promises silence, and reminds Jae-young that he has already protected his identity until now. Meanwhile, chaos explodes around the Bloodsucker auction. A married player pleads with his wife to break into their savings while she protests. The price spikes to 872 gold. Another desperate user calls Mr. Yang and begs for cash, loans, credit, anything, pushing the price to 3,000 gold. A corporate group joins in, insisting they must win no matter the cost. The price goes up to 5,231 gold. Then the system intervenes. The extreme price spike triggers a safety mechanism, and a circuit breaker shuts down all bidding. Developers also stare at their screens in disbelief, calculating the rate. 1 gold equals 100,001, and the numbers look surreal. At headquarters, a coordinator asks Chief Executive whether unique items even exist in their database. The chief confirms they don't. He lists the official ranks standard, magic, special, rare, unique, epic, legendary, mythic, and points out that only up to rare items have reached the auction before. The coordinator pushes again, trying to understand the item. Another staff member suggests a system bug. Management moves quickly. They permanently suspend the auction and remove the item altogether. Users explode in anger, but the company insists it's to maintain game balance. The item instantly becomes the hottest topic among players, and attention shifts to the seller, who is Dex. One player spots the seller's name and freezes, wondering if this is the same legendary Dex they know. Another, clueless, asks about this user. The informed player explains that Dex was a legendary strategist in the Vale, someone who moved professional gamers like chess pieces. The clueless one gives up, saying he barely keeps up with gaming culture outside Arcadia. The story continues, and Dex vanished for a while, and apparently he spent that time inside Arcadia. Opinions about him differ. Some call him a genius, others see him as a mystery, and many hate him. After that, everyone knows that Dex is also playing Arcadia. He stands on top of a tall building, observing the world shifting beneath him. At Arcadia's South Korean headquarters, the chief executive reviews surveillance footage. He compares a bloodsucker blade with the weapon used by the mysterious newbie killer and becomes convinced they match. Even with executive privileges, he never uncovered that killer's identity, and now he presents the same mystery. He doubts any other user could produce this level of skill. The chief notes that the item reached 5,000 gold before suspension. He clenches his fist, certain if our dude wants it returned, he will show himself. Meanwhile, our dude receives the bidding freeze notification and vents to customer service. He assumes the item's extreme abilities triggered the suspension. He expected interference eventually, but not this early. Tan notices his frustration and walks over, explains that his blade was seized. Tan erupts, demanding they retrieve it immediately. He reminds him of the immense plausibility cost and calls the move blatant robbery. He offers every possible support, even at a discount. Our dude thinks briefly, then smiles. He tells Tan to drop it. He can just create more items and flood the market. His plausibility reservoir seems endless. Tan jokes that he sounds like a tycoon. He smiles faintly and analyzes everything. The incident proves the company sees him as a threat, but still cannot identify him. Listing a plausibility-made item revealed his nickname, so management must have connected the dots. If he was working in their favor, the auction would have continued normally. Instead, they removed the item entirely, but never contacted him. That tells him everything. They cannot track him, cannot locate him, and cannot control him in real life. He begins to suspect his Bard of Anarchy hidden class block system interference. The status gives him absolute freedom. He marvels at whoever designed such a powerful class and wonders how far its limits go. For now, he knows he is untouchable and wonders what more he can disrupt. At headquarters, the chief executive looks exhausted, dragging himself around with dark circles while employees whisper. Someone mentions he hasn't slept for a week. Customer service staff mock him, comparing him to someone desperately waiting for a crush to text back. He is then in front of CEO. He reports that investigation confirms the item was player-made. Even previous events, like the witch outbreak, weren't part of the management's plans. The company can't understand anything correctly. He then demands a decision from her. She asks him instead whether he can predict the future. He looks confused. She clarifies that they manage the game. They don't foresee every crisis. But they cannot sit by while Jae-young keeps destabilizing the system. She reminds him of their earlier preparations and asks if he remembers the main event they planned. He recalls only a fragment. She confirms and orders its launch. A worldwide announcement introducing the tournament spreads across Arcadia, which is called as the Bamboozle Tournament. Our boy reads it, baffled, unsure what kind of countermeasure the company just triggered. After that, 3 major articles sweep across Arfandia's message board, and the clash between Team Saint and Team Evil forces every player to choose a side. The Dark Flame Dragon becomes the first black mage reaching the throne, leaving the entire community wondering. At the same time, Red Dragon brings down Hellhound. This sudden growth across the world pulls Jae-young's attention immediately. Users slip past level 100 in large numbers, while international servers push advancement even faster. His biggest fear begins unfolding because every passing day reduces his advantage over others. The nightmare he tried to avoid takes shape right in front of him. Even so, he finds comfort in his remaining tools. For example, plausibility still offers access to powerful skills, and item purchases remain available whenever he needs them. He is glad to finally spend some plausibility for upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, the forums explode with reactions. Someone accuses the event creator of being a spy trying to sabotage the game. Others joke that Arfandia is heading toward a revolution. Basically, tournament's rules perfectly match its absurd name. It's massive PvP survival match where every player uses nothing but bamboo spears. Typically, victory belongs only to the last survivor. Our boy analyzes his screen as he can see abilities, items, and skills remain usable during battle, yet actual damage counts only when delivered through bamboo spears. Besides, damage scales with vitality alone, creating a battlefield where any player, regardless of level, might claim first place. The reward makes hesitation impossible. The final survivor can pick any item from the inventories of all defeated players. However, he suspects that it's nothing more than a trap created specifically for him. The thrill urges him to take a chance as he reads specific about the tournament. Then, he loads PUBG Warground and connects to channel 17-2. 1 week passes before the event begins. Fantastic Island becomes the tournament ground, turning into an amusement park filled with swings and endless attractions. Crowds gather across the landscape with excitement radiating from every direction. 2 players chat about Dex entering Warground recently. The second confirms hearing about the week-long slaughter that followed. Dex's combat control dominates Battle Royale games so thoroughly that even reaching 30th place in a 100-player match becomes a badge of honor. They discuss how 99 players once teamed up against him in desperation, only to collapse instantly. The second player calls him the god of war in PvP, and a true monster. Hearing this makes our boy wonder whether he went too far somewhere along the line. 2 years have passed since he quit usual gaming, yet fans still track his every move with unsettling devotion. He doesn't expect a simple warm-up exercises grew into widespread chaos. Looking around, he notices how the event map exceeds expectations, even though it exists temporarily. Virtual reality pushes innovation beyond anything seen before. Unlimited delicious food without weight gain, new regions to explore without time investment. Even travel companies might collapse if this continues. Elle appears with bright excitement as she observes the strange world. She identifies the dimension as neither human world, spirit realm, nor underworld, but something entirely separate. Tan arrives next with complaints about being ignored despite their contract. Jumping dimensions without warning crosses lines in his view, though Jae-young brushes it off since they manage to follow anyway. Tan demands an explanation about their current location and the method used to arrive here. Ella agrees since a dimension of this scale should not remain unknown to spirits. Before he answers, a calm female voice interrupts. She asks directly about hidden classes and reveals that she already discovered something. Her eyes linger on him with interest. He wonders how she noticed, and she explains that his dramatic entrance erased any chance of hiding. She even sensed Tan and Elle attached to him even without seeing them clearly. She guesses they must be linked to conjuring or spirit-type skills. This creates a problem because exposing his cards before the tournament gives others an advantage. He needs distance before she uncovers more. Cheers suddenly rise as people recognize the girl who is Witch of Stardust, ranked second in the rankings. Attention shifts to the our boy beside her since no one knows him. He reaches for his cap but reacts too late. She steps ahead with an apology for drawing an unwanted crowd, explaining that her curiosity simply overwhelmed her. She introduces herself as Stella, the Witch of Stardust, a hidden class mage and Arfandia's top magic user. Her ability called as all-seeing eyes allow perception beyond normal limits, marking him as extraordinary. She assures him that she will not pry further if he prefers keeping certain things quiet. Jae-young appreciates her understanding. He already heard her name as her fame spreads across Arfandia, making her one of the most admired players on the server. Fans gather quickly and ask for screenshots. Stella handles the attention with ease while managing the crowd one person at a time. This gives Jae-young the perfect escape. He slips away. She plans to watch his performance during the competition. Their meeting will not end here. Far away, Tan questions the identity of her. Elle feels uneasy that someone managed to detect their sealed presence and senses trouble ahead. Jae-young realizes that she will cause complications. Another encounter becomes inevitable once the tournament begins. Now being noticed by a ranker even before entering the match already disrupts his plans. Meanwhile, fireworks erupt in the sky as a tiny girl appears on the stage. She greets everyone with cheerful warmth and hopes that the all players should be present now. The crowd reacts in surprise to her form, an adorable goblin carrying an imposing atmosphere. She announces the beginning of the first round of the Bamboozle tournament. She shows everyone a major weapon which materializes in front of everyone. It's a bamboo spear carved from natural bamboo. It radiates pure equality, and direct hits guarantee instant death regardless of a player's level, defense, or resistance. A familiar thrill rises within Jae-young as the event finally begins. The host announces the start of the No Bamboozle battle while clearing the arena of every unnecessary element. A surge of bamboo-infused power rises into the sky and draws every participant's gaze as glowing pots of gold appear that shakes the entire crowd. The ground begins to crack beneath their feet. The surface breaks apart with violent tremors, sending shockwaves through the players as fissures tear across the map. A participant, Casillas, recognizes the shift as the beginning of something massive. Another one, Angelina, shares the confusion while our boy studies the collapsing terrain with sharp focus before everyone plunges downward into the darkness. The environment instantly into a pitch-black night, and the map reshapes into a dense forest. Next moment, each participant gets their own bamboo spear. Jaeyoung studies his new weapon with genuine astonishment since he has never encountered anything crafted with such overwhelming force. The goblin host examines the data and freezes when the count reaches 3.29 million participants. The scale reminds the host of a survival game pushed to an absurd extreme. Yet rules remain rules, so the host projects glowing numbers in the sky, revealing 3,292,671 survivors. The host delivers the ruthless command, reduce that number to 1,000. The players lift their bamboo spears and unleash a roar before charging. The goblin watches with surprise as chaos erupts instantly across the battlefield. One player attempts to restore order by urging the others to stop charging blindly and regroup first. Another player interrupts him by ramming a bamboo spear straight into his chest. The attacker celebrates the kill, boasting that a rank 23 player just defeated rank 19 player. His pride lasts only seconds before several users attack him from behind. The host notices reckless waste of stamina by player. The goblin mutters that most participants behave like hopeless fools who never attempt reaching high ranks. Then she notices some wise players. For example, Casillas remains calm while Stella forms a magical circle under her feet. Jaeyoung grips his spear and observes the madness around him. He understands their frenzy well because once every player holds a weapon capable of killing with a single strike, reason disappears instantly. A sudden rush of footsteps warns him of an approaching threat. A user swings at him, forcing Jaeyoung to step back and avoid the blow. The attacker calls him a coward and judges him as a clueless beginner based on the weapon in his hand. He announces his intention to make Jaeyoung his first kill and demands he show his bamboo spear. Jaeyoung releases a weary breath and looks upward. The attacker copies the motion and glances at the sky just as a bamboo spear drops toward him like falling arrow. The spears pierce through him before he completes his thought, ending his run on the spot. Jaeyoung wonders whether he can use the possession skill inside this map. Tan assures him that plausibility allows it anywhere and anytime. Jaeyoung requests the same figure he chose last time. Tan confirms the familiar stands ready. Jaeyoung recalls what he discovered while studying possession before the tournament. The possession skill does not simply summon figures. It activates the haunting twilight possession that manifests a demon with no physical form. This dark familiar ignores all physical attacks without effort. When a user attempts stabbing him, the spear passes through harmlessly, leaving the attacker frustrated and confused about the lack of impact. The attacker believed a single strike would finish the job, but Jaeyoung mocks him for failing to recognize the obvious. The terrified user questions how Jaeyoung gained such a ridiculous skill right before Jaeyoung stabs him in return. Jaeyoung realizes the match follows the same logic as battle royale games he knows. Eliminating opponents serves only as one path, but survival remains the core objective. He decides to move carefully and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Tan expresses admiration for his master and wonders whether Jaeyoung intends to hide while observing stronger players. Jaeyoung rejects that idea completely. After going through the trouble of activating possession, he plans to use it fully and dominate the map. With no witnesses around him, no one can tie anything back to him. Tan finally understands. Jaeyoung confirms his true plan is to stay unseen while creating a quiet massacre. Meanwhile, Stella stands among defeated players, disappointed because they failed to meet her expectations. Bodies scatter around her as she admits that only one person remains capable of satisfying her hunger for a worthy challenge. With sharp longing in her eyes, she is excited to face her next target trapped somewhere in this forest. She declares that she is coming for her. A man lifts his bamboo spear with fierce passion and urges his followers to rise because the bamboo spear finally reveals its judgment. He insists that every user stands equal under this weapon and declares that the moment arrives for them to prove their strength. His group forms the Bamboo Spear Revolutionary Army. Their goal involves removing the cruel rankers who once used their immense power to crush weaker players. Now this man is facing our dude and decides to make him their first kill. Jaeyoung observes this ridiculous scene and questions why trouble keeps finding him. The leader motivates his followers to raise their bamboo spears and strike the reactionary enemy. The entire group charges forward while shouting that one strike leads to one kill. Our boy stands motionless as hundreds of spears thrust toward him, yet none of them leave a single scratch. One attacker freezes in disbelief, unable to understand how the bamboo spear of justice fails. He smiles because his passive skill, Volatile Presence, blocks every physical attack outside real combat. The attackers complain about unfairness, but he corrects them, explaining this remains a passive skill, not some trick. He lifts his spear, ready to demonstrate what a real scam looks like, and drives it into the people. The leader registers several attacks landing at the same time and struggles to grasp how such speed exists without any skill activation, while wondering how many capsule sync percentages produce such absurdity. Our boy points his weapon again and demands who wants to come next. He dashes forward and crushes the leader completely. The fallen men scream and curse the game while the bamboo spear revolutionary army collapses in total defeat. He reflects on how these fools depend entirely on the bamboo spear. He wonders about the real players. He concludes that any skilled player appearing now would only expose their lack of skill. Next moment, a system window pops up, announcing that he defeated over 1,000 bamboo spear users and proved the real meaning of justice that this weapon holds. The system grants him the title Equality Revolutionary. He wonders when this strange game will finally end. Meanwhile, the survivor count drops below 3,000, showing 2,813 players left. He observes that initially, tens of thousands vanished within an hour, but once the week disappeared, the pace slowed. He considers whether he must accelerate the eliminations himself, yet the vast map makes chasing opponents difficult. A girl suddenly appears, yelling for him to be careful. He shifts his focus toward her, but she rushes too fast and crashes into him, then falls. She looks up with confusion, unable to understand how her body passed straight through him as if he were a ghost. He denies being anything of that sort, and blames the strange effect on his passive skill. As he studies her, he guesses she might be a beginner, though surviving this long makes that uncertain. Stella arrives and greets him with excitement. He recognizes her in surprise. She mentions she had sensed something unusual about him earlier, and his survival now confirms he isn't ordinary. Meanwhile, Angelina begs him for help. He evaluates the situation. He questions why he should help her. She has no answer. He notes the obvious. Stella is chasing her, and he has no reason to join a fight between strangers. More importantly, Stella is a ranker and a mage who can still use magic even if she cannot die without bamboo spear attacks, which makes her extremely dangerous. Stella admits his clear judgment interests her, claiming she likes him a little. He turns away, prepared to leave them to their own conflict, believing now is not the right moment to fight a ranker. He tries to slip away while the scared girl watches him with despair. Then a notification flashes. The mission renews. He freezes in disbelief. Stella bursts forward with fierce mana aimed at the terrified girl. He curses the situation and leaps in to block the attack. Stella demands an explanation, but he confesses he doesn't know anything except that the system instructs him to protect the girl behind him. He runs forward with his spear and curses this insane game. In reality, he gets a mission which he needs to make allies to achieve his goal. Apparently, Angelina is going to be his first ally. The girl's face brightens with relief and confusion. Angelina carries a sharp memory of her first arrival in Arcadia, an entry that felt unreal in its beauty. She kept wondering why someone as ordinary as her would appear in a world that radiates such brilliance. That doubt lingered until an old woman approached her, a strange NPC whose warmth felt almost out of place. This woman offered guidance. She taught him magic while explaining that sorcery begins when a person widens their view. She told Angelina to look past the familiar land and focus on the endless sky where stars and moonlight remain constant. This old woman, known everywhere as the Grand Maze, uncovered rare magic few ever understand. She eventually handed that knowledge to two disciples, Stella, who channels stardust, and Angelina, who absorbs moonlight. Before leaving for her final journey, the Grand Maze gifted each disciple a spellbook and left a prophecy behind. She predicted that whoever unites both books will cross the limits of human talent and rise as a legendary mage. Angelina understood the weight of that destiny, yet a fear grew inside her. She couldn't judge whether this gift lifts her to greatness or traps her in a curse. Now, in present, Stella demands an answer that why Jae-young suddenly entered to help when he acted indifferent to it moments earlier. He urges Stella to drop the issue, but Stella refuses. That refusal pushes Jae-young to smirk and lift his weapon, promising violent action if she pushes further. She reacts instantly, drawing her own weapon with full confidence. The clash ignites in the same heartbeat. Stella unleashes Chain Lightning, a spell that shoots toward Jae-young faster than he can reposition. He chooses defense because dodging becomes impossible. The strike tears through his body and binds him in slowing effects that drag down every movement. Stella keeps the pressure steady. Firebolt, Magic Hold, Entangle, and Wind Cutter, which are low circle spells but perfect for an overwhelming burst. Angelina recognizes the pattern and warns Jae-young from afar. She urges him to escape instead of blocking because the upcoming impact feels too heavy to withstand. The explosion hits, and the system throws a critical condition on our boy. All his abilities drop sharply. Invincibility activates at the last second and prevents further harm. He understands that this event enforces equal footing. No one dies unless someone uses a bamboo spear. Even so, he pushes forward. Stella forms a magical circle around herself and sits calmly, assessing him with disappointment. She once assumed he hid elite strength, yet he collapses under basic attacks. She lifts her bamboo spear and prepares the finishing strike, declaring it not as hatred, but simply the event's requirement. Jae-young accepts that logic through strained breaths and treats the situation as routine. Stella attacks her, but the system blocks her attack. While confusion clouds her expression, something suddenly tears through her stomach. Jae-young, who still sits on the ground, has managed to thrust his own spear first. He reminds her that none of this should be taken to heart. The event moves them both. Stella hurls an insult, calls him a sly creature, and vanishes from the field. Jae-young admits to himself that invincibility carried him through the moment. Without it, Stella would have crushed him instantly. Angelina remains frozen. She cannot understand how Jae-young defeated the second-ranked player. Even while relying on his help, she had expected an immediate loss. Our boy groans about the exhaustion in his body, likely caused by lingering debuffs. She rushes to him and checks his condition. He confirms he barely avoided death. She bows deeply and expresses her full gratitude for saving her. Jae-young brushes aside the gesture and focuses on the real issue about the reason Stella chasing her. Angelina hesitates but offers the whole truth. Her master left items for both disciples and hinted that combining them would grant extraordinary power. Stella fell into greed and decided to chase Angelina endlessly for the second book. Jae-young absorbs the explanation and asks what Angelina plans to do now. Her pursuer stands among the highest-ranked players, and constant escape prevents proper growth. Angelina cannot form a clear decision because the pressure keeps building. When Jae-young asks about her level, she reveals she sits at level 43. He considers it average at best. Her gear concerns him more. She wears a basic uniform meant for level 20, and all her accessories come from old quests. She admits she never upgraded anything because she spent all her money while running. Jae-young halts for a moment, sensing an opportunity to test his plausibility skill to upgrade items. So he demands Angelina to hand over every item she owns. Angelina shows every item she owns the moment Jae-young demands it. Even removing her uniform unsettles her, but she steps aside when he instructs her to move. His focus carries no hidden intention, and she realizes her fear was pointless. He observes that her worn gear reflects long, desperate use. He raises his hand and activates Grant Plausibility, determined to test how deeply the system responds to lived experience. Angelina freezes when she hears the activation words, clearly confused. Then, a beam of light descends and reshapes everything she owns. Her items transform into the Staff of Destitute, the Robe of Destitute, and the Shoes of Destitute, each one carrying symbolic fragments of hardship. Our boy inspects the results and confirms that the upgrade aligns perfectly with his theory, that items soaked in long-term effort and survival gain a stronger reaction from the system. Angelina struggles to process the sudden change and slips into the new equipment with disbelief. Jae-young gives a clear explanation. Endurance gave these items power. They still fall short of elite standards, yet they are more than enough for her early advancement. Her gratitude pours out, but she cannot understand why someone would go this far for a stranger. She tries to understand his nature, but he offers only a faint smile and defines himself as her ally. Before she can make sense of his meaning, he sends a friend request. She sees the name Dex and accepts, her thoughts swirling because someone legendary just linked himself to her. As they walk, she admits how suspicious she felt earlier, yet all doubt dissolves after witnessing his sincerity. The idea of Dex calling her a friend feels unreal. He urges her not to overthink and reminds her to keep his existence quiet. She promises full secrecy. Tan's voice comes in Jae-young's ears, questioning whether he truly trusts her. Jae-young remains calm. The gaming world already learned that he is playing Arcadia, which removes the point of hiding from trustworthy allies. His concern now shifts toward controlling the narrative, deciding how the world interprets his presence, whether as a savior or a threat. His thoughts break when Angelina draws his attention to the interface. Only 1,002 survivors remain. 2 more eliminations will end the first round. Out of 3 million original participants, those last eliminations must feel cursed. 2 survivors appear in their path, one massive and one very small. Both carry arrogant amusement the moment they spot Jae-young and Angelina. Angelina instinctively hides behind Jae-young. The newcomers mock their appearance and treat them as easy prey. Jae-young laughs quietly, because these two match exactly what he needs, simple opponents for a test. He informs Angelina that this is her chance to evaluate her upgraded gear. She assumes he wants her to flee, but he corrects her. The fight belongs to her. Terror rushes through her chest, but the short survivor grows impatient and launches the attack. Both enemies leap at her at once. She grips her Staff of Destitute, the full set effect activating instantly. Shield emerges the moment the blow lands. The short survivor considers one circle sorcery worthless, and his confidence grows as cracks spread across the barrier. Panic threatens to break her, but she sticks to Dex's instructions. She chants shield repeatedly, fast enough for barriers to stack. The combined impact throws both attackers backward. He watches closely and knows the items he created cannot stand against high-level monsters, but the set effect compensates beautifully. The bonuses reveal overwhelming support. 1 circle spells cost nearly nothing. 2 circle spells drain half the usual mana, and higher-level sorcery becomes devastating but expensive. Most importantly, she can cast 1 circle spells endlessly. Magic circles appear behind her in rapid streams. The short survivor realizes too late that they form magic missiles. The barrage detonates in a massive explosion. The system announces the drop to exactly 1,000 survivors. The first round ends. With that, Angelina becomes a one-circle Grand Mage. She turns toward Jae-young, eager to confirm he witnessed everything. The system notifies him that he has earned her complete trust. She registers as an ally, and his plausibility climbs to 243. He just hopes that she will someday become a terrifying force. Far away, the chief executive slams his hands on his desk after spotting Dex on the screen. His attempt to access further information fails due to restricted authorization. He cannot piece together Dex's motives, but he swears he will not allow him to succeed. The system announces that the second round approaches. Goblin appears across the sky, surprised by the unexpected results. She expected only top players to advance, yet numerous mid-tier and even low-tier players survived. Her attention sharpens when she notices a level 43 survivor. She identifies Angelina and wonders whether luck or real power carried her forward. She expresses excitement for what round 2 will reveal. Before starting the next round, she explains urgent rule changes. Everyone notices their bamboo spears glowing. The spear now performs both magical and physical attacks, and absolute defenses or skills that ignore physical damage lose effectiveness. Jae-young absorbs the changes with mild disbelief. Tan points out that these rules target him specifically and asks how he plans to proceed. Our dude accepts every challenge placed in his path. When Goblin clarifies new rule, confusion spreads among participants because many never imagined such skills existed in the first place, while others grow angry and demand to know who forced these changes. Goblin moves on before complaints can escalate. She announces that the tournament committee identified major balance issues caused by certain item effects. Those advantages violate the equality principle of the no bamboozle format. Therefore, for both the second and third rounds, every participant must compete with only their current weapon. No tools, no items, no extras, pure skill and the bamboo spear. This revelation crushes Angelina's confidence, since her entire equipment set becomes useless in an instant. Goblin shifts smoothly into explaining the upcoming round's structure. Poisonous gas will begin closing in from the map's outer edge, shrinking the battlefield at the speed of a sprinting human. Survival requires constant movement toward the center. With that final warning, she initiates the second round. At headquarters, Quan decides to interfere with system, but Alice rejects the patch as insufficient and threatens penalties for misuse. The chief executive ignores every warning. He celebrates the chance to interfere openly. Mr. Kang warns because CEO specifically ordered them to avoid penalties, but Quan accepts every responsibility. To him, Dex stands at the center of multiple problems, from the bloodsucker auction to the unexpected tournament outcomes, so administrators must seize this moment to suppress him. Basically, the No Bamboozle tournament functions as South Korea headquarters' hidden tool for managing user complaints, so it becomes their way to remove someone like Dex. Inside the game, Jae-young informs Angelina that they must go on different paths from here on until round 3. She clings to panic because her items have lost all value. She feels abandoned. Jae-young corrects the misunderstanding that he created those items specifically to help her. If he meant to take advantage, he would never have formed an alliance while being hunted by the second-ranked player. She realizes her doubt carried no weight. He softens his tone and admits he had been joking earlier. The real issue lies in his inability to protect her under the new rules. His strategy requires movement she cannot follow safely. He reassures her that her upgraded items still contain effective functions and urges her to avoid suspicious individuals. She promises to survive until the third round. After they part, Angelina reviews everything she knows about his passive skills. She remembers that his abilities block physical attacks but wonders whether deeper capabilities lie beneath the surface. She doubts even someone like Jae-young possesses talents beyond that. Meanwhile, Jae-young activates possession and summons Azakar, the poisonous emperor. The system grants him temporary access to Azakar's powers: Master-level poison resistance, Rank 2 poison armor, Master-level poison affinity, and blood poison generation. His appearance shifts instantly, and his costume takes on the beaked mask associated with plague emissaries. Elle voices her displeasure about summoning an underworld creatures twice in a row. He brushes her complaint aside because he needs underworld beings to tackle his current problem. He then checks with Tan about the earlier plan. Tan agrees but remains puzzled, since the format penalizes excessive trick usage. Jae-young clarifies his reasoning that the rules instruct all players to move inward. Most will obey because the shrinking field forces combat toward the center. However, it seems that the movement toward the center grants advantages. That implies the opposite direction hides the real loophole. Jae-young charges toward the outer boundary, confident in his deduction. In other words, when poisonous gas closes in, players will collide, ambush each other, and die in frantic combat. Jae-young already accumulated enough kills in round 1, and the updated spear mechanics guarantee unavoidable damage during direct fights. Therefore, he plans to let the poisonous gas eliminate the entire crowd while he alone remains unharmed due to immunity. He steps into the fog. The system issues a warning as deadly poison coats his body. He activates poison resistance, poison armor, and blood poison generation. The poison blends with his defenses harmlessly, confirming his theory. With complete ease, he declares the second round already won as long as he stays patient. Across the battlefield, chaos erupts. Participants unleash bursts of skills, each clash louder than the last. Goblin observes with growing excitement. Now that weaker players have vanished, the arena finally displays the skill level she expected from a real tournament. Yet her eyes focus on Casillas, who storms into a cluster of armed fighters. She executes the wild dance of blades, carving through them with lethal rhythm. An archer far above releases a fire arrow when he senses an opening. To his shock, Casillas dodges effortlessly, even though she should not have detected the attack from such a distance. She locates him instantly, leaps upward and slams down from above, killing him cleanly. The user dies confused, unable to understand how she reacted to a strike fired from more than 2,000 feet away. He suspects she carries a hidden class, but no one receives an answer. Casillas wipes the blood from her blade and mutters her frustration. She has unleashed her best skills, yet Dex still refuses to appear. She vows to track him down no matter how long it takes. Moments later, the second round ends abruptly. Only 2 survivors remain, Casillas and Jaeyoung. Casillas clears the second round with overwhelming force. She has killed numbers of players, who now lie scattered across the arena like broken pieces of the same pattern. One defeated user struggles to lift his head, muttering disbelief about 8 concept attacks and hidden combos that should not exist in a tournament promising equal conditions. Facing Casillas makes that rule feel like an empty decoration. She surveys the field with clear irritation. 3 minutes to wipe out this wave feels slow to her. Every match follows the same dull rhythm, offering nothing that pushes her limits. But she intends to defeat Jaeyoung. Her thoughts sweep back to Icaros, a game released 2 decades back, the old action RPG she guarded until the servers died. She kept playing even as the graphics aged, the community vanished, and the controls demanded inhuman precision. That game saved her entire competitive life. She protected her top rank with fierce pride until Dex arrived. His name first appeared on the rankings list. Moments later, her character lay dead on the ground. Rage impact triggered 3 seconds earlier than physically possible, and for a moment she assumed it was an exploit. But watching him dismantle her revealed something deeper. He grasped the system more completely than she ever had. His skill felt unnatural, and his dismissal of her hard-earned achievements cut deeper than the loss itself. Now, her hidden fighter class resurrects the same combat freedom she once mastered. Quick Draw lets her shift weapons instantly, just like in Icaros. The class almost feels made for her. It's her chance to defeat our dude and reclaim her pride. Meanwhile, the executive director examines our boy's survival. He reviews the poison parameters while Kang confirms that it's indeed level 200, the highest possible. Surviving 30 minutes at that tier should be impossible when items are disabled, and the player lacks combat resistance skills entirely. Kang shakes under the weight of that contradiction. The game's code simply does not contain a skill capable of enduring such poison. The executive director realizes the threat. If the player continues like this, he will win by outlasting the whole tournament. That outcome cannot stand. He opens Alice, the admin system, and forces the poison to its absolute limits: maximum damage, maximum resistance priority, maximum addiction effect. He, however, gets a warnings trigger, marking this as unfair targeting. His record absorbs 2 violations, his salary and leave face cuts, and a board meeting looms. He accepts every penalty without hesitation. He refuses to let one user ridicule the work his team built. A notification reaches our dude. The poison has strengthened again, and all resistant skills now fail. He absorbs the update with exhausted annoyance. The targeting has moved far beyond subtlety. Tan reacts with alarm, insisting even Poison King Azakar would collapse under such levels. Our boy admits the exploit has reached its breaking point. The rest must be settled through confrontation. He immediately recognizes Casillas from his system screen. Now the system announces the final round. Casillas also anticipates to face him in next round. At that moment, Tan questions whether direct combat suits his usual methods, and eagerly offers the possession skill. He declines and instead requests L power. She grants it immediately. Then, he activates possession and summons Weapon Master Calypso. His divine essence floods through him, forming a new ability, King of 10,000 Soldiers, a weapon that shapes itself into whatever he needs. Mana surges through him and everything finally aligns. Tan watches with open disbelief. Ella glows with pride, claiming even the weapon's original master lacked this incredible ability. He ends his brief testing and prepares for combat. Next moment, he uses his skill to find his opponent. Casillas materializes and turns toward him. He charges first. She blocks instantly, as she had been chasing him throughout the rounds. Our boy mocks him having old grudge while claiming to know her hidden class inside out. Her weapon shifts, and she moves into strike. He studies the fluidity of her transitions, acknowledging the skill that once ruled Icaros. He answers with rapid weapon transformations of his weapon. For a while, their weapon clashes with each other's across the arena. In that instant, she understands that he recreated her style deliberately by irregular combo attack. His voice cuts urges her not to collapse so easily this time. If she truly intends to rival him, she must match him fully. Casillas lunges again, forcing her body forward with everything she has, but frustration keeps rising. He keeps insisting her abilities are same as before. She grits her teeth at unfairness of the situation. Her quick draw technique rotates weapons at high speed, but his weapon transformation ability shifts forms instantly, far beyond anything she can match. Even so, her pride rejects the idea of losing. He presses her resolve and wonders why someone of her level already falters, his disappointment cutting deeper than the wounds she suffers. She answers through grit alone, admitting the skill he commands. He explains his skill, King of 10,000 Soldiers. She recognizes how fortunate he is to obtain something so rare, but he responds that fortune becomes a skill. She confesses that he keeps overturning her expectations, both in Icaros and now. She plants her bamboo spear into the ground, gathers mana around her raised hand, and abandons pointless weapon swaps. She knows that she can't pierce his defenses with bamboo, so she switches strategies and draws a hidden sword. He senses danger immediately. The blade radiates a presence far beyond standard gear, forcing him to reassess everything. Before he settles on a counter, she moves. Her slash arrives too fast for sight. A system alert confirms lethal damage with multiple fractures, blood loss, paralysis. He drops instantly. His familiar's rushes are taken back to see his condition. Casillas charges forward to finish him. He barely manifests a shield. She notes it will block exactly one attack and concludes he has accepted defeat. He knows she is correct. Her speed skyrocketed the moment she drew that sword. Before she strikes again, a notification interrupts that Calypso demands contact. Elle forces him to pay attention and directs him toward the rusty sword in her hand. He sensed something wrong from the start, and Ella confirms it. Calypso reveals the truth. That sword belonged to her and was part of an inheritance meant for her successor. A companion necklace should have accompanied it, granting new skills as the inheritor grew, yet no trace exists in the game. She demands the missing explanation. Everything clicks instantly. He realizes why Casillas mirrors him. Because she inherited the same heavenly power he borrows. Casillas slows at the sudden shift around them. He demands the source of the sword. She thinks he is trying to buy a time. However, she reluctantly explains receiving it from a strange NPC after a peculiar quest. He pushes again, asking about the necklace. She freezes, shocked that he knows about it. Under his pressure, she admits a necklace came with the sword, but it arrived unidentified. The pawnshop owner lacked appraisal skills and recommended buying an expensive scroll. She refused to waste money on what looked like trash and sold it for 15 bronze coins. As soon as she finished explaining, Calypso's fury detonates through the interface, flooding it with alerts. The heavenly being reacts as if a sacred bond was shattered and vows to punish Casillas herself. More warnings appear as Calypso demands full possession of his body. It's normally impossible without crushing plausibility charges. Ella grants approval, using the ancestral link between master and inheritor as justification. She then issues the command in Archangel Michael's name and surrenders control of our boy's body. Power erupts through him like a star bursting open. Casillas steps back as his presence transforms completely. His consciousness slips into spectator mode while Calypso takes full control. His wrath floods the arena. He condemns Casillas for discarding what her master created with intention and devotion. Casillas falters under the force of the rebuke until the arena fills with orbiting weapons summoned by Calypso's will. Casillas recognizes the manifestation instantly, the embodiment of all weapons, the ultimate form of mastery, far beyond any balanced limit. Next moment, Calypso unleashes the arsenal. Next moment, a system alert her that she reaches her fatigue limit. A second alert follows. Fatal damage detected. Casillas staggers, coughing from the shock. Next moment, her blade resonates with the awakened energy. She stares at it, overwhelmed and unable to understand the reaction. Calypso calls her pitiful for never understanding her own foundation. Quick Draw activates in an instant as he closes the distance. Casillas can barely breathe before realizing Calypso knows the true, hidden name of her skill. Calypso exposes the truth. Quick Draw was never about rapid swapping. It carried the ambition to master every weapon ever forged. It held the weight of endless training, relentless drive, and the pursuit of perfect mastery. At its summit stood the king of 10,000 soldiers. The revelation shocks her. Calypso points at her, revealing this was the future she abandoned when she sold the necklace. She possessed the potential to reach the ultimate skill, yet she discarded her inheritance for 15 bronze coins. Terror grips Casillas. She begins calling him Dex, then stops, realizing the presence before her cannot be human. She demands to know who truly controls his body now. The presence controlling his body, aware of her skills. Calypso feels his sword respond to him. He realizes it's trembling with sadness for the companion it lost long ago. She is nervous to hear about the companion. Calypso declares his regret. He never had enough time to choose a proper successor. He had to use this unreliable young woman, but now the body serves an important purpose. He looks at Casillas' sword and knows its true power is hidden beneath its dull surface. Despite Casillas' lack of skill, the weapon's strength remains. He senses that destiny brings this pair together, that the sword and its new owner may be the only chance for both of them. Casillas watches in confusion as he speaks to her sword like it is an old friend. He instructs the weapon to care for her, and the sword pulses, accepting Casillas as her new owner fully. The system reacts immediately, hidden powers unlock, and the sword rises from magic to unique grade. A new quest appears, asking her to find the lost necklace. Next moment, she feels strong feeling flows through her grip. The sword's essence enters her mind, showing its longing, determination, and incredible aura. She understands the reason behind her hidden fighter class, sensing the purpose the blade has always carried. The spirit notices her face and sees traces of his younger self. A warning flashes across the interface. Calypso, the all-weapon master, has intervened, using the last of his plausibility reserves to make this moment happen. With that, the possession ends suddenly. Control returns to our boy, who understands that the master spent all remaining reserves. Casillas collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by the revelation and the toll of battle. He watches her carefully, noting the critical state debuff. She even endured extreme pain throughout their fight, showing strength beyond expectation. Now he waits patiently while she regains consciousness for a discussion. When she opens her eyes, he immediately scolds her for selling necklace. He explains that anyone could recognize it triggered a hidden quest, yet she sold it along with other junk while keeping the sword. He wonders if she has ever played RPGs, since the logic seems clear to anyone familiar with them. She explains that in her version of Icarus, quests like this did not exist. He insists the necklace is important and should be reclaimed after the tournament. She confirms she already plans to do so. Her attention shifts to his class. He explains it as a form of possession, a hidden skill similar to her fighter class. She senses it but does not push for more details. He moves to finish their match, pointing his bamboo spear toward her. She laughs, bitterly noting the fight cannot continue. 3 more minutes are needed for the critical state debuff to fade, and poisonous fog is almost at their position. The tournament's end is near, the outcome is already decided. He sits beside her, disappointed that their duel ends this way. She promises that next time she will win. He grips his spear, realizing his careful planning has led to little, and drives it through her. The system announces his victory immediately, and he promises her to meet again. The system declares Dex the last player standing, winner of the No Bamboozle tournament. Every key battle streamed live. Players like Stella and the Bamboo Spear Revolutionary Army fought with skill and determination. Casillas performed brilliantly until the very end. Dex's sudden victory surprises casual spectators, but experienced players remember him well. His skills and reputation make his win believable. Watching the livestream, Black Flame Dragon recalls facing Dex and feels shocked at his skill. She is grateful she did not enter the tournament, knowing she would not want to face him again. The host congratulates him, asking him about claiming his prize. With a dramatic gesture, a mysterious box appears. With her mystical power, she explains that inside the box are items once owned by eliminated players. He may choose one, and she will recreate it perfectly for him. The box holds impressive treasures: Blade crocodile armor, Tears of a Mermaid, Aramcha's arm guard, the Imperial magic sword, and other unique items. She smirks, imagining how tempting these rare pieces must appear, and assumes he is eager to take one. He inspects each item carefully, but none seem valuable. Even 10,000 plausibility points would feel too much for any of them. He wonders if better items exist elsewhere in her collection. He asks to be sure about the rule of the item being once used by an eliminated player. She confirms this and asks if he has decided. She wonders which item he will choose. Her confidence crumbles when she sees his selection. She gasps in disbelief watching the item. He asks the issue, reminding her that the rule was hers. Any item once belonging to an eliminated player is valid. He demands the fulfillment of the promise, and she looks extremely nervous. Black Flame Dragon watches, and it strikes him as unusual to see Dokkaebi so unsettled. She wonders what our dude could have requested to cause such a reaction. Dokkaebi hesitates, then hands over the bamboo spear. He takes it, a wide grin as he feels the success of his plan settling into reality. Meanwhile, Kwan's panicked voice ripples through headquarters as an emergency meeting assembles. Despite packed schedules, the team gathers immediately, aware that something has gone catastrophically wrong during the tournament's reward distribution. Kwan begins outlining the crisis. Monitoring data shows the winning player claimed an item entirely outside expectations. A female employee apologizes, admitting her department missed the live stream, drowned in overtime work. Kang cuts through explanations and moves directly to the core issue that the winning player selected an item no one anticipated. Kang emphasizes the severity of the situation, drawing everyone's attention to the main screen. The bamboo spear materializes in digital form, gleaming ominously. Shock ripples across the room as employees struggle to comprehend how this item could exist as a tournament reward. The logic fails to compute, confirming the reason Kwan personally intervened. Kang identifies the problem clearly. The spear's code lacks any target restrictions. The weapon functions against high-level raid bosses and even targets flagged as undetectable by the game's system. An employee absorbs the implications, understanding the potential disaster. Kang confirms the assessment, his expression grim. Kwan outlines the nightmare scenario, If the player strikes any attackable target, especially major NPCs like Galadriel, the severe Dragon Lord, the target would die instantly, regardless of story importance or power level. The team has not tested the limits, but the system's structure makes the threat nearly certain. The female employee panics at the thought of major NPCs vanishing and endless repairs consuming the company. Kwan accepts full responsibility for despite monitoring the stream and prevent the crisis. However, Myeon-lee decides direct intervention is necessary. That's why she contacts Alice through the system interface. Alice responds professionally, offering assistance. Myeon requests authority to adjust the tournament reward items. The system processes the petition and denies it outright. Records reveal 2 prior instances of unfair patches targeting this player and a formal guarantee that no further patches would occur. The oversight system confirms all evidence. Myeon turns to Kwan with barely restrained fury, questioning how the situation escalated beyond authorized limits. Kwan collapses under pressure, begging her to blame Jae-young, insisting that none of this would have happened without that player. Meanwhile, Jae-young swings the bamboo spear in a safe zone, evaluating its weight and aura. Tan observes unease, questioning why the weapon radiates such overwhelming energy. Jae-young frowns, noting that Tan witnessed this spear in the tournament without concern. Tan explains that usage in the tournament dimension differs entirely from the open game world, with plausibility enhancements amplifying every strike. L confirms the spear's immense plausibility, capable of shaking a continent with a single blow. Jae-young acknowledges the wisdom of claiming it. Next moment, the system interrupts, notifying him of an administrator's mandatory summons. Curiosity prompts acceptance, and all his abilities are temporarily restricted as the system teleports him to a secluded location beyond normal game space. Helenia stands before him, introducing herself as Arcadia's administrator. She explains the need to discuss the spear, emphasizing that the item represents a special case never intended for tournament rewards. The board's emergency review demands adjustment to prevent catastrophic disruption to game balance. He interprets her words plainly that she intends to revise or confiscate his reward. Helenia clarifies that they seek his consent for fairness, not punishment, and offers 3 options: limit uses, restrict targets, or withdraw the spear entirely with compensatory items. It's clear that only Muyon's authority can offer these options. He evaluates the proposal and finds no option appealing. He asks what compensation he receives for accepting any adjustment. Helenia explains that the AI-controlled reward system calculates values proportionate to company fault, comparable to previous tournament rewards. She gestures to a holographic display showing the proposed compensation. Our boy's eyes widen in shock at the package. Helenia admits she cannot confirm exact numbers personally, but guarantees that Arcadia Korea assumes full responsibility and will compensate him fully. She adds that if he cooperates, no future unfair patches will target him, emphasizing this promise as personal. He questions the enforceability. Helenia confirms with absolute certainty as CEO of the Korean branch, pledging her name to the guarantee. He realizes he faces Myeon-lee herself, the legendary CEO who succeeded at an extraordinary young age. Helenia thanks him for his time, expressing confidence they will meet again, and winks before her avatar dissipates. He watches the meeting space fade, processing the encounter. Later, crowds gather at the Virtual Reality Industry Revival Expo. The Arcadia booth attracts attendees eager to see their latest innovation, an advanced lucid dream system. The presenter explains that users can focus on mental images, which the program translates into high-quality graphics with automatic behavior programming. Entire worlds emerge from imagination alone. Visitors marvel at the technology. However, after his experience, Jae-young observes with muted interest, noting the mental strain it requires and recognizing his own limits in creativity. Now he is feeling sleepy. Next moment, he notices the commotion regarding a user who impresses everyone, generating over 10 minutes of usable footage within the trial period, a feat that would take professionals months. The person was none other than Jae-gyun. Someone approaches him. A while later, our dude congratulates him on his job offer from Arcadia Korea. Jae-gyun informs him that he declines, citing age and commitment concerns. Conversation shifts to the bamboo spear. His friend presses whether he accepted the company's terms, curious about what really happened. Our boy deflects, keeping the details secret. The actual agreement adjusted the spear's function to single use only. He received 1 million plausibility points as direct compensation, complete immunity from future malicious patches, 10,000 gold coins, and a private message from Helenia offering him to contact her whenever needed. The emergency meeting is being conducted as an unknown person addresses everyone who has already been anticipating this moment. Finally, he announces that Dex is back, so he commands all soldiers to assemble in Arcadia. Meanwhile, in Arcadia, the weather is lovely and sunny. A player sighs at how warm it is inside the game while the outside world is having a rainy day. His companion agrees, then mentions the No Bamboozle tournament finals. The player gets excited because he hears Dex was playing. She appreciates our boy's intellect for choosing the bamboo spear as a reward. Her companion boasts that he would choose the same thing if he becomes the winner. She taunts him for choosing money, and he argues back. Their moment is interrupted when they suddenly spot our boy. Not only them, other players also notice him. Our dude cursed the streaming system during tournament, which makes him noticeable. The next moment, he vanishes using the rapid footsteps skill. Reaching far away from the crowd, he deactivates his possession of Carpalus. The move costs him 1/400 plausibility. Tan immediately notices his restlessness. He claims he doesn't care about public opinion. However, Tan suggests he should savor the fame a little. L also notices he seems afraid and wants to know why. He admits that he is afraid because some wackos have been stalking him for years. Both his familiars can't believe it. Meanwhile, some players receive a tip that our boy has been spotted somewhere and rush over for inspection. A girl checks the faces of players to find decks. She even asks everyone to line up for identity verification if they don't want any bloodshed. One player wonders about this group searching for decks. Her companion explains that this group has been stalking decks for a long time, as they are obsessed fans. They even formed a guild named WDUC, short for What Dex's Underwear Color. While listening to this story, Tan understands his problem. Ella is confused. He taunts her, saying she can't understand because anyone with real talent will have frantic fans to stress over. As usual, their bickering starts again. He interrupts their argument by bringing up the problem at hand. No matter how many times he kills them, they won't stop chasing him. Tan understands his situation because he was also in the same position when he became the Lord. Even if he wiped out his enemies, he knew it would never end. To tackle his problem, he crafted an item called a deceiver mask. This mask helps a person hide their true self and show others only what they want them to see. No one can see through the truth behind the mask. Jae-young can't believe that among all the non-combat items, Tan offers him this mask. Tan, clearly offended, reminds him how much effort he puts in and how many demons he kills to craft this mask. He guarantees that with this mask, no one can see Jae-young's true identity. So no matter what, no one will find him unless he reveals himself. Jae-young, however, knows Tan's intentions and asks for the price. He suspects Tan is planning to take all of his plausibility for this mythical grade item. Tan, flustered, reminds him that he can't use cheap items to deal with his stalkers, so he is giving him the best item for just 100,000 plausibility. He can use it for the rest of his life. Jae-young considers the offer, which is quite expensive, but he has no choice in his situation. Besides, he has 1,000,000 plausibility won from the No Bamboozle tournament, so his only option is to use this mask. With that, he equips the deceiver mask, and his identity is completely concealed behind it. Meanwhile, his stalkers are searching everywhere but can't find any sign of him. The bulky player believes that Dex can't be far away, because it has only been half an hour since they received the report of him being spotted nearby. He reminds everyone of the price they paid for the tip and orders them to keep searching. The witch wonders where our boy has gone. Meanwhile, our guy, now with a new face, is happy that no one can identify him. Tan agrees, saying an item this expensive should live up to its cost. Now that there is no chance of being noticed, he checks the updates regarding the market situation. Looking at the screen, he reviews new item issues and the flow of gold. There are countless articles about the unique item auction and about how unemployed people are gathering in Arcadia now. Moving ahead, he calculates the price of the mask, which can be around 10 billion. It hurts knowing how much it truly costs him. Then he walks past his stalkers, who are looking intently at him. He flinches for a moment but smiles when their leader doesn't recognize him. Finally, he approves the mask's ability, which makes Tan quite happy. Then he asks whose identity he is wearing. Tan answers that it belongs to a vampire lord he killed just because the guy pissed him off. Now he understands why he has bloodshot eyes and a pale complexion, which definitely belong to a vampire. He complains to Tan about it. Not to mention, he suddenly gets the attention of some girls because of his handsome look. He complains again, saying this face also attracts unwanted attention. Tan suggests he should just change his appearance then. He didn't know that option was available. He is given the list of disguises. He is taken aback when he sees it, because the options are the players or NPCs he has killed. He smirks, realizing he can take advantage of this feature. He plans to try some mischief while clearing the renewed mission. He checks the mission details, in which he is required to turn this world into a colossal cauldron of chaos. He can't do this alone, so he needs to gather allies. His allies will bear a unique mark. He needs to make Casillas his ally for an extra mission. Meanwhile, she is currently searching for a necklace. Mikhail, on the other hand, is quite happy to earn so much profit from voyagers. Later, Angelina finds him and complains that she hasn't seen him since the tournament. He excuses himself by saying he was busy. She complains that he should at least text her. He explains that he is planning something against Stella, who is targeting Angelina to kill her. He then gives her a reality check, saying that clutching onto the item won't help her. In reality, Stella's skill is far out of her league. Angelina is just a newbie with nowhere near enough skill to fight her. He also reminds Angelina that she didn't even survive the second round of the tournament. Angelina asks whether he wants her to surrender. He suggests she leave the spellbook, the one she's after, to him. Meanwhile, she can focus on improving her skills. so he offers her something in exchange. Casillas, listening to this, feels irritated at being called a thing. A while later, Casillas inspects Angelina as her new student. Jae-young confirms that Angelina already has decent skills, which Casillas can help her improve further while they travel. Casillas then reminds him of his side of the bargain. He must help her reunite with her master. He assures her that he will work on that as well. Then he reminds Casillas to find the necklace in order to repent for her past mistakes, so that if she faces Calypso again, she won't feel embarrassed. Already irritated by his nagging, she reminds him she is doing exactly what he told her to do. They argue for a moment, then Jae-young wraps up the matter by entrusting Angelina to her care. Casillas assures him she will make Angelina strong enough to protect herself, which brightens the girl's face. With that, he leaves Angelina in Casillas' care, unaware of her imminent transformation. He is determined that one day she will kill that wacko in PvP. With this, Casillas becomes registered as his ally. Later, he arrives at the gate of the barony of Mikhail to search for his other ally in Met. Pian. He wonders about this side quest because he hasn't made any connection with anyone in Met. Pian. Now he needs to make an ally out of a complete stranger. Suddenly, a guard yells at him and asks whether it's his first time here. Not wanting to bother explaining anything, he lies and confirms it. He is told to submit some documents to a girl behind the counter. The girl welcomes him far too cheerfully and asks him to fill out the documents while adding numbers and details. He is clearly startled to see the contents. The papers are filled with toxic clauses. Now he understands why Baron Mikhail's estate has become one of the top 10 forbidden places for players. He wonders what happened while he was away. With that, he demands to see Mikhail immediately. Later, he finally stands in front of Mikhail, who is surrounded by gold. She is happy to see him and expresses how worried she was when he left abruptly. He immediately brings up the drama at the gate. She explains that she doesn't have many voyagers nowadays. However, she has come up with a few scam-like plans to at least lure beginner users. She mentions the guys who went to the mines. They used to be her cash cows, but now they've grown scarce, so she is doing what she can. He reminds her that she might get herself killed by exploiting players like this. He brings up the Black Flame Dragon as their new ruler. She explains that the Black Mage earned the throne through a fair battle. Besides, she has spared the estates of the late Emperor's relatives. And not to mention, she has also been paying large amounts of gold until now, which earned her an imperial order supporting her estate. Although reluctantly, he agrees with her logic anyway. The next moment, a butler arrives with a trolley full of gold and money, which is his earnings. With that, he receives 734 gold, 32 silver, and 21 bronze. He can't believe he earned 700 gold from just 10% interest. He wonders how much money she squeezed out of the players. Mikhail is eager to discuss several trade plans with him, including inviting higher-ranked players to her estate. She is building a trade route for higher-level tools. First, she wants to know his purpose for being there. He explains that he needs to meet someone here. Meanwhile, in the mines of Met, Pian, the miners work under the strict rules of the goblins. One of the boys is crying and wondering what kind of game this is. Then our boy spots him and notices his incredibly fast mining speed compared to the others. He wants to know more about him. A goblin calls the boy Official Slave Number 1. The goblin explains that the boy is one of the first miners in the mine, but he later tried to escape to another estate. They captured him and made an example of him by forcing him to work even more. Watching him, our dude realizes the boy's speed is at least level 5 or higher. He wonders how the boy reached such a level. He wants to talk to him. The goblin complies and gives the boy a break. The poor boy didn't even know a break could be given. The boy humbly approaches him and mentions that his quota for the week is already complete. Jae-young offers him a friendly chat, which baffles the boy. Finally, he notices that our boy is also a player and asks for his identity. He introduces himself as someone who will grant the boy freedom. The boy explains his captivity. Jae-young reprimands him for signing such a ridiculous contract that trapped him. The boy admits he signed it without thinking. When Jae-young asks his age, the boy reveals he is only 15. This shocks our dude, making him wonder whether the game is intentionally showing him the consequences of his actions by making this person his ally. Suddenly, Elle interrupts as she smells something. Finally understanding it, she reveals that this boy carries the scent of fire. That means he must have an affinity for a fire spirit or the fire element. She adds that players like him are geniuses in blacksmith abilities. She has never sensed such a strong presence from anyone else. Now Jae-young understands that this boy can be useful to him. He addresses the boy and asks whether he will do anything for the sake of freedom. He immediately agrees. Jae-young tells him to at least listen to the conditions first. He protests, saying anything is better than staying here. Jae-young admires his determination, but he is too desperate. He bows and swears his allegiance to him for the sake of freedom. With that, all of the boy's contracts with the mine are terminated. Then he is registered as an ally. Jae-young checks his stats. He is a level 24 player with weapon production, shield production, and mining skills. The thing that catches his attention the most is that this boy is a closed beta tester. Jae-young remembers that the game was completely hidden from the public until the day it was released. He wonders how this boy managed to become a closed beta tester for Arcadia. The boy explains that he had a smart friend who helped him get in. Our boy doesn't buy his explanation at first, but after seeing the boy's expression, he concludes that he isn't lying, so he lets the topic go. With that, he announces it's time to test his skills. After a while, Hyung-tak is tested in a fight against a kobold, and, after some effort, manages to hunt it successfully. He proudly asks for Jae-young's approval of his hunting skills. Not wanting to discourage him, Jae-young simply points out that he succeeded at the very last minute, right before the kobold was about to kill him. He observes how terrible Hyung-tak's hunting and production skills are. However, he doesn't understand how this loyal player has remained so dedicated to the game, especially in production. Another question also bothers him. Why did the system choose him as his ally? What makes him so special? The answer comes from Elle. She explains that the skill and talent to craft an artistic weapon is not the only quality that defines a blacksmith. A true blacksmith must endure the hardship of standing in front of a furnace for hours, hammering metal with a heavy hammer, and giving countless strokes to shape a weapon into a quality piece. This process requires great persistence and determination, qualities that make a blacksmith a blacksmith. That is why Hyung-tak possesses the blacksmith skill. He never gave up, even in the harsh environment of the mine. He is taken aback by how much she knows about the blacksmith profession, and notices her high regard for Hyung-tak as well. She explains that she can't reveal the full reason behind either of these things, because an information leak could affect the entire continent. She brings up the Calypso incident, where power exceeded the plausibility reserves. Repeating such an incident could disrupt the Heaven Order. Understanding her words, he confirms that she will provide the information as soon as the right price is paid. She confirms it but is still reluctant because the information is extremely valuable. He interjects, ready to pay whatever amount of plausibility she requires, since he has more than enough. He ends up paying 150,000 plausibility for this information, which the system calls the dormant secret of the past. She brings up an era called the Age of Legend, which is so ancient that it even predates the Holy and Demon War. During that era, several gods with different abilities and duties existed, for example the god of justice and balance, and the god of time. At that time, there were several sects that worshipped specific gods. But with the rise of the Scient Empire, they made sure to wipe all traces of these deities and convince people that only one god existed, the one they believed in. Elle confirms this by saying that the current empire is descended from the brigand who was the culprit, but she can't reveal this information because it could shake the current balance. Not to mention, heavenly power grew stronger after this incident, but she thinks this feat could have been achieved without erasing the records of these deities. Now these deities have become formless and nameless entities. Among them is Vulcanus, the deity of blacksmiths and creator of the sword Muspelheim, a sword famous for killing any demon. This entity is the one keeping an eye on Hyung-tak. Now he understands that by polishing the boy's skill, he can use it for his own benefit. But the problem is he is not a blacksmith himself. To solve this, Ella suggests he bring Hyung-tak to the dwarves, who will help him. He points out that no one has discovered other races yet, so they wouldn't know about their existence, let alone their location. Their conversation is interrupted by Tan, who reveals that he knows their location. Elle doesn't believe him at first, but Tan explains that one of his subordinates located them in the underworld, which is why he knows. Jae-young becomes more interested in knowing their location. Tan explains that the place is far away. They will need to ride a wyvern for 5 days until they reach a region beneath a large desert. Jae-young guesses that he is being pointed toward the Grand Desert Lemire, one of the 5 forbidden places because of its high death rate due to environmental debuffs. Tan offers him a new character to possess, which will help him reach the place within a day. Elle also offers a discount. Excited, he immediately accepts their offer. After a while, our boy arrives at the Grand Desert Lemire. He stands in front of his guide, who warns him that even his tribe, living in the desert for generations, hasn't ventured into Lemire. The guide reminds him that, even disregarding the harsh environment, he won't survive the dangerous monsters. Even in his 60 years, he doesn't know anyone who has gone there and come back alive, so he himself doesn't know what lies beyond the desert. Jae-young understands that he has to move forward blindly, so he asks his companion to follow him. On the way, Hyung-tak hesitates because Jae-young has given him many valuable items, which he feels he doesn't deserve. Currently, he is wearing a looter's uniform with magic grade, a qualified voyager robe, and a dagger of darkness, all rare items. Our boy explains that he wants Hyung-tak to draw attention by wearing those enhanced clothes, so he bought them for him at an auction. As soon as Hyung-tak hears it is from an auction, he becomes even more reluctant to accept them because of the high price. He even promises to return them. Jae-young, nervous, tells him to assume this is his price for the time he spent in the mines, acknowledging that it was his fault Hyung-tak was stuck there. Hyung-tak, however, interprets his generosity as kindness and vows to serve him for all his life. Listening to this vow, our boy feels guilty and regrets not choosing better items for him. It has been 3 days since our boy and his companion enter the Grand Desert of Lemire. Our boy is doing fine. On the other hand, Hyung-tak is dehydrated in the heat. He wants to take a break, but our boy is not satisfied with him getting dehydrated in this dangerous desert. He reminds him that this is because they are in one of the forbidden areas. Still, Youngtak is curious how our boy is handling the desert so well. He explains that before coming here, he activated his Frozen Heart passive skill, which helps his resistance to fire. Youngtak still feels inferior, because he has only activated his fire resistance skill to level C, which is still not enough. Exhausted, he even suggests giving up at this point because the desert is too huge to find the dwarves, and they don't even know if the information is accurate. Jae-young assures him that the information is correct and encourages him to keep going. Youngtak wonders about the source of the information. Tan meanwhile grows annoyed by his complaining when suddenly a large roar echoes across the desert. In the next moment, a couple of level 160 Lemire Desert Scorpions appear. Without any effort, our boy freezes both monsters with Ice Blast. Then he orders his subordinate to finish them off, eliminating them with his pickaxe. However, due to his low contribution, he receives a penalty on his experience points. His level upgrade comes with a restoration of energy and mana. He also gets a weird title called Cherry Picking Freerider, which obviously annoys him. Then Jae-young asks about his current level, which is 72. Our boy encourages him, saying that he has gone from level 24 to 72 in only 3 days, which is quite a boost. Youngtak's expression brightens at this, but in the next moment, it falls when our boy asks him to follow instead of complaining. Along the way, Youngtak hopes for some clue about the dwarves' location, as he is currently using plausibility to keep up with the possession skill. Suddenly Tan appears and gives him another amazing offer. He mentions a famous dwarf Thane who lives in the underworld and forges with hellfire. He guesses that the dwarf might be famous among other dwarves. His point is that if Jae-young allows him to control his body, Tan will guide them to the dwarves' city using the possession skill. Jae-young is curious when Tan had time to gather information from that dwarf. Tan answers that he has his eyes in the underworld as well, just like L, who also has duties besides being a true familiar. After that, Jae-young ponders his offer and agrees to summon him using his possession skill. Without wasting time, he possesses the Headbreaker Thane. Youngtak is taken aback at the dwarf's power boost. The dwarf emerges chuckling, remarking on how long it has been since he saw daylight and comparing the desert heat to hellfire. Jae-young tells him to shut up and lead the way already. Instead, he is astonished to see L with them, because it is a rare sight to see both an angel and a demon in the same party. He then seriously looks ahead to locate his hometown. He pauses as he realizes they are already standing there. Jae-young feels reluctant, but the dwarf is sure, sensing that there is the last arc he has protected all his life. Our dude, however, is not happy to use his plausibility to discover a location where they are already standing. Now the question is how to reach the underground, whether he should dig his way through. The dwarf, however, suggests an easier method. Understanding his suggestion, he immediately summons his hammer and tells his companion to stay back if he doesn't want to get swept along. Youngtak is taken aback to see the magnificent hammer in his hand. Most importantly, he is afraid of what he is going to do with it. Instead of answering, Jae-young strikes the ground hard, and in the next moment, it shatters. The surface falls away beneath them. Jae-young's eyes widen as he sees the city in front of him. The dwarf also feels nostalgia. Finally, he enters the Sands of Forge, the dwarves' city. With that, he receives a mythical achievement as the first player to discover the Sands of Forge. He also earns rewards for reporting the city to the authorities, as well as the title of Persistent Explorer. After boosting his stats, the system gives him a new quest. The quest requires him to build a good relationship with the dwarves. Success will open the city to other players, but failure will close it off and make the dwarves hostile toward humans. As soon as our boy lands in their city, the dwarves immediately realize that humans are trying to intrude on their territory. Someone orders them to attack. Meanwhile, at the Arcadia Korean headquarters, the scenario team is preparing another scenario. This scenario requires an ultimate conflict between elves and dwarves after introducing both races to the players. During the conflict, players can choose the side of either race. However, the subordinate points out an important factor. The dwarves usually harbor hatred toward other races because of previous conflicts in their battles against humans and elves. Even players who choose the dwarves will find it difficult to gain their favor. In this situation, most players will inevitably choose the elves, which could disrupt the balance of power. The chief, however, points out that the driving force of the dwarves can help them overcome their hatred toward humans in order to achieve their goals. He gives an example from his own relationship with them. Not to mention, if someone gains the dwarves' loyalty, they can bring their high-level weapons forged by the dwarves, which will eventually affect the economy of Arcadia. In this way, there is a chance for them to get their hands on a mythical item. Meanwhile, in the Sand of Forge, the dwarves are ready to fight our boy. Youngtak also receives the quest and confirms it with our boy. Jae-young, however, adds that the task won't be easy. He recalls the history in which they lost their battles against humans and elves. That's why they have remained hidden in the underground until now. Youngtak questions their hatred toward humans, and Jae-young asks him to see for himself. They see that the dwarves, filled with hatred and anger, rush toward them to eliminate them. One even suggests alerting the Hammer Assault Team to fight against humans. By summoning them, the Hammer Assault Team also charges forward, guided by their leader. Our boy can't believe they have already prepared a response team at the entrance. Headbreaker Thane chuckles, seeing that his minions are still following his manual. Hyungtak is hesitant to fight them for the sake of quest services. Our dude, however, doesn't care about the quest as he raises the hammer of Headbreaker Thane. As soon as the dwarves see the hammer in his hand, they immediately recognize it as belonging to their lord, the one who died during the battle against the elves. At that moment, our dude examines their reaction and realizes he is seen as their lord Thane. At first, they don't believe him, but then they notice the way he speaks, just like their lord, and accept it. They make a gesture, placing their left fist on their chest, which is their way of expressing great honor. Jae-young repeats the gesture. With this, he successfully establishes trust with the dwarves and completes his quest. As a result, the city opens to humans, and future interactions between dwarves and humans are possible. He also earns the title of Dwarf Pal. Thane, on the other hand, observes his people and hometown. The dwarves are happy to see their lord's spirit, even for a moment. They are grateful to our boy for giving them such an opportunity. They even assume our boy is their lord's disciple and decides to show him respect. One of the dwarves, Bale, who was saved by Thane during the battle, requests our boy to summon him once again. Our boy explains that he can't do it because of the difficulty of the task. Bale accepts this, though disheartened. Another dwarf is curious about Thane's current location and wants to know whether he is in the dwarves' heaven. Jae-young looks at Thane curiously. Tan hesitates, thinking someone who loved to crush other people's skulls obviously wouldn't end up in heaven. Ella agrees, noting that even though the dwarves fought for a noble reason, crushing skulls is an act that doesn't qualify one for heaven. At this moment, Thane appears and asks him not to tell his kin that he is in hell. Jae-young, having no choice, tells the kid that Thane is in heaven. This makes the kid happy, and he eagerly expresses his wish to relay his message to his lord. Our boy encourages him to go ahead, assuring him that Thane can hear him. At that, the poor kid eagerly wants to join the Hammer Assault Team, ready to crush elves' skulls and then meet his lord in heaven. Jae-young nervously wonders how the boy will meet him in hell. Then they move on to visit the city and are taken aback by how well crafted it is. Jae-young informs his subordinate that this is because the dwarves can use hammers even in their infancy. Bale comments that there's no need to get overly excited, as this place is filled with master-level blacksmith engineers and architects. He points them toward one of the top 3 master workshops in the city, led by his father Byron, who is a respected member of the community. They stand before the master blacksmith, Byron. Jae-young requests him to take Hyungtak as his disciple, adding that although he cannot yet detect Hyungtak's full talent, he sees great determination and persistence in him to become a blacksmith. Byron, however, hesitates to take a mere human as his disciple, but he considers it because Thane sent him. He then decides to arrange a crafting competition between Hyungtak and his new apprentice. After a while, both craft crude daggers. The dagger crafted by the dwarf is a magic-grade item with 200 durability, though it lacks the ability to cause real damage. The dagger crafted by Hyungtak has only 30 durability, but it has a solid foundation. Byron is initially disappointed by Hyungtak's craftsmanship, yet he decides to mentor him while warning him not to hope too much. Hyungtak, however, thanks him sincerely for the opportunity. Later, Jae-young decides it's time to leave, as his purpose here has been fulfilled. Hyungtak is disappointed, hoping to travel with him a bit longer. Hearing this, Jae-young asks him to hand over his hammer. Our boy is taken aback to see a fairly ordinary hammer, normal in quality, which Hyungtak uses for forging weapons. He decides to upgrade it, but the weapon requires 350,000 plausibility at this point because it needs extensive improvement. He is first hesitant to use this much plausibility, but then he makes up his mind. He addresses Hyungtak and comments that he will thank him for this favor. With that, he uses plausibility, some of which was used by the Ancient Flame. The Hyungtak blacksmith gadget is now fully upgraded. Hyungtak is taken aback by the aura of the Ancient Flame. In the next moment, he sees fragments of Vulcanus, who tells him that he cannot reveal his existence to the world yet. But as he advises, Hyungtak needs to work hard to overcome his flaws and become the greatest blacksmith, to show the world his skill as it deserves. With that, he blesses his weapon. In the next moment, his hammer is upgraded to a mythical item called the Vulcanus Hammer. Once again, our boy causes a great disruption in the game's main scenario. His actions trigger the activation of Act 9, Forgotten Age of the Legend, while releasing the power of Vulcanus. Now Alice keeps track of Hyungtak. Not only is Act 3, the race war scenario, disrupted by this, but they also need to review and readjust the scenario. As a special authority figure, Alice makes decisions according to the situation, even overruling the manager's control. Meanwhile, Hyungtak, after receiving this item, earns the title of Artisan Blazing Soul. Looking at his new weapon and the specifications showing how special and powerful it is, he feels truly grateful to our boy. Jae-young, however, is still not entirely sure if he will achieve a mythical item. He absorbs this new information, It means that a player's ability, combined with the use of plausibility, can create this kind of synergy. Tan is curious how some entity who is forgotten and erased can still apply their power to a weapon. L points out that, unlike other deities forgotten by world, Vulcanus is still resurrected by remembered and other races, which must be giving him power. They then discuss how someone like Vulcanus maintains their power, looking at our boy suspiciously. Their goal is to check that he isn't overusing their plausibility, and if he is, he should share it with them. Hyungtak then addresses our boy again, having sensed the power of the ancient flame he earned during his time in the mines. He points out the quest he receives related to it. Jae-young looks at the quest. Hyungtak is required to trace an erased god. However, Jae-young warns him not to complete the quest for now, as it could provoke the Saint Empire, and the consequences would be unknown. Instead, he should focus on improving his skills as a blacksmith. Meanwhile, Hyungtak is also taken aback that Jae-young does not want the weapon back. Jae-young reveals that the weapon is useless to him, and that Hyungtak can repay him once he achieves his own goal. Listening to this, Hyungtak becomes determined to become the best blacksmith. When that day comes, he will help Jae-young no matter what. With that, Jae-young earns Hyungtak's full trust, and Hyungtak enrolls as his sidekick. His mission is now complete, and he receives the sidekick rewards. The reward allows him to use the plausibility earned by his sidekicks. This information brightens his face as he immediately understands the system's strategy. Overall, he now has 3 sidekicks: Angelina, Casillas, and Hyungtak, also known as I Suck at Everything. However, he does not yet know that they will soon become famous as the worst player in Arcadia's history. Now it is time for our boy to focus on his next goal. Meanwhile, Black Flame Dragon at home is watching her screen, wondering what it feels like that everyone is live streaming in Arcadia. She understands that it is their way of earning from gameplay and decides to start her own live stream. Suddenly, her eyes catch a new video about someone venturing into slime territory to hunt slimes for the first time. The streamer is Tina. She has companion Bruce, who is a nervous level 134 player. As soon as the show goes live, the comments start pouring in, most of them roasting Tina, especially about the incident where she collabed with another player and ran away when facing danger. They also remind her of the danger ahead. Slimes usually come in groups, and they will have to face the Queen Slime at the end. Reading the comments makes her angry, but she emphasizes that with Bruce, they are the highest level players and won't have any problems with the slimes. Bruce adds that he can catch slimes as well. The area they are entering is populated by low-level slimes level 80. In reality, Tina, as a streamer, is affiliated with the GM group, the same GM entertainment group involved in the Duke von Hearn incident. Despite their past failure, they haven't given up on investing in Arcadia's potential. This time, they are collaborating with streamers, so they won't have to compete for popular content themselves. However, the incident in which Tina ran away and abandoned her teammate is remembered across the internet, ruining her reputation. The representative of the GM group contacts her beforehand and warns her that if she doesn't do damage control, they might breach their contract with her. Worried, she wants to find a solution, so he offers her a simple plan. She needs to rescue any passerby low-level player to fix her reputation as a hero. At present, the GM group has already assigned her Bruce. All she has to do now is find a low-level scapegoat. At that moment, she spots someone nearby and rushes toward him. Trying to look cute, she adorably asks the person to join her group to hunt slimes. He reminds her how difficult the task is, but she assures him that both she and her companion are experts who won't have any problems catching slimes. She tells him he won't regret it. After a pause, he agrees. In reality, this person is none other than our hero, disguised his identity with a mask. He is just passing by, and by luck, he now has the entertaining opportunity to be part of the livestream. Both his familiars warn him that Tina seems shady, but he already knows this, which startles Ella. He explains that he is going to check on slimes anyway, so he will join the party just for fun. Not to mention, this also serves his main purpose, to test the hidden potential of a mask. When Tina asks about his account, he easily answers that it is I Love Chocolate's account. Upon receiving the request the next moment, he smirks, knowing his plan has succeeded. In reality, he wants to check whether the mask can conceal a player's real identity while replacing it with a fake one. He is right about it. Near slime territory, both Bruce and Tina talk about their skills and praising each other's. Bruce mentions that he has a shield from a boss monster during the Lich Argamer incident. When Tina praises him, he humbly states his goal, to become stronger than our boy, who defeated the Black Flame Dragon. They go on like this for a while, which annoys our boy and his devil familiar. Jae-young explains that they have no choice. They are doing it for live streaming. Tina turns to him and apologizes for making him feel left out. He brushes off her apology coolly. She assumes he is just acting cool, but in reality, he must be nervous to be part of such a famous player's stream. She checks his level, clearly shown by the mask's ability. He is displayed as a level 52 warrior class. This makes her assume he has never hunted slimes before, as slimes are level 80. He lies that he wanted to do it, but now he plans to stay out of their way. She assures him to tag along. Inside, she is excited to rebuild her reputation by protecting a newbie. A while later, they spot the slimes, which are numerous in numbers. Bruce points out that they are outnumbered, but Tina doesn't listen to any excuses. Bruce wants to go back, but Tina is determined to make this live stream a success. Our dude, however, is simply happy to see his old companions. With that, she starts the stream. Comments pour in, though some still remember that she ran away before. Regardless, both Bruce and Tina take their positions to face the slimes. At that moment, our boy is merely a spectator, realizing that this is the first time he sees other players fight. Usually he is either fighting against them or tricking them. He also notices the slimes are getting stronger, from level 80 to the late 90s. Most importantly, they attack in groups, making it impossible for the players to defeat them unless they take down every single one. Some of the slimes corner him. Tina, seeing a chance to become a savior, immediately activates her Fireburster skill, killing multiple slimes. Her experience level increases while she gains the slime drops. Her mana drops as well as she deactivates her shield. Noticing that her mana needs time to recharge, Bruce asks her to take a break. He also assures our boy that he can handle the situation and asking him to stay back. The comments now start appreciating Bruce and Tina for fighting against the slimes and protecting a newbie. Tina is quite happy with the swarm of comments. She knows all she has to do is hold on a little longer, despite feeling a bit guilty for using Jae-young for her purpose. Meanwhile, Ella misunderstands the situation, assuming they are protecting our boy. Tan clarifies their real intention, and even points out that they intentionally directed the slimes toward him so that they could play the savior of a low-level player. Ella is concerned and asks him whether he intends to let them take advantage of him. Instead, our boy finally reveals his intentions to them, because by taking advantage of the situation, he is turning the tide in his favor. He is going to do the live stream too. After a while, both Bruce and Tina clear out the area and decide to take a break. Again, people comment on the hunt, which proves that 2 high-level players can stand against slimes. Some mention our dude, who is getting a free boost from the hunt. Then someone realizes they haven't seen his level boost. Tina also notices it, which is why she wants to know about his XP percentage. Instead of answering, he asks about her purpose in asking. She explains that it's because he didn't level up after the hunt. He excuses it by saying he recently leveled up. She buys his excuse. She is about to ask him to subscribe to her channel, but he cuts her off by asking whether slimes are the only thing they are going to hunt. She doesn't understand, so he clarifies that as a streamer, hunting slimes can bore the audience, so they should face higher-level monsters, like intervening in orc territory. As soon as he says that, the audience mocks him for being clueless about the high level of orc territory. Bruce, assuming our boy is a rookie, explains that orc territory can't be infiltrated even by hundreds of fully armed players. Besides, they are already getting decent views from the slime hunt. Our boy calls him a coward. He turns his back, declaring that he will go there on his own, officially leaving their party. He even slyly mentions his channel name, saying that if anyone wants him to go to orc territory, they can watch the live stream on his channel. As soon as everyone finds out he runs the Daily Life of a Destroyer channel, viewers flood in from Tina's channel. Tina sees her dwindling viewers finally drop to 0. Meanwhile, our boy addresses his audience, who welcome him warmly. One of them asks curiously how he plans to face orcs at only level 52. He explains that he is not going to do the work himself. The real work will be done by his friend. Everyone starts guessing who his friend is, and someone jokes that it must be the Black Flame Dragon. The next moment, he activates his title as Slime Savior. Then he calls for his friends. As soon as he does, many slimes, including the queen, cuddle him happily. He makes an excuse that the orcs are causing trouble, and he wants their help to defeat them. The slimes immediately agree. Meanwhile, Bruce notices the trembling of the earth and guesses it might be an earthquake. Next moment, he is terrified to see the queen slime on the move. Jae-young sits on her shoulder and orders her to charge forward. Everyone gathers to watch the live stream. They are stunned to see our boy commanding the slimes and their queen. One user is curious about his title, wondering why he is called the Savior of Slime. Another points out that all that is meaningless because they are about to witness the epic battle between slimes and orcs. The slimes are ready to tackle the orcs, who are clearly unprepared for this battle in their Blue Thunder clan. As soon as the orcs see them, the guards activate their skill, Cached Menacing Roar, which enhances their habitat buffs. The slimes are warned not to intrude on their territory. Our boy wants to know what the orcs are saying, and Tan translates simply, "The slimes are indeed intruding." Observing the scene, he admits that Tan is right. The slimes brutally massacre the orcs one by one. Meanwhile, the final boss, the orc commander, arrives to rescue his kins. He is a level 120 monster. The audience immediately notices his huge stats compared to the queen, especially her higher health points. They are curious whether she can defeat him. The slime queen immediately charges. To counter her, the orc commander unleashes Savage Strike with a roar, forcing the queen to retreat. Our boy is ready to support his ally. Spending 3,000 plausibility, he strengthens her power. Now all her stats are boosted by 30% for the next 5 minutes. Enough time for the queen to defeat the orc commander with a single blow. Finally, the hunt ends, earlier than he expected. He asks his viewers whether they enjoyed the show. They appreciate him, expressing disbelief that the orcs are really defeated. The system informs him that only 1.2% of orcs remain in the area, so he can claim the badge. However, as soon as the system sees the 99% swarm of slimes in the area, it notes that the territory of the Blue Thunder Orc clan has been annihilated. With that, the habitat begins reconstructing itself into the second slime habitat. The viewers cannot believe this game can completely destroy a monster territory. The Slime Queen hugs him happily. The slime population is increasing, and they already need a new place to settle. So he congratulates her. Now the slime race has achieved something no other race has before. After being persecuted by players, they finally get their own territory, twice. The Golden Renaissance Age has begun for them, an era that no other race can ignore. As a reward, the system boosts their abilities. The normal slimes upgrade to level 120, and the guardian slimes reach level 150. Our boy notices that with a 40-level upgrade, it is unlikely they could be defeated even by a decently strong player. Now he no longer needs to worry about their safety. The upgrade doesn't stop with the ordinary slimes. The queen slime also evolves after prospering her race. She doesn't just change in appearance, she now looks more humanoid, but also earns the title Lordess of Slimes. Her level increases to 200. The viewers go into a frenzy over this new update. They are determined to stay away from the slime territory just after witnessing the queen upgrade. Someone even comments on her small size. The next moment, she lets out a loud roar that can be heard nearby. The roar instantly causes fear, reducing both Tina and Bruce's abilities by 30%. Bruce can't understand how the skill works even from 2 kilometers away. They now fear the queen, and their level also reduces their movement speed to 50%. Tina is nearly in tears from the debuff. Our boy, who was the slime savior, now becomes the Knight of Slimes for providing all the help to them. From now on, the slime race obeys him with absolute loyalty. The viewers are once again in awe of him. Meanwhile, Tan wonders why he always invests in slimes. He casually replies that because they're cute, leaving poor Tan confused. As usual, the internet buzzes with discussions about the incident of slimes invading orc territory. Again, our boy's actions trigger an emergency meeting at the Korean headquarters. The problem is, everything happens within game rules, so they can't take any action against him. Not only that, but the slimes become so strong that if any daring high-ranking players attempt to hunt them, they are immediately eliminated. Their power is terrifying, and their population growth is insane. This is why players now stay wary of them. The slimes have truly transformed from some of the weakest creatures into a formidable force. However, the incident also backfires in some ways. Curious players naturally want to know more about our boy as their master. Sentiments are mixed. Some hate him for scamming them out during Mine incident, while others admire him and become his fans, even leaving Tina's channel. Regardless of viewers' opinions, his channel popularity soars. He now has 36.7 million subscribers with only a handful of videos. Now, looking at his subscribers, our boy thinks the result comes out quite decently. For a moment, he envies the accounts with hundreds of millions of subscribers, but he rejects the thought because those streamers usually live stream 24/7, so he can't compare his channel to theirs. Not only this, he also receives many messages from editing companies. With this, he realizes just how many companies and people are involved with Arcadia. On the other hand, his parents are still worried about him playing games. The point is, he is still going at a good pace as a new streamer. Before this, he only uploaded videos that helped him with gameplay, but now that he has a mask to hide his real identity, he can easily start streaming. So the first thing he should have is an editor behind him. For this purpose, he contacts iPlus Company. As soon as the CEO hears that it's our boy from the daily life of a destroyer, he is eager to speak with him. Jae-young answers that he wants to discuss the contract regarding video editing. Next day, he is at the iPlus Entertainment building and is quite disappointed to see that it is a small place. The CEO, Seo-wook Jo, is an eager man who personally meets our boy and apologizes for the small space. He explains that he was in a rush to choose his office and settled for a place that was good for commuting. Our boy also expresses his inexperience with working with any editing firm, saying he chose them simply because their message was the first one in his inbox. Then he demands to see their previous work to ensure the quality of his videos. But the CEO is hesitant because our boy is actually his first client. Even so, he eagerly assures him that despite being a startup, the team is experienced in marketing and PR, and they previously worked for GM Group. This catches our dude's attention. Then Seo-wook explains his story. After Jae-young's video exposing Jae-gyu was uploaded, which caused GM Group's entire team to fall apart, the marketing department was restructured. Even though they did nothing wrong, they ended up shouldering the responsibility for the company's failure. That is why they left the company, and Seo-wook started his own. He assures Jae-young that he can trust his videos to them, and promises they will give their best. Jae-young thinks for a moment. Seo-wook is nervous as hell during these few moments. He knows his new company has nothing to show to prove their potential. Even if he were in Jae-young's place, he might not work with an unknown company. His eyes widen when our boy agrees to work with him. But he adds a condition. He will not disclose his identity to anyone. Seawook explains that this is standard in contracts between clients and editing companies. Our boy, however, emphasizes that when he says no one, it means not even the friends or family members of the company's staff will know his identity. He even warns that if the privacy clause is breached, he will not only break the contract, but also make them pay compensation. Seawook assures him he will have full privacy. Inside, he is tense because Jae-young is not an ordinary player, but someone who destroyed GM Group. So he is extremely cautious to keep this contract intact. Finally, our boy trusts Seawook and reveals his face before signing the contract. Later, his editor is working on the video and notices Jae-young's pale face. Seawook tells him to focus on the client data. When they open the video file, they are taken aback to see an unknown place they have never encountered in Arcadia. The editor guesses it might be some sort of dungeon, but even he has no idea about this place. As they watch the full video, they are shocked to realize that this place is the City of Dwarves. After they finish editing, the subscribers of our dude receive a notification about a new upload from him. The video has a thumbnail that says urgent with the title Secrets of the Underground. As soon as the video opens, the viewers realize that our boy has discovered an undiscovered area, the City of Dwarves, the Sand of Forge. The viewers go into a frenzy when they understand he has found a dwarven city in the Grand Desert Lemire, something they can hardly believe. Then the dwarf is shown, the one who offers his craftsman skill to our dude. This makes the viewers realize they might also get a chance to have items crafted by dwarves. Another dwarf appears who wants to hire employees because of a shortage of manpower. He is even willing to take human blacksmiths. With that, users understand that they have a chance to work with dwarves. However, one user doubts that Jae-young is giving them the full information. Then they see the flood of notifications explaining that our boy has formed an alliance with the dwarves. Consequently, there is now a possibility that humans and dwarves will be connected in the future. Everyone is excited at the idea of finding the City of Dwarves in Desert Lemire, but the problem is that our boy uploaded the video in a way that only teases his audience without revealing the whole content. So many of them start begging for the full information. That is why the video receives more than 10,000 comments. Even Seawook is baffled to see the extent of the impact. After this, his small company keeps getting messages with inquiries. He understands that Arcadia is also receiving countless messages from their users. He then begins to wonder about the true identity of our boy. At that moment, he gets a call from the devil himself. Jae-young is quite satisfied with the video editing, despite not giving any specific instructions. Then he gets to the point as he sends another video which has information regarding an item. This catches Seawook's attention. Jae-young subtly asks him to watch the video for further details. Seawook realizes that both videos might be connected. The first one was about dwarves, and this new one must hold information about an item. He wonders about our boy's intention. He doubts that this new video can create as much hype as the previous one. He decides to check it himself as he receives a cup of coffee from his employee. As soon as he sees the item, he spits his coffee onto the screen. The video is about Vulcanus' hammer, a mythical item. Finally, the video is edited and uploaded on his channel with the title, The Beginning of a Legend. Our boy once again causes a ripple effect in the world of Arcadia. After that, as usual, the Arcadia headquarters holds another emergency meeting. Not only this, the Desert Lemire also draws huge attention, as many players, including large-scale guilds, flock there in hopes of finding the dwarven city. Away from all this chaos, our boy relaxes in a quiet place. Looking at her master, Elle thinks about the changes our boy has caused so far, especially how he is directing other players toward Lemire Desert to search for the dwarves. This means his next target will be to find the elves' realm. After realizing all of this, she understands that everything is heading toward the remnants of the Holy and Demon War. Alice picks up a sudden spike in dwarf-related keywords, and the system treats it as a dangerous rise in exposure. Because of this, every old quest shuts down and the system switches into a live mode that builds new missions on the spot. Therefore, a new mission forms for him. It focuses on the long and ugly history between dwarves and elves. Their fight began from something small, grew out of control, and ended in a brutal split that still shapes both sides. Jae-young's role becomes simple but heavy: bring peace, rebuild trust, and open trade between them. Failure means renewed war and a complete collapse of the agreement. He believes the mission has updated the moment he gained the dwarves' support. That part was hard, but he managed to convince them. Now the remaining challenge is the elves, and he keeps turning ideas in his head. He is unsure how they react, though their past cooperation with mortals gives him hope that they will not attack him outright. Before he can plan anything, Tan receives some troubling pull from the underworld. Tan looks uneasy, and Ella reveals the reason without holding back. One of Tan's own people starts a rebellion strong enough to threaten the throne. Tan loses patience instantly and leaves in a rush, warning him not to fall for Elle's tricks while he is gone. He simply lets him go, understanding the fear since Tan once watched his plausibility drop from 1 million to only a few 100,000 in a moment. With Tan gone, he tells Elle she can return to the heavens if she wants, since he plans to travel alone for a while. Elle takes this chance to stay close to him instead. Her mood shifts into something sharper. She unloads her opinion about devils, explaining how easily they get pulled by desire and how predictable their reactions become when pushed. She also mentions the angels stirring chaos in the underworld, which makes her secretly hope Tan never returns. As she continues, he pieces together her intentions. She is the one who triggered the rebellion. She is the one who sent the angels. She admits it openly, explaining that Tan never checks anything unless he is forced into action. When he wonders why she goes this far, she refers back to the holy grounds at Mount Pian, where Tan caused enormous damage. She claims she only wants justice. She then makes it clear that she knows where he is heading. The Elven Head village holds something incredibly valuable to the Monarch of Chaos. She lets him know she wants that item destroyed, completely reduced to dust. She does not explain what it is, only that he will know once he sees it. When she demands him to destroy it completely, the MC is left confused. As they continue their journey, his mind drifts to his past contract with her, the sealed item in Mati, Pian, and the strange silence she kept until now. He wonders about what's going on in her mind. She finally admits that she is thinking about that item for years. She explains further that angels and demons chase contracts with mortals for influence and plausibility, but revenge weighs even more in this case. Tan destroyed the heaven's sacred place, so she believes he deserves to lose the item he treasures most. To her, the timing feels like fate. Our boy recognizes her true self again, the cold reasoning, the obsession with payback, and the confidence that never changes. He agrees to her request for now, although his real priority stays on the mission. She accepts this and does not push further. Night settles by the time he reaches the Great Forest Emil. This forest ranks among the top forbidden zones in Arcadia. The dwarves told him this is where the elves live, so he knows he is close. Jaeyoung feels relieved after making it through several unexpected turns. Now his plan is to possess Elven Soul. However, El explains that Elven souls do not enter the heavens or underworld. They travel to a separate spiritual realm, which makes soul possession impossible. His original plan collapses instantly. Ella works around it by bringing in someone from the mortal world who once had strong ties with elves. Through possession, Archer Amelia appears and guides him. She directs him toward the elven village while warning him about the forest's violent tree spirits. He moves forward because he has no other path. On his way, a giant dryad emerges before he even settles his stance. The creature carries an enormous level and fires a deadly beam from its eyes. He reacts and notices the same light building in his own eyes. With this ability, he avoids attacks with barely any movement, as long as his body can take the strain. The dryad tries to crush him, but he uses Magnum Arrow and activates All-Seeing Eyes. The skill exposes the dryad's weak point, and he strikes straight through it. He then rises above the creature and unleashes Heavy Rain. The attack demands heavy plausibility, but the power surprises him in a good way. He continues forward after the fight while hidden elves watch him from the branches above, studying every step he takes. Amelia informs he should be safe now as they've entered elven territory, where monsters never wander. He thanks her, but she brings up one last request. She wants him to track down an elf named Fail. If Fail is still alive, she wants him punished in the harshest way possible. She explains how she once saved Fail, loved him, and trusted him, only to watch him chase other elves again and again. Every betrayal broke her until hatred was the only thing left. If killing feels too much, she at least wants him beaten until he feels death close. She cries as she begs. He agrees to consider it, wondering why people from the heavens always carry such strange emotional baggage. Next moment, a new quest forms as he needs to bring justice on behalf of Amelia. The system describes how she carried her pain even after death, hoping somebody would settle it for her. Elle comments that this is exactly why relationships between different races become messy. She explains that elves do not view love the same way humans do. Their long lives make them see companionship differently, and they do not bind themselves to one partner. She points out that Amelia should understand this better than anyone, since she was once honored with a special title among elves. To Elle, Fail only acted as an elf would, and humans should not treat that as betrayal. Amelia breaks down, admitting she cannot face him anymore. She believes he can reach the elven village without help now, and asks to be sent back to the heavens. The quest cancels, the possession ends, and a chunk of plausibility burns away. As she fades, he calls her unsettling and decides to never summon her again. Elves hidden above watch everything, and they shoot an arrow which lands near his feet. A warning follows, telling him to stay still or be filled with arrows. He realizes he is completely surrounded. He asks Elle why elves behave this aggressively when humans once fought beside them. Elle answers that their cooperation back then was out of necessity, not friendship. Elves do not feel fondness toward humans just like dwarves. She hints that humans simply lack the natural charm elves carry. The elves reveal themselves. One steps forward and declares that he is surrounded. He quietly accepts the truth. They tie him up and lead him away. Time drags as he walks blindfolded with his hands bound, losing all sense of direction. Their constant shifts make tracking distance impossible. He admits they are far more careful than he expected. Eventually, they remove the blindfold. He opens his eyes and finds himself in front of the home of the World Tree. One elf places a hand on the trunk and whispers a spell. Light spreads from the tree and reveals a breathtaking sanctuary hidden within the forest. He finally understands why no one ever found this place. The system announces that he has discovered an unknown region and grants him a legendary achievement as the first human to reach the elven sanctuary. Rewards follow: more intelligence, higher archery efficiency, nature affinity, spirit affinity, and even a mythical achievement that raises his vitality. Now, the discovery of this place could shock the entire continent if he reports it. He studies the tree, Yggdrasil, the heart of Arcadia and the source of elven life. Then he notices a sword embedded in the trunk and immediately thinks of Tan. El laughs, pointing out that he now understands her true request. The elves stare at him in disbelief. A child remarks on how strange he looks, leaving him uncomfortable. The queen of the elves, Melissa, appears. The elves whisper, surprised she came personally for a mortal. He feels overwhelmed seeing her up close. Ella quietly notes that the queen has been watching him since he entered the forest, using the dryads for surveillance. He asks why she never mentioned that earlier. The queen approaches and questions him about his archery. She wants to know how he learned it. Jae-young answers honestly, which shocks her. She is totally confused because Amelia died long ago, yet someone using her techniques appears out of nowhere. She orders her rangers to release him, wanting to speak to him privately. He checks with Elle, but she knows little about Amelia's standing among elves. He senses that the queen's presence feels less like curiosity and more like caution. Inside the sanctuary, he sits across from her. She wants to know how a human learned Amelia's skills. He explains that Amelia died years ago, and that he only follows the school of archery she built. The queen accepts this, noting that a long time must have passed on the human side. He asks who Amelia truly was. The queen describes her as one of the few mortals ever granted honorary elven status, but also as someone extremely unstable. Amelia adored handsome elves and pursued them relentlessly. Whenever another elf caught their attention, she spiraled into jealousy, even violence. Her fixation on Fail was the worst, and the queen remembers clearly how Amelia once drunkenly threatened Fail's life if he refused to marry her. The queen even reveals that she herself suffered Amelia's jealousy, waiting 40 years after Amelia's death before she could marry Fael. Because he uses Amelia's style, the queen assumed he might be here for revenge. She relaxes only when she senses no threat from him. He interprets her meaning easily that Fael had multiple lovers, and the queen was one of them. She then asks why he forced his way into a forest sealed off for centuries. It is too deliberate to be simple curiosity. He takes out the document he brought and waits for her reaction. She opens it and finds a formal agreement to build trade routes. She wonders if he is actually a merchant. She notices with shock as she recognizes the material and the signature. She can clearly seize the dwarf craftsmanship. Our boy Them introduces himself clearly as the human envoy who already visited the land of dwarves. This time he stands as Dex, peace envoy between both races. Jae-young explains to the queen that the old war between elves and dwarves never truly ended. At some point, both sides simply stopped communicating, avoided each other's lands, and the silence continued until it hardened into the tense situation they live with today. He feels the era has changed now, and it is finally the right time to close that chapter. The queen reads the agreement he brings. It officially ends the war, forbids both races from insulting or mistreating each other, and pushes them to build friendly relations. To Jae-young, it feels like a real peace treaty, not a shallow attempt to look good. The queen then asks if he really is the mortal peace envoy he claimed to be. She admits she still cannot believe the notoriously prideful dwarves would ever send such a proposal. She wonders what he possibly did to convince them. He laughs lightly and reminds her that elves too hold their own kind of obsession with appearances. He then mentions the trade items written in the proposal: elven fruit wine and branches of the world tree. She confirms it. In exchange, the dwarves requested spirit stones and fairy wing dust, but she apologizes, saying the elves cannot accept the proposal. Jae-young stands stunned. She adds that it is not about adjusting the trade items. The elves simply do not have the capacity to agree. When he tries to understand what she means, she shuts the topic down and says, humans do not need to hear those details. She ends the conversation and prepares to send him away. The system announces that negotiations with the elves have failed. Jae-young realizes she will not even give him a chance to negotiate. He did not expect this outcome at all, and he refuses to return empty-handed. Ella reminds him that she already warned him, either succeed or accept her request. He asks if she expected the queen to reject him so abruptly. Elle suggests he listen to her proposal, hinting it may benefit him far more than he realizes. Elle explains the truth behind the elves' refusal. Long ago, a devastating war between angels and demons swept through Arcadia. Bloodshed covered the land, and countless died. In the middle of that destruction, the World Tree protected every life under its shade. Within its territory, no one could use attack skills, and battle-related stats dropped sharply. The World Tree became a sanctuary for beings desperate for peace. But the war did not end easily. When the divine weapon of the underworld, Deathbringer, an object that corrupts anything it touches, was hurled into battle, it struck straight into the trunk of the World Tree. From that day forward, the elves have guarded the tree in complete privacy. Its safety became the core of their existence. Because of this, anything that risks exposing the tree, like trading its branches, is unacceptable. That is why the queen rejected the dwarves' request. Jae-young finally understands. Elle points to the one solution the elves need: destroy the cursed weapon stuck in the World Tree. Only then can they even consider peace. He goes back to the queen. She reminds him that the discussion is over. He asks her to come with him for a moment, promising to leave afterward. She hesitates but follows him. He leads her to the World Tree. Up close, the tree overwhelms him with its size and presence. The queen cannot guess what he intends to do. He admits he has no idea how someone like him could possibly destroy a divine weapon of the underworld. Elle appears beside him and tells him not to worry. She summons a sword, a mythical celestial weapon called the Demise of Eternity. Its destructive nature is extreme. She explains that only a divine weapon can destroy another divine weapon. She even offers him a discount in plausibility, assuring him it is a worthy investment. He warns her to stop treating this like a cheap shop purchase, but she reminds him she still intends to annoy the demons whenever she gets the chance. When he lifts the Demise of Eternity, the sword instantly senses the massive evil inside the tree. A hidden quest triggers, and energy begins to radiate from him. The queen stares in shock. Meanwhile, Alice also determines the changing in the Act 2 scenario when Jae-young communicates with the queen. At that moment, the queen recognizes the sword, and cannot understand how a mortal is holding something mentioned only in ancient elven legends. She demands to know how it ended up in his hands. He brushes it off, saying he simply knows a few beings from the heavens. The queen knows this is not an ordinary acquaintance, but she remembers her own words about him earlier. She realizes he is not normal at all. He shifts the topic and returns to the treaty. He suggests changing the terms. He reveals that he already knows the elves' real problem is the World Tree's corruption. He offers the true deal. If the elves start peace with the dwarves and open friendly exchanges, he will ensure the World Tree remains free of darkness forever. His negotiation skill activates, and the queen's guard begins to lower. She finally gives in to her condition. If he can remove the evil in the tree, free their mother, the spirit of the World Tree, from eternal suffering, and restore her life, she will accept everything he proposes. Elle points at the cursed weapon embedded deep in the trunk. She urges him to hurry and destroy it. Jae-young, however, decides to make the moment even bigger. He starts a live stream for his viewers, claiming today's content is saving the World Tree. People flood into the stream with excitement. The Demise of Eternity reacts instantly, identifying the enormous evil. Power gathers around him, shaking the air. The viewers go wild. Jae-young braces himself, ready to finish everything in one blow so he won't waste any more plausibility. Jae-young grabs the sword and swings it toward the Deathbringer's shield. The cursed weapon senses danger instantly and triggers its own defensive skill without any command. A system alert appears. An emergency quest called The Last Stand has begun. A massive explosion shakes the area as the impact hits, smoke flooding the space around the World Tree. He jumps back, coughing, barely avoiding the blast. Elle rushes to him, asking if he's still in one piece. He admits he thought destroying the weapon would be easy, but he didn't expect a divine item to activate skills on its own. He mutters that this game's mechanics make no sense. Before he can complain further, the Deathbringer breaks free from the tree. It begins searching for a host. At that exact moment, a giant forest ogre, the Great Forest Ogre, a level 130 field boss, appears nearby. The Deathbringer senses it and takes off, flying straight toward the ogre. Our boy watches it flee with Elle. Elle realizes the situation is about to get far worse than expected. A violent blast erupts in the distance and the system announces a new horror. Corrupted Demon Blade Warrior has formed. The mutated boss turns its focus toward the elves guarding the World Tree. Elven Rangers panic. One archer tries firing at the creature while shouting for backup, but their skills bounce off harmlessly. Another elf reports that even their combined attacks are useless. The ogre roars, releasing a huge wave of demonic energy that knocks several elves into the air. Others scream that the struck elves have turned to ash. The order to retreat immediately spreads as they fall back toward the World Tree. Meanwhile, people watching the live stream stare at the scene in disbelief. Viewers comment about how insane the fight looks and how beautiful the World Tree is. One viewer says that he's calling customer service because this is beyond anything he signed up for. Jae-young watches the chaos unfold and admits he didn't expect things to escalate this badly. Elle complains that the Deathbringer is just like Tan who forged it, filthy and treacherous. Jae-young wants a solution, but Elle confesses even she would struggle to handle this corrupted boss now. He wonders if they should summon Tan, hoping Tan might know how to deal with the blade. Elle refuses immediately. She explains that Tan has stayed quiet only because they lost this weapon. If he regains it, the chaos will be unimaginable. He asks what else they can possibly do since they're running out of options. Elle thinks for a moment and then realizes something. If they could pull out more power from the demise of eternity, they might turn the tide. She proposes an idea, but Jae-young reacts instantly, asking if she's completely insane. She doesn't back down and insists she's serious. Far away, at Arcadia headquarters, Mr. Kwon stands on the balcony enjoying a rare moment of peace. Kang joins him, joking that it feels strange not dealing with emergencies every hour. They both appreciate that the scenario department no longer has control over core quests. It gives them room to breathe. They wonder why every catastrophic event somehow happens on their continent. Kang mentions a disturbance near the World Tree, but says the situation is too unclear to make sense of. Kwon imagines how terrible it would be if they were responsible for handling this crisis. They then reach the customer service sector, watching how their phones ring non-stop. Before they can continue discussing, an employee panics and insists Kwon look at something urgently. At first he brushes it off, thinking it's another update about the World Tree, but when he sees the screen, he freezes. Ella is standing in the middle of the battlefield. The truth becomes clear. A little while ago, Ella had asked Jae-young to lend her his body. She explained that she would intervene only at the minimum level and personally deal with the crisis. Jae-young questioned her plan, worried she might drain his plausibility. She told him she couldn't even possess him fully with the amount he had left, not even close. He wouldn't be able to use her, let alone activate possession skills. But she assured him that the heavens would take responsibility for whatever damage followed. All she needed was his permission. He eventually agrees, warning her not to blame him later. Elle smiles, and the next moment, a radiant being descends into his body. Archangel Michael takes control. Jae-young enters spectator mode. The corrupted demon blade warrior faces Michael, confused by the sudden presence. Through Jae-young's body, Ellie's power flows, and she stands taller, radiating divine pressure. She scolds the demonized weapon, stating it should have perished when it had the chance. She calls it nothing more than a discarded tool of the underworld, unworthy of defiance. Viewers watching the livestream scream in disbelief that an actual angel is speaking with this level of attitude. She grips the demise of eternity, calling forth its true nature. Divine energy floods the entire area. She declares that all evil will be erased. She unleashes a devastating strike, a blast so intense the land shakes. Our boy, as a spectator, stares in disbelief to know the sword held such overwhelming power. The moment the divine power erupts, Jae-young can hardly recognize the same weapon he struggled with before. The corrupted monster screams under the pressure of the attack as one heavenly skill after another activates: steadfast belief, heavenly divine justice, hymn of high praise, all-seeing truth, noble sacrificial justice, and the unquenchable flame. Each effect layers on top of the last, lighting the sky in blinding brilliance. Ella rises into the air using heavenly power. Viewers comment in awe that she truly looks like an angel descending from heaven. Jae-young, watching from inside spectator mode, cannot believe this is her minimum power during a possession. He wonders what kind of destruction she must have caused during the ancient war between heaven and demons. He decides he never wants to imagine it. The Deathbringer senses a fatal threat and shifts into a purely defensive stance. It drains the last of the host's vitality. The ogre collapses, leaving the Deathbringer trembling alone as Elle descends like judgment itself. She treats it like a creature, feeding on the underworld's scraps, yet arrogant enough to challenge her. She tests how long it can survive against her blade. The impact of her next attack shakes the entire forest. Jae-young watches the skill of destruction and is amazed by the battle between divine weapons. And despite the Deathbringer's stubborn resistance, it cannot match the demise of eternity, especially while receiving endless divine power from her. The sacred energy engulfs the cursed blade. Ella gives her final thanks to Boy for allowing her to fulfill a dream she has waited on for centuries. She says this moment will stay with her forever, and she will not forget this debt. The holy light burns brighter, and a clean, sharp sound echoes through the forest. The Deathbringer cracks. The system announces the impossible. The divine weapon of the underworld has been destroyed. The underworld's influence falls by 4.3%. The balance between good and evil begins to shift. Jae-young receives new titles: Arbiter of Evil and Celestial Agent. Now with this feat, the Saiyant Empire and the Holy Church instantly redirect their attention toward our dude responsible for this imbalance. From afar, the Elven Queen watches, stunned that a human has shattered a divine weapon. The long-suffering quest involving the corrupted World Tree completes. The elves' affection for Jae-young reaches the highest level possible. 2 more titles fall into his hands: Hero of the Elves and Savior of the World Tree. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Tan explodes in rage. He roars that how dare the Elle destroyed his weapon without him present. Back in the forest, Jae-young asks Elle if she is alright. He knows she spent a massive amount of plausibility. Ella picks up the shattered fragments of Deathbringer and drops them into a small bag. She admits she used a lot, but it's been a long time since she intervened this deeply in Arcadia. Borrowing his body actually made her feel better than expected. Our boy wonders why she's collecting the pieces. She explains that even fragments of a divine weapon can be misused if they fall into the wrong hands. She intends to keep them safe, and she also has a future plan for them. Just then, Tan appears in a fury. He yells at her, demanding to know if she truly wants to wage war by destroying his divine weapon. Elle lifts the bag of fragments and casually tells him to relax. She shows him the shattered pieces, admitting she had fun playing with them. Tan goes berserk. Far away, Arcadia Korea's online customer service department faces a total crisis. Calls pour in non-stop. Players demand to know the location of the elves shown on the broadcast. Employees apologize, repeating that they cannot reveal game content details. Others complain that the main scenario release is too slow. One calls the game unbalanced. Customer service workers take notes like their lives depend on it. Quan sighs as he watches the chaos. He originally assumed this whole mess was caused by Dex, but clearly he was wrong. Online communities explode with rumors and guides. Players claim random spots contain elves or dwarves. Many wander around chasing useless clues. Frustration spreads when no one finds anything. Quan asks CEO if they can temporarily adjust race favorability to control player interactions. She explains they had requested it but were denied. There is no narrative justification to suddenly make elves and dwarves friendly toward humans. The races fought a brutal war for survival. Sudden peace would break immersion. The point of Arcadia is infinite freedom. A single player achieving peace naturally is exactly the kind of miracle the game embraces. Meanwhile, Jae-young's uploaded video, under the username I Love Chocolate Cake, level 52, goes viral. Comments flood in begging him to reveal the elves and dwarves' locations. Guilds attempt to recruit him. Offers pour in. Seo-wook watches the chaos, stunned that Jae-young hasn't leaked a single piece of divine-level information. The headquarters even contacts him, asking if he can share something, anything, about this player. He refuses immediately. He reminds them that customer information is absolutely confidential. He has a headache from all the pressure and wonders if he should reach out to Jae-young. Just then, the devil himself calls. He greets Seo-wook casually. The CEO reassures him that his identity will remain secure. He adds that his channel is exploding in popularity. It's growing faster than any other, and he might become the #1 creator. Jae-young listens and then asks an innocent question. Are players really that desperate to know the elves and dwarves' locations? Seo-wook explains that the discovery is worth millions and would change the entire gaming world. Jae-young thinks for a moment. Then he casually instructs Seo-wook to go ahead and reveal the location information. Seo-wook freezes in shock. Seo-wook is clearly taken aback by his statement. For him, it is far too soon to do something like this. Instead, he suggests that they can create more videos on the villages of both races, especially if they showcase the items being sold there. But our boy is not interested. Everyone is doing the same, creating content on the same things just to churn views. His purpose from day one is not only to make money. Not to mention, even if players manage to find the locations of those races, it won't be easy for them to build friendly relationships with races that have a supremacy complex. This statement leaves Seo-wook confused. Apparently, our dude's statement is quite true, because the next moment a little elf comes to him. She learned from her mother that she will become a bad elf if she hangs out with someone unattractive. To change her perspective, he assures her that spending time with a dwarf won't make her a bad elf. Even their queen believes that. When the child leaves, he reprimands the queen for raising the children with such pathetic values. Besides, she now needs to find a way to make contact with the dwarves after the peace treaty has been signed. This reminds her of the players wandering around the Amel forest. She is worried that if she has to treat them well, obviously they are the ugly ones. Jae-young plainly answers that she should do what she wants. Her face brightens instantly because she really does not want to invite those ugly humans into her village. Our boy is the only exception, since he is their savior. Hearing her comment makes him realize that the next step of his mission is not going to be easy because of the different perspectives these races have. Next morning at his university, Jae-young finds himself becoming a lab rat for his virtual reality research team. He comes out of the capsule while the professor checks his synchronization rate, which is 92.89%. Actually, Arcadia Headquarter and Agent Electronics request the university to conduct this research. Jae-young is the top candidate for it, so the professor promises to give him an A+ for his cooperation. Our boy, however, wants him to ease up on his attendance. The professor promises to mark him present in his lectures in exchange for his help. Now, in the present, he comes to carry out his part of the deal, even though he doesn't want anything to do with Arcadia because it could reveal his identity. He turns to the researcher, wanting to know if they have found any significant data from this research, since all he does is dodge balls the entire time. She confirms that the difficulty increases with every level, and now he is at level 30. The researcher recalls how, for a split second, Jae-young's synchronization rate reaches 99%. It means that at that moment, his brain was truly harmonized with the capsule. It makes her certain that our boy can become a great Arcadia player. At night, when he returns to the game, he finds both of his familiars still fighting with each other. Seeing him, Tan is furious at him for falling for Elle's trick. She reminds him of the destruction of Matt Pian, Tan insists that losing his divine weapon is a bigger issue than the holy ground. As they continue arguing, the system startles him by informing him that the World Tree requests to communicate with him. He is taken aback, because he never believed the World Tree is a sentient being, but he is still curious to see it with his own eyes. So he grants the request. In the next moment, the channeling process for communication begins, and our boy is pulled away to a dreamlike space. There, he hears the greeting of the World Tree's spirit. She explains that since she does not have enough strength to communicate with him directly, so they are now inside a dream space while his body remains safe outside. He can't believe that she is really the World Tree. She confirms it, saying this is her most popular form. To be honest, she expresses her gratitude for freeing her from the evil force. Then she tells him that she has called him for a special purpose. She looks at him intently but still can't figure him out his power. She knows he has familiars from both the underworld and heaven. She can't understand how such a normal human can possess such immense power. In that moment, he wonders whether she is referring to his power of possibility. She immediately reads his thoughts because she knows how he is assigned tasks and given possibilities as rewards. He confirms it. She wants to know who assigned him those tasks. He answers honestly that he has no idea. She tries to guess with her divine power. He cuts her off, asking whether she still doubts him, even though he is telling the truth. She accepts his answer and gives him a rare reward for his honesty. She warns him to use it only when he is in desperate need. The next moment, a golden fruit appears in his palm. Then she shifts the topic, saying she hopes he will complete his mission to reconcile both the elves and the dwarves. However, she herself has one request for him. When she is about to give him the task, our boy flatly denies it. She is taken aback because he doesn't even listen to her request. He explains that he can't accept it because it must be far beyond his capacity. In reality, he already has too much on his plate. He can't add another mission, especially when he has only 100,000 plausibility left. She is not convinced because she knows every one of his achievements. He is stunned by how much she knows. She continues, saying that if he cannot complete her task with the achievements he already has, then no one else in this world can do it. Then she presents her request, calling him by numbers of his titles. The next moment, his new quest, Shattered Continent, appears before him. For this purpose, he must restore the awakened World Tree and merge the continent, which is now divided into many parts. To accomplish this task, he needs a dragon heart. Our boy is taken aback when he realizes he must retrieve a dragon heart. Basically, before the split, Arcadia is a single continent called Pangaea. At that time, every kind of creature, from dragons to dwarves and fairies, lives in their respective abodes. During that age, the World Tree holds together this vast continent. As she explains the unified continent, she continues describing how the Holy and Demon War is the reason the continent splits. Now, when she opens her eyes, she cannot recognize this new world. While she is in slumber, she does not hold the continent together, and the land scatters into the shape it has now. Jae-young thinks about how this information never appears in any historical record. He brings the conversation back to his own purpose. She expresses her wish for him to unite the continents. His eyes widen when he realizes that, according to the game's geography, he is currently playing on a server called the Second Continent. He guesses that she is basically requesting him to perform a server integration. She is taken aback by the alien term. He brushes off her question and gets to the point. He wants to know the method to complete his task. The World Tree explains that she could do it herself if she were fully awakened her power. He sarcastically asks what a mere human is supposed to do when she herself cannot do it. She answers that this task does not require his immediate attention. Whenever he has enough power and time, he can bring the required item. At first, he cannot remember which item she is referring to. Then he is terrified when he realizes she is demanding a dragon heart. She even wants the heart of an elder dragon, no less. He annoyingly insists that he never agreed to her request. In the next moment, he opens his eyes and finds the elves' concerned faces hovering over him. The quest screen is still open in front of him. He cannot believe the World Tree really wants him to retrieve a dragon heart, the item of the most powerful beings. He guesses she must be crazy. The next moment, the queen appears before him and happily informs him about the awakening of the World Tree. A little while ago, the elves had found spirits appearing on the tree without any summoning magic. This means the channel between spirits has been restored. Inside, our boy looks at the fruit again and realizes he was not dreaming. Then he casually asks the queen whether she happens to have a dragon heart. Later, he checks the specifics of the fruit and learns that it is an item capable of restoring full health by 1,000%. However, it can be used only once. Meanwhile, the players are still guessing the locations of the dwarves' city and elves' village. Arfandia's feed is filled with articles about them. One user posts that the village is in the Holy Empire and that the Pope himself has concealed the dwarves' location. Some suggest taking a hammer with them before finding the dwarves' village, using the tavern owner as their guide. They doubt that he is a half-dwarf because of his short height. Others, however, point out that the owner would crush their heads with their own hammer, as has happened before. They even protest that Arcadia is not revealing the locations publicly. Arcadia, however, gives the excuse that they cannot reveal the locations of the elves and dwarves' villages because their utmost purpose is to give players a real-life experience and the thrill of adventure, so players must find them on their own. In response to this post, there are multiple replies from players. Some think the game is manipulating them. Some believe it is a good strategy that they do not change anything according to the players' demands. Despite this, players are adamant about finding the villages of these races to gain fame, honor, and obviously, money. Individual players as well as guilds follow any hint that might lead to the villages. They are determined to find them no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Melissa addresses her people. She talks about the issue that humans will soon be at their doorstep, so they need to adopt diplomacy for the sake of Dex, who saved their world tree. However, one elf is concerned whether they can discriminate against humans who are too ugly to look at. She hesitantly grants them permission. Meanwhile, GM Group is also active in searching for the villages of dwarves and elves. They finally find someone who can give them the exact location of the dwarves' village. Jegu, however, is doubtful because they have been scammed 4 times before. Smith is sure this player is a pathfinder specialized in adventure and exploration. He has already checked the player's background to deem him trustworthy. Now he is reviewing the player's record. Smith confirms that he specializes in exploring the ancient history and geography of Arcadia. The player has relevant documents proving that he knows the exact location of the dwarves' village. Smith adds that the player is asking for a large amount for this information. Jegu already knows that such information carries a great price in Arcadia and wants to know the exact demand. Smith reveals that the player wants 100 million after negotiating down from his original demand of 500 million. Jegu is not happy to hear the price, but is willing to pay if the information is accurate. Smith consoles him, explaining that they will have the player sign a real-life contract with penalties if the information turns out to be wrong. Now Jegu changes the topic, since he is not interested in going through a stack of reports on his desk. He doesn't have time to read them while playing a game, so he asks Smith to inform his father that he has checked them. Among these reports is an investigation regarding the channeled daily life of a destroyer. He then considers paying this price to the player. Currently, GM Group has more than 5 million gold in Arcadia assets. He started the game again with only 500,000 gold. He increased his net worth earned by investing manpower. However, he is willing to pay this large amount for the information, to find his way to the village and make trades with dwarves. He is determined to find the dwarves' village before anyone else. It seems, however, that he has wasted his money, because soon our boy uploads a video in which he reveals the exact locations of the dwarves and elves' villages. Arcadia has thousands of professions, which are basically divided into 2 big categories: combatant and non-combat players. Both types have their skills and advantages, ensuring that no single profession dominates the others. But still, there are some preferred professions for players, while others are generally avoided. The profession of explorer falls into the latter category. This is because it not only has weak combat skills, but explorers may also have weak non-combat skills, such as detecting artifacts or disarming traps. Not to mention, the rewards of this profession depend solely on the explorer's luck, whether they find valuable items. In Arcadia, making money is an important factor in playing the game. After all, the capsule costs a player 200,001 in monthly installments. For a level 72 explorer like Bustdown, he is often reprimanded for his choice of profession. Some even suggest he choose a non-combat class that pays well, while others advise hunting. But overall, Bustdown wants to chase the romance of adventure. Now, he is determined to make a discovery that will make his critics eat their words. After a while, he is excited to finally find the entrance to the Sand of Forge. All he has to do now is solve the puzzle to unlock the door. But as soon as he opens it, his excitement falls. He is captured by a special net. His stats are not enough to escape the trap, so he is subdued by the dwarves. They immediately rush to him, cursing him for trespassing their territory. They even accuse him of intending to steal their craftsmanship. Bustdown tries to reason that he is just a regular explorer. Some dwarves plan to lock him underground in case he escapes and tells the location to others. Bustdown tenses, realizing he might be locked down there forever. Then suddenly, the dwarves' attitudes change as they notice something. They whisper to each other, and then turn to him. As the abnormal status is lifted from Bustdown, the dwarves assume that he is none other than another dwarf. They apologize for their behavior, thinking he is some mixed-race dwarf who came to seek his hometown. Bustdown's small size works in his favor, as the dwarves consider him one of their own. With that, he can now freely go to the city of dwarves whenever he likes. Meanwhile, Seowuk is also facing a problem from his old superior. This person is the director of GM Group, Yongho Lim, who comes with a tempting proposal for Seowuk. Seowuk, however, reminds him that they were never friends, nor are they his subordinates anymore. He still holds a grudge from the time he and his team had to work their asses off just to achieve unrealistic results, and when they failed, they were the ones to blame. Even their suggestions and opinions held little to no importance. Lim insincerely apologizes, but Seowuk doesn't buy it. He wants to know the real purpose of Lim's visit. Lim finally reveals that GM Group offers him a merger with his company. His staff will receive promotions and existing bonuses, and he himself will be given a position equivalent to vice president. Not to mention, he would have the independence to run his company without interference from GM Group. Seo-wook is smart enough to understand their motives that they want their hands on Jae-young's identity. He tears up the contract, declaring that he will not disclose his client's identity. Lim gathers his ego and the documents, saying that many companies are digging for information, and eventually they will find out. They can't go far just one village discovery. Seo-wook smirks. He comments that Lim didn't even bother to check the latest video. Obviously, he doesn't know that our boy has already uploaded the map locations of the dwarves and elves villages. As soon as people learn the locations, they immediately rush to explore the abode of both races. However, a new controversy arises. Elves usually accept only good-looking people, whereas dwarves accept those who are short in stature. Players comment and share their experiences, reviewing how they are either rejected or accepted in either of the two villages based on their appearances. Arcadia remains silent regarding this unexpected situation. Players who reach either village start uploading their own videos to share their experiences. Some post tutorials for shortcut routes to the dwarves' village, others show off the items they obtain, and some creates video regarding quests related to the World Tree. Not to mention, the awakening of the World Tree also increases the popularity of spirit magic. With the discovery, people can also take advantage of the specialized skills of both races. Players start to see items forged by dwarves and spirit magic practiced by elves. They utilize these resources according to their own skills and business needs. As a result, players basically have no choice which village they can go to, since their appearance determines which race will accept them. Though ordinary players are not necessarily drawn to the villages, some are greedy and go there in search of valuable items. In this way, the Black Flame Dragon also gains this information and sends an investigation team to each village. Her plan is simple: to establish a friendly relationship with each race in order to create trade routes. However, while she wants to explore these races herself, her throne duties bind her to the imperial capital. Not only this, the news channels even broadcast the latest situation in Arcadia. The newscaster highlights players who are complaining about the discriminations based on their look. Watching the news, Jae-young can't believe that even news channels are talking about a game. This proves how much the world is changing. Suddenly he stops. He wonders whether he is the cause of the latest chaos. To clear his doubt, he opens the Arfandia website. He clicks on the Incident and Accident Bulletin. Many users complain about the game's most irritating incidents. For example, one complains about incident which wiped out a beginner village, while another complaint describes a mine incident that treated players like slaves. Each and every incident is directly or indirectly caused by our dude. He first doubts that he will be guilty of a few incidents among many, but now he has a long list of crimes. He is, however, irritated at the developer who created the Bard of Anarchy, because all he is doing until now is what the quest asks him to do to earn possibilities. Then he decides to brush off others' problems, as he himself needs to earn his livelihood. He logs into the game. At last, he completes his mission. Not only does the World Tree awakens the spirits, but it also enhances elemental power as a result. Now dwarves and elves can live peacefully. He is now given the possibility of more than 600,000 plausibility, along with the fruit of the World Tree. He now has more than 700,000 plausibility, which makes him feel secure. Then he looks at the specifics of the fruit of the World Tree and wonders how he can use it. It is indeed a mythical item. Looking at the screen, he realizes that he can use it to make a philosopher's stone, though he doesn't know much about it. He guesses it can be an important item and thinks he will need an alchemist for this. He isn't sure if such a profession exists in Arcadia. Then he wonders about his familiars, who are always there when he logs in. The next moment, his eyes catch some elves subduing a player who tries to invade their territory. The player thinks he looks decent, which will make the elves approve his entry into their territory. He is wrong. Meanwhile, his familiars are evaluating this player's appearance. Tan rates him 4, while L thinks it should be 2, as Tan's standards are quite low. Tan unexpectedly admits this, saying it's because all the players in the underworld have heinous faces. Watching this, our dude is stuck at how friendly his familiars become when rating other people's looks. A while later, Tan is checking the divine weapon. He is frustrated that he can't restore it. Having no choice, he decides to take the remnants to the underworld to find any way to retrieve it there. Jae-young then asks about the dragon heart. Tan is curious about his sudden interest in it, along with L. He explains the task that the World Tree has given him, wondering whether he can purchase one from heaven or the underworld with his plausibility. Tan taunts him, saying he shouldn't think the task is that easy. L agrees, adding that even someone like them would find it difficult to hunt a dragon heart. Tan continues, explaining that the heart is the most important part of a dragon and is usually used in high-level sorcery. With it, one can create sorcery without limits. L adds the bad news. Jae-young can't obtain a dragon heart from a naturally dying dragon because they usually donate their hearts back to nature, scattering them after death. The only way to obtain a dragon heart is from a living creature. Jae-young feels frustrated listening to this. Both his familiars confirm that his power is not sufficient to hunt a dragon. Heck, even they would have difficulty hunting one with their strength. Still, Jae-young asks whether they could capture an elder dragon. Tan is taken aback. It's not entirely impossible. He calculates everything carefully. For this purpose, he would need to possess Jae-young's body and summon a divine weapon. They could hunt the dragon if no other obstacles appear. Tan concludes that Jae-young would need at least 123 million plausibility to achieve his goal. Jae-young struggles to understand this high cost. Tan reminds him that there will be repercussions in Arcadia after he kills the dragon, especially a Lord-level one. Elle agrees. It will cost him at least 150 million, but there's nothing she can do as heaven won't allow her to help him to slay a dragon. Jae-young agrees, acknowledging that dragons are the most powerful creatures on the continent, not to mention how rare they are. He decides to leave the topic for another time, as they still have plenty of time. Tan, however, is not happy that Jae-young will eventually go after a dragon. The topic then shifts to their next destination. Jae-young reveals that they will go to the dwarves' territory next, because he promised a friend he would meet there. In reality, it's his nerdy friend who pushed him to guide him to the dwarves' territory. Jae-gyun is quite excited to know that his friend is Dex. He constantly talks about the game and his achievements, which really annoys our boy. When he asks Jae-young to help with some boosting, he loses patience. Finally, he offers to guide him to the dwarves' village and nothing more. Jae-gyun wants to visit the elves first because of their looks. However, Jae-young points out that his appearance won't be approved by the elves. Instead, he will fit in with the dwarves because of how he looks. He asks Jae-gyun to meet him at Desert Lemire, leaving his friend totally confused. At this, his familiars are surprised that someone like him even has a friend. Jae-young reminds them that he is not a social outcast. But Tan retorts that no sane person would befriend him, considering the mess he has created so far. Not to mention that he has to hide his identity with a deceiver mask to avoid being killed. Irritated, Jae-young asks Tan to step ahead for the meeting. Ella, however, is curious and interested to meet Hyung-tak, as she wants to know how he is doing now. Jae-young agrees to meet him as well. He is also curious to know about his friend's well-being. Later, they finally reach the Grand Desert Lemire. Unlike their last visit, it seems that the dwarves' city has attracted many tourists. There is quite a hustle and bustle, with local merchants and guides doing business with the players coming there. Our boy notices this big change, realizing that the power of collective intelligence in this place makes travel much easier now. His greedy familiars, however, are interested in whether Jae-gyun can offer them any plausibility. He ignores their obsession and looks for his friend. He finally spots him nearby. As soon as Jae-gyun sees him coming, he becomes overly emotional and is about to shout across half the desert to call his name. Jae-young warns him that he can't say his name in public. Jae-gyun apologizes for being so excited. To solve this problem, our dude disguises his identity with a deceiver mask and now demands to be addressed as Les Theo. To see his friend's new ability, Jae-gyun gets overexcited again and calls out his name once more. He excitedly asks about the trick, which didn't only change his face but also his character and ID name. He wonders what kind of skill can completely switch a character. Jae-young reminds him that he is entering his personal space and explains that this is the effect of an item. Then he asks him to move, as they need to travel far to reach the dwarves' city. Jae-gyun startles him by saying that he has already found a way to get there. Meanwhile, while waiting for our dude, he had found a GM corporation also heading to the dwarves' city. He has booked 2 tickets for them to be guided there. Our boy realizes which GM corporation he is talking about. He can't believe his friend, out of any group, chose a GM group. After the incident with Duke von Hern, he didn't want to get involved with them ever again. He thinks for a moment about what to do in this situation. He then asks his friend whether any other group is departing for the dwarves' city. Jae-gyun replies that there is a small one, but it doesn't seem reliable. He pauses to think a little and decides to use his possession skill if things go south. He explains that they will go with the small group. Jae-gyun excitedly agrees, especially since this smaller corporation requires only 20 silver coins per person, compared to the GM group, which demands 1 gold coin. He rushes ahead to make the reservations. When he leaves, his familiars are not happy to see that his friend turns out to be quite ordinary. Tan had already planned to corrupt Jae-gyun if he proves to be of any use. Ella is also disappointed to find him unable to realize the heavenly will. Jae-young, however, is annoyed at his familiars for treating his friend as a tool. Later, he meets the small corporation they are going to travel with. The company is called Pie Corporate. Its head introduces himself as Apple, and the director's name is Lemon. The head is quite excited to finally find some explorers who trust their small corporation enough to hire them. Apple assures them that they have enough food reserves and supplies to carry on the journey. If anyone runs low on energy or experiences stat effects, they can inform him. Moreover, they promise to get them to the dwarves' city in 3 days. Jae-young points out that it seems like Apple and Lemon know each other in real life, because their names and characters match. Both of them blush and explain that they are newlyweds. Jaehyun feels jealous, wishing he also had a girlfriend to play the game with him. The Grand Desert Lemire is only a route to the city of dwarves, but it's not easy to travel. This place is deemed one of the 5 forbidden areas for a reason. Not only are the hottest days and coldest nights a challenge, but there are monsters, scorpions, at level 160. So any corporation acting as a guide must have explorers who can find alternative ways to avoid the monsters, a mage specializing in glacier magic to freeze the scorpions, and a warrior capable of finishing them off. That's why every corporate union has people with these professions. Now Pi Corporate also has 3 professionals to face the scorpions. The mage needs to use his glacier magic, but because he has already used it twice before, he needs time to charge up. Jaehyun panics because the death penalty will be heavy if they are killed. Our dude is also worried, as all of the group except the couple are NPCs. There's a real chance they could all die. Having no choice, Apple orders everyone to retreat to the hills. His companion points out that they won't have enough time to gather supplies, so they must leave some behind. Apple feels petrified because he overestimated his ability to travel here. The next moment, he grips his weapon hard and decides to at least save part of their belongings. Our boy is taken aback at his determination. Apple faces the scorpion head-on. Lemon worries for him and shrieks his name. The next moment, he's shocked to see our dude freeze the scorpion with his magic. He comments on how unprepared they came. The next moment, another scorpion is about to attack him. He immediately uses the Enchantress Witch of Bitter Frost's Glacial Gaze spell on the new scorpion. Then he turns to his guide and praises his determination to fight till the end. He even warns him that he will charge the bill for his contribution afterward. Apple agrees easily but points out that more scorpions are coming their way. Our boy is already prepared. He knows these scorpions are just giant in size to scare away players. Actually, they have simple patterns, making them easy to kill. He readies his frost spear to take them all down. The NPCs in the group are astonished that he can use frost spear in the desert heat. One even tells a story about a hero who killed a pair of troublesome scorpions with this skill, a warrior called the Glacial Warrior, Jack Frost. Then he deactivates his possession skill, and his 28,000 plausibility is deducted. He feels irritated at the high cost. Tan reminds him that the price is reasonable for the ice skill he used against the scorpions. Elle accused Tan of churning plausibility from our boy to restore his divine weapon. Another argument starts between them. Meanwhile, our dude notices their annoyed expressions and thinks that if he records their fighting, he'll get tons of views from people interested in watching Devil and Angel fight. Then Apple comes to him, thanks him for saving all of them, and promises to repay the full fund. Jae-young bluntly points out their deficiency of service. Apple admits that, due to a short budget, they had no choice but to hire NPCs instead of real players. They couldn't pay mercenary players decent wages, but they also failed to maximize profit. Lemon also points out the remaining belongings they could have saved. Now they have lost 54%. Apple, meanwhile, admits their failure to provide reliable service. But he insists on guiding them to their destination and even offers to compensate generously. He is determined to lead them to the city of dwarves. Jae-young thinks for a moment. They are not far from the city, so it won't hurt to travel with the corporate group. Yet his evil side kicks in when he considers how Apple is wrong to think that he can cooperate without gaining anything. So he accepts the deal and shakes hands to confirm it. After a while, they reach the main gate of the Sand of Forge. The Pi corporate team is glad to finally arrive without facing any scorpions. Apple curiously notices that Jae-young already knows the way there. He comments that he never heard his name before. Jae-young brushes off the question. The next moment, the GM Corporation arrives with their efficient team. One team member boasts that no one is allowed to go ahead for inspection before them because they control the trade route. The players decide not to get in their way, knowing the GM group will make sure they are never allowed into the desert again. Jae-young realizes these guys are still troublesome. Then one of the GM employees notices Pi Corporate and taunts them for being a small team. They even comment on how Pi Corporate faced scorpions on their way, while noting that Jae-young and his friend are real players, not NPCs. They mock them for having empty pockets, choosing a small group instead of joining the GM team. Then they move on. Both of Jae-young's familiars burn with rage at their attitude and want him to teach them a lesson. Tan pushes him to take action, but he stops him, knowing that scaring them away wouldn't be any fun. Instead, he burns with excitement to create a big mess for them. Then Jae-young notices someone talking about how the Sand of Forge is now dominated by merchants. The reason is, now that many players come to enter the Sand of Forge, the guide corporations find business in the Grand Desert Lemire. In this way, players, regardless of their height, can gain entrance to the city, whether the dwarves are friendly toward them or not. Likewise, our boy also gains entry with his companions because Pi Corporate brings plenty of liquor for the dwarves. Jae-gyun, however, who sees this place for the first time, is quite mesmerized by the architectural work and beauty of the city. He thinks it's worth the trouble they went through to reach it. Then he turns to Pi Corporate and asks them to part ways as they reach their destination. Apple asks him to wait, claiming they haven't compensated him yet. He requests time to earn profit from his trade. Jae-young, however, has other intentions, not related to money. He hints that he will receive compensation by other means, leaving them wondering. In reality, our boy knows that Pi Corporate cannot compensate him, especially with some gold coins, even if they emptied their profits to pay him. He doesn't want it anyway, since he already has plenty. What he truly wants is to face hard-working workers. Then he reverts to his own identity. First, he meets Altair, the head of the dwarves, who welcomes him back warmly. Jaegyun is taken aback to see the exchange in front of him. Altair is curious to know how the negotiations for peace with the elves went. Jae-young takes out the treaty, confirming that Melissa, the elf queen herself, signed it and agreed to the dwarves' conditions. Noticing the royal crest of the elves, Altair immediately understands that Jae-young is telling the truth. He admits he never believed that the petty elves, so obsessed with appearances, would agree to the treaty. Jae-young confirms it, while reminding Altair that he now needs to send envoys regularly to elf territory in order to interact and trade with them. Altair agrees to report this to his senate to proceed with the process. Jae-young then asks him to check the treaty document, as he has adjusted the elves' trade items. As Altair examines the items, his eyes widen in disbelief. The elves have agreed to exchange world tree branches, leaves, roots, and sap, along with high-level spirit stones. He can't believe it. After all, the world tree is like their mother. Jae-young reminds him that now, with trade items agreed upon, the elves also need to be cooperated with and respectful towards them. Altair nods in agreement. With this, the treaty is sealed. Jae-young has successfully negotiated with both races. As a result, his negotiation skill increases, earning him higher ranks. Creatures will now be more attentive to him, and the friendship between both races will strengthen. With this achievement, he earns the title of Master Negotiator. On their way, Jaegyun learns that our boy is a peace treaty envoy between dwarves and elves, and promises to keep the matter secret. He is curious about their next stop. Jae-young hints that he is going to meet someone he considers a younger brother. They arrive at Helion Forge, a training center for apprentices. Numerous apprentices are working hard under the strict instruction of their master, who threatens to starve them if they fail to forge a perfect item. Meanwhile, Master is quite disappointed with the item Hyungtak has forged. He reminds him that if it's not perfect, he won't tolerate such pathetic skill any longer. The poor boy cries, wondering if he is on the right path. In reality, the item is a finely crafted piece with an increased level. His weapon production has also improved significantly. However, he is not satisfied with this weapon and decides to improve it further. At that moment, our boy interrupts his thoughts when he notices someone standing in front of him. He can't believe it that Dex is there. Jae-young first checks how much his skill has improved, then examines the specifics of the weapon. This beginner's dagger is now epic level. The weapon can boost the user's abilities and, at the same time, indicate the weaknesses of monsters. The boy explains that during training, crafting a beginner-level dagger is only the first step. His fellow dwarf apprentices move on to the next level, while he remains stuck at the first. Even he is not satisfied with this craft. On the other hand, our boy notices that even as a beginner-level item, the dagger is rare ranked, an item that could be sold for millions at auction. This means Hyungtak has the potential to shake Arcadia's economy. Now Jae-young is satisfied at his decision to invest in him. Even Jaegyun can see the remarkable quality of this item. It even points out the weak spot of a target, functioning as effectively as sharp eye skill for an archer. Hyungtak, however, is disappointed. To move to the next level, he needs to forge a rare or high-level dagger. Jae-young comments on the difficulty of the task. The poor boy feels crushed, believing that, as a human, it may be useless for him to pursue the path of a blacksmith. Jae-young's familiars also notice the craftsmanship of the dagger. They discuss that something is missing in the forging process. Perhaps he took a shortcut, as bending the metal with proper tenacity takes time. Not to mention, considering it is crafted with a divine weapon, its level is quite slow. This catches our boy's attention. Perhaps the Volcanus hammer contains some hidden information they are missing. He requests to see the hammer for a moment. Then he checks the specifics of the item and realizes that the user must put effort and care into the production of a weapon. He understands why the craftsmanship is failing. He then asks Hyungtak whether he truly puts his heart into forging the weapon or if he is just doing it to complete the assignment. Judging by his expression, our boy gets the answer. He explains that Arcadia is not just a game. Hyungtak needs to focus solely on forging the best masterpiece without distraction. Hyungtak finally understands and resolves to put his heart into his work. He begins crafting a new dagger with renewed dedication. Both boys stand a little farther away, watching him work. Jaegyun points out that it will take Hyungtak more than 2 days to complete his craft, so they should leave him to work alone. Jae-young, however, declines. Hyungtak trusted him enough to come here in search of the path of a blacksmith. Now that Hyungtak has taken his advice and returned to work with full dedication, he wants to stay with him and support him until he finishes. Meanwhile, Hyungtak pours all his effort into forging the weapon. He knows his worth, that he has no special talent, neither in real life nor in the game. But Dex was the first one to believe in him and invest in him. Youngtak is determined to repay that trust. As he works, his item gains a heat resistance effect. His energy depletion during production also decreases as the Volcanus hammer reacts to his tenacity. In the next moment, his item is complete, noticed even by Alice's. Youngtak finally forges the item, a weapon with the potential to shake the continent. It is a rare grade item. His weapon crafting efficiency increases, reaching rank 8. He earns the title of Soulful Artisan. Looking at his screen, Youngtak finally shouts that he did it, almost giving poor Tan a heart attack. Dex also praises him. He has finally created the Dagger of Enlightenment, a unique level weapon with a durability of 2000. It can increase the percentage of stat effects, boost damage by 300%, and raise both XP and mastery by 100%. Meanwhile, Jack also notices the player who manages to forge a unique level item. According to his original plan, this should have taken Youngtak at least one more year. Alice points out that the item meets their specific criteria and asks him to check it. Jack comments that Youngtak took a month to complete this item. He accepts it because Youngtak poured tenacity into the weapon, and it was crafted with the Volcanus hammer. They cannot interfere since it is forged fairly. He still feels the level Youngtak reached is too fast. Alice points out that this is because of our boy's intervention. Jack admits that Dex has exceeded his expectations, overturning the system to this extent. He fears Dex might soon unite the World Tree. Then he asks about the chances that Dex will provoke the Pangea scenario. Alice estimates a 92% chance of it happening within a year. Jack listens and decides to prepare the interpretation and translation system soon. Meanwhile, after Youngtak achieving this feat, Jaeyoung gains 150,000 plausibility. Dex congratulates his friend. Youngtak is happy too, even though he still has many levels to pass according to dwarf standards, but at least now he knows what he must do. Then he gives the dagger to our boy. Dex hesitates to accept it because it is worth enough to buy an apartment. Besides, he points out that he won't be able to use it to its full potential. Youngtak insists he keep it anyway, and says even if Dex sells it or gifts it, he won't mind. Finally giving in, Dex accepts the dagger, which makes him happy. Then our dude asks whether Youngtak will stay here. He confirms it. He has many items to forge. So Jaeyoung says goodbye, promising to visit from time to time. He even tells Youngtak to text him, and he will come immediately. The little boy promises to work hard. On their way out, Tan points out how Jaeyoung behaved completely out of character with Youngtak. Meanwhile, he treats other characters so poorly that Tan sometimes feels less devilish than him. Our boy plays innocent. Tan points out that he can list Dex's bad deeds anytime. But then he admits that seeing how Dex treats Youngtak and Jaehyun, he knows he still has some good in him. Besides, he is the kind of person who never favors anyone unless he gets something in return. Jaeyoung explains that it's because these people are his friends, and he likes to share something good with them. He also admits that he didn't know he had any good in himself. Inwardly, he realizes that exploring Arcadia is giving him insight about himself as well. Then he instructs his familiars to continue with their earlier plan. Putting on his deceiver mask, he gets ready to teach a lesson to the people he dislikes, referring to the GM group. Meanwhile, some people are keeping an eye on him from a hidden point. The discovery of elves and dwarves brings huge changes to Arcadia. And it's not just the players who feel it. Everyone on the continent, even the NPCs, is in chaos. The rich nobles rush to collect rare items to increase their power. The noble ladies want fancy, high-quality jewelry. Researchers look for tools made by the best craftsmen. Because NPCs are giving out so much gold, Arcadia's economy, which used to rely on the small amount of gold players earned from quests and hunting, is completely changing. Therefore, a new gold rush era begins. Companies like GM Corporate grow fast in Arcadia. Everyone jumps at the chance to benefit from this new era. Jaegyu is recruiting talented figures for his corporate union to work as guides in the Desert Lemire. He needs 10 short-height merchants, 10 frost specialist mages, and 10 rank 9 explorers. When our boy comes out of the main gate, he notices the hustle and bustle. He sees that there is now a proper system for corporate guides, unlike before. He waits for GM's minions to take the bait. Meanwhile, a girl from the GM group approaches him, trying to lure him into taking their guide ticket. He notices her immediately that she had led the corporation earlier, making her head of the corporate. Jaeyoung apologizes casually, saying he will be hiring another corporate. The girl is sharp and knows everything about our boy, how he spent a month in the city, deeming him wealthy enough to manage it, and that he comes here with Pi Corporate. Our boy also notices that she is aware of him, and is sure the people keeping an eye on him were hired by her. She points out Pi Corporate's inability after the struggles they went through. Then she lets the matter go, leaving the decision to him. Her companion comments on how unusual for her to get into trouble with someone without any reason. The girl reveals that her resources told her Dex exited through a passage forbidden to everyone else. She suspects he managed to make special business deals with the dwarves. This way, they won't be the only ones profiting. However, she innocently admits that she doesn't know the full extent of the truth, so she needs to dig it out from him. Meanwhile, Jaeyoung familiars are eager to offer their services to help him teach the girl a lesson. He tells them to let her follow her own plan because he is happy she initiated animosity with him. Then he comments that running a corporation is profitable nowadays. He surprises them further by declaring that he is building one himself. Later, he approaches Pi Corporate, who are trying to sell their tickets at a cheap price and promise a completely safe return. He asks for a ticket. Pi Corporate is glad to serve him and even offers to give him a free guide. Lemon wants to know why he chooses them, since he could hire any corporate as a guide. He casually answers that he wants to travel with companions as it's boring to travel alone. On their way back, Apple informs him that the path to the dwarves' city has become the path of gold because of the high cost of items forged by dwarves. He already knows this, and adds that Pi Corporate is also gaining profit from it. Apple chuckles and admits that they are not making much money because most of their investment goes into paying expenses, leaving little profit. Jae-young concludes that they need a lot of transport capacity to make good profits from the trade business. Not to mention they need more staff to carry more items. This means managing a larger business with more employees, just like the GM Group. Apple admits that the GM Group monopolizes trade with the dwarves, leaving others scrambling for proper transactions. Hiring proper staff is a difficult task because the GM Group already employs high-level professionals with high salaries, which forces other corporates to wait for a chance to participate. Their plan is simply to monopolize the entire market with no one to challenge their trade. Tan comments that even underworld entities could learn from evil humans, seeing how they suppress competitors. Jae-young agrees, admitting that this is exactly why the GM Group is so arrogant. His thoughts are interrupted by a staff member who informs Apple that some people are rushing toward them at high speed. Apple is terrified to learn that they are riding raptors at full speed. When questioned, he explains that this should not be done in the desert Lemire because it can awaken scorpions underground. Looking at them, our boy observes that they must have a reason for coming. He finally recognizes the girl from the GM corporate group and subtly asks if they are bandits. Apple denies it, explaining that the GM group scares even the bandits from committing theft in their trade territory. He calmly informs Apple that these bandits are actually GM group members who attack smaller groups. Apple is terrified. If he dies here, his death penalty will strip him of the rights to the items he owns. He will be broke if he dies. He shouts at the GM group for looting smaller groups. One employee plays innocent while lying that they are just regular bandits. Apple shouts back, declaring that a group this large must be GM. The girl then descends, declaring that he has no proof of his claim, while threatening that he could lose in real life as well. Apple grits his teeth in frustration. Another employee readies to attack, mocking Pi Corporate as pathetic. He laments that our boy chose this corporate and now faces trouble because of it. Jae-young, however, turns to Apple and confirms that they won't have a chance against the GM group. Apple admits that they would die even without a fight. Then Jae-young, wearing an evil smirk, offers him an investment. Apple questions his investment. Instead of answering, he possesses Farhan, the glorious knight, to fight the GM group. One of them guesses he must be a crusader. The head is also burning with excitement, ready to witness his true power. Jae-young then turns to Apple and offers him an investment, one that will help build the largest corporate in Arcadia, surpassing even the GM group. With that, he deactivates his deceiver mask and finally reveals his true identity to Apple. His enemies also recognize him immediately from the No Bamboozle tournament. Our boy raises his sword, fully ready to teach his enemies a lesson. There is a wave of murmurs in the enemy group, as they never expect to face players like Dex here. The leader even admits that they are in serious trouble. Her subordinate asks for the next course of action. She tells them to calm down, reminding them that this time they are only facing one player, unlike in the tournament. She immediately issues the order to kill him. The mages activate the debuffs of instant weakness, faltering steps, and infinite chaos. At the same moment, their buff magic, high speed, divine blessings, and careful strike also activates. Their leader orders them to charge, and they rush toward our dude immediately. A large explosion erupts, but our boy remains unscathed. He praises their timely buff and debuff skills but knows they won't work against Farhan, who specializes in defense skills. His divine shield is already in defense mode. With the conviction of justice, he suppresses the debuffs of the curse that oppresses his body. His body reaches maximum resistance to enemy magic. The enemies are taken aback, seeing his solid defense against their combo attacks, even the debuff skills. Jae-young taunts them, saying they should do better because as a crusader, he is specialized in defense skills. The leader immediately activates her Shunpo skill and sends her dagger flying toward him, activating her shadow treading skill behind him. The attack hits, but Farhan's evil destroyer skill allows his body to resist it. Full resistance isn't activated, however, which leaves him unable to move. He can't believe her skill is powerful enough to bypass Farhan's defense. She orders her subordinates to attack him with physical strikes, knowing his skills specialize in defending against magical attacks. They rush toward him, ready to kill. Our dude smirks, knowing exactly what will happen next. Their attack triggers multiple buff skills, including Relentless Heart and Sacred Hymn, instantly recovering his health through instant healing. In a dark tone, he pulls their weapons from his body while challenging them to show better skills if they want to save their reputation. Even the debuff from the leader is resisted successfully. She can't believe how high-level a player our dude can be to fight like this. Her minions realize that they can't win and suggest retreating. The leader, however, knows someone as powerful as Dex won't allow a retreat. She wonders if this is the end for them. Jae-young declares they have taken their time long enough. Now it's his turn to go on offense. He activates his divine shield in combat mode and unleashes his blazing flames. Darkly satisfied, he massacres them. The system detects this act as self-defense, so no penalty is applied for PK. His 9k plausibility is deducted. He notes that this time the plausibility cost is relatively low for wiping out his enemies. L comments that those freaks weren't worth much. He remarks that it depends on which opponents he faces. Against scorpions, he spends much more plausibility. L explains she gives him a discount for using his power to save innocent people and deliver justice. He is then addressed by Pi Corporate, who thank him for saving them from not only death but major losses, ready to repay him. He almost forgets about them. He doesn't care about anyone profiting from trade with dwarves and elves, but he can't allow the GM group to monopolize the entire trade. He reminds them of his earlier offer to invest and decides to continue the process. They settle down and share their story. They were workplace colleagues who fell in love and married. During that time, they lost their jobs when Arcadia launched, so they invested their savings to open a corporation there. Our boy understands that they became core players simply to run their business. He understands that it's serious work and their main source of income, which they confirm. He then confirms his investment in their company. Apple asks him to clarify what kind of investment he wants to make. After thinking, he states that he will grant them exclusive rights to control the trading routes of the dwarves and elves. Not only that, he ensures the GM group won't interfere. They agree to send him gameplay footage later, he demands usually. Apple can't believe he is monopolizing the trade routes. Jae-young confirms that their organization will have exclusive rights to trade with both races. Apple points out that even though he is Dex, he doubts he can control the GM group. Jae-young assures him that both races will no longer do business with the GM group. Apple still struggles to understand, because logically it seems impossible for both races to boycott a giant like the GM group and trade with Pi Corporate, a small company. Jae-young simply states that they will do it because he will ask them to. Later, they settle at Base Camp 1 to process their contract. After creating the contract, our boy shows it to both partners of Pi Corporate. Their system asks whether they agree to the contract and warns them that it cannot be terminated without mutual consent. Apple hesitates, knowing that 50% of the profit will go to Dex. But it's not for him. They are already on the brink of bankruptcy. With a mutual nod from his partner, he finally agrees to the contract, making Dex the owner of a 50% stake in Pi Corporate. Jae-young assures them they won't regret the decision. He then gives them 10,000 gold coins to expand their business as an advance payment. He then tells them to take his friend along, who will guide them to Young Tak. They will get all the details from him. Apple is surprised that he doesn't accompany them despite leaving such a large amount with them. Dex smirks and declares that he has to get busy with his revenge plan. Seeing his dark expression, the couple realizes that they definitely don't want to make an enemy out of our dude. Later, in real life, he has already sent the latest video to Seowook, who returns it after editing. He even guarantees that this video will be a hit. He thanks him for giving them the opportunity to take revenge on the GM group. He brushes off their gratitude and asks him to upload it immediately. Moments later, his viewers get an alert for a new video. Meanwhile, at the GM group headquarters, Soon-young scolds his sons, furious that the third quarter performance is declining instead of improving. He can't believe that profits from the wireless and electronics business have dropped to 80%. He scolds them for not being like his youngest son, who generates 1,700 billion in sales profit from a mere game, compared to them, who are busy building factories. His scolding continues as he warns them to ensure GM Group becomes the leading corporation in Korea. Outside, Jae-gyu is arrogantly listening everything. He is satisfied with his far-sighted decision to invest in Arcadia. Moments later, his brothers gang up on him, hoping for his downfall. Jae-gyu accuses them of being jealous and tells them that, instead of bullying him, they should focus on the tasks their father assigned. Later, he laughs in his office, recalling the faces of his brothers. Jae-gyu burns with determination to become CEO of GM Group. To achieve this, he is determined to make 1 trillion won by the next quarter. Smith, however, ruins his mood by saying that Dex has uploaded another video against them. Jae-gyu reminds him that he ordered Smith to dug Dex's real identity. Smith shows him the video. With anticipation, Jae-gyu opens it. The video shows GM Group employees taunting Pi Corporate and demanding that they hand over their order requests. The screen focuses on Apple declaring GM Group's monopoly over the trade route. Then, clips show GM Group attacking them and Dex fighting for their rescue. Comments flood in, accusing GM Group of corruption, targeting small companies, and overpricing their tickets. Numerous articles surface on our Fandia feed, labeling GM Group greedy and corrupt. After checking the video, Jae-gyu is worried as he notices numerous missed calls. He asks about Iplis. Smith explains that Iplis refuses to listen and even challenges them to take legal action if they can. Jegu is furious that they dared to defy him and betray him when the time comes. Smith points out the need for damage control. He proposes blaming the incompetent staff while refusing any involvement, noting that there is no direct evidence linking the executives to the incident. He gets up, cursing his employees as he prepares to clean up their mess. He logs into the game and reaches the Lemire branch of GM Corporation. As soon as he sees the building, it's engulfed in flames from furious players. He can't understand what's happening. His staff informs him that the branch was attacked by victims and has lost 60% of its corporate capabilities. He's already aware of this. The employee adds that the trade route was also attacked, causing a loss of goods worth 2 million gold due to desert scorpions. Jegu tenses, realizing he has lost 200 billion won. With no other choice, he demands that they gather all contracts with the dwarves at any price to prevent any other corporation from doing business. Then he receives more bad news. The dwarves refuse to do business with GM Group. They were also offended during negotiations. Jegu is furious, insisting that they are NPCs who shouldn't have feelings to make such decision. She explains that, regardless of what he believes, they are facing a real problem. She admits that she used to think the same way Jegu does, but in reality, they have already lost. She thinks about our boy and wonders just how he is playing Arcadia to cause this much chaos. On top of that, news outlets are reporting that GM Group is under investigation in Arcadia for tax evasion. The investigation expands to the entire GM Corporation. The National Tax Service discovers evidence of illegal activities and tax evasion, and the company is now under full inspection. Jegu, sitting in his office, knows he is doomed. Meanwhile, our boy is inside the game, feeling bored after causing such massive havoc. On the way, Tan brings up the topic of what he has done with the GM Group, who had dated to annoy him. He even mentions that not only is Jae-young the talk of the town these days, but his own imps are inspired by him too. Our boy is taken aback, wondering when he even had the time to meet imps who now apparently know about him. Tan proudly declares that he gives lectures to his minions about Jae-young's daily life so they can learn from it. They are so inspired by his malicious tactics that he has become their idol. Tan even offers him a chance to visit the underworld and deliver a guest lecture. Our dude, however, declines in annoyance. Obviously, Jae-young doesn't consider himself evil enough to teach Satan's underlings. Tan insists that Jae-young is the most evil human he has ever seen. His protest is cut short by L, who hits his head for provoking our boy toward the wrong path. As his guardian angel, she declares it her duty to save him from evil. Tan comments that every time she resorts to violence, she proves her true residence should be the underworld, something that really offends the angel. Their bickering starts again, while our boy simply enjoys the journey. Later, the cart driver stops and informs him that they have reached their destination. Jae-young pays him his wage. However, the driver warns him to be careful, as he is heading into one of the most dangerous places on the continent. The place is Caribbean, one of the forbidden locations of Arcadia. The coastal city is a den of pirates known for their immense cruelty toward humans. That is why the area is considered forbidden. But our boy needs to pass through this place for his next quest. His system warns him to beware of the area since it is completely lawless. His mission is, of course, to catch a dragon heart, but this time, it is more specific. The World Tree demands the heart of Galdrian, the guardian of Arcadia, and the leader of dragons. Our boy is not happy about the sudden demand to go to an unknown place. With such short notice, he hasn't even researched the area properly. He confirms with Tan whether this is the only path to cross the continent. Tan is not sure himself, because he gets this information from a devil who came here years ago, so they need to try and see. Then Jae-young hears people talking. The next moment, a pebble falls beside him as a warning. A small boy tries to coax him to hide, saying pirates are wandering around. He immediately hides beside the boy. The boy, Hans, tells him that nowadays a war is going on between two factions. Anyone suspicious can be killed immediately. Hans adds that if he causes trouble, not only one person, but the whole alley will be dragged into it by one of the factions. Not to mention, the way our boy is hiding behind a robe makes him look even more suspicious. Every local knows about this. When Jae-young pulls off his hood, Hans realizes that he really is a foreigner. Then our boy explains his purpose for coming here, that he needs to cross the continent. Hans doesn't believe he can do it. First, there is the danger of pirates roaming around. Getting aboard a ship is nearly impossible. And even if he manages to board one behind the pirates' backs, there is another challenge waiting: deep sea creatures. Hans asks him to go back. Only one person in Caribbean history has ever come back alive from the ocean. When Jae-young asks who it is, Hans answers that the person is the pirate king, Carlos. Carlos was the founder of the Black Pirates, and a legendary figure who once dominated the entire coast of the Caribbean. This excites our boy because it means he is going in the right direction to a linked quest. He immediately demands to meet Carlos. Hans informs him that Carlos is arrested because his enemies betrayed him a few years back. Hans warns him that even if he finds the dungeon, it's unlikely he'll get Carlos to meet him. Carlos only meets someone who matches his standards. Poor Hans thinks our boy has never killed anyone, judging by his innocent face. because Carlos only acknowledges people who have bloodied their hands with hundreds of lives. Jae-young immediately understands that he needs to take the persona of some notorious personality to meet Carlos's expectations. He already has the perfect person in mind. With that, he decides to use the title of Newbie Killer. As soon as he activates the title, his aura turns deadly. He darkly asks Hans whether he now meets Carlos's standards. Hans immediately senses the bloodthirst coming from him, which makes him worthy to be considered fit for the Lord of the Caribbean. Once, Pirate King Carlos is known as the formidable ruler of the continent, someone no one dares to oppose. He rules with fear, a powerful fleet, and overwhelming authority. However, his reign comes crashing down when some pirates conspire against him. One day, the captain of the Redbeards, Abel, makes a deal with Sparrow, who is Carlos's eternal henchman. She offers him leadership of the Black Pirates if he hands over half the authority of the Caribbean to her. They make the deal. Then Sparrow stabs Carlos in the back. With that betrayal, a new era begins, ruled by Sparrow, with Abel at her side. Hans finishes his story by saying that from that day onward, the two groups constantly fight each other, staining the Caribbean with blood. In old days, it used to be just theft and crimes. Tan comments on how this kid sounds wiser than his age. Coming to the point, our boy asks whether he is eligible to meet Carlos. Hans confirms it. Now their next problem is to find the cell that holds Carlos. Hans further explains that even if they manage to find the place, crossing it will be extremely difficult because of the 24-hour strict security maintained by both the Black Pirates and the Redbeard crew. Tan urges him to tear the place apart, insisting he can do it. Ella also urges him to bring justice to the sinners of this place. Jae-young asks them to shut up, knowing they are just eager to get plausibility. Both familiars look sheepish. He thinks again about his goal to cross an ocean. He can't do it alone. He then smiles evilly, imagining everything he can do once he eliminates the bosses. Then minions will fall under his control. The next moment, he possesses the Master Shadow Assassin, Dark Shadow. Now he takes his next step, as he already knows everything he needs to know. As soon as Hans senses the Dark Shadow aura coming from our dude, he falls back in shock. He can't believe he can shift into another personality with such heavy darkness. Jae-young meanwhile checks the skill of his possessed spirit, which is hiding and transporting through the shadows. Hans, trembling with fear, begs him to spare him. Jae-young realizes that his passive skills like Infinite Macabre and Shadow Frenzy are activated, which is what's creating the fear in Hans. Our boy doesn't want to scare him like this. He thanks him for everything and promises to see him when he comes back. Then he disappears in front of Hans, leaving behind a gold coin for the startled boy. As usual, Alice immediately catches the unusual activity around Carlos. Because of his actions, several side quests related to Carlos are deleted. Not only that, but the main scenario, Act 19, The Rising of Revolution, Act 20, The Age of Discovery, and Act 25 Pangea, also gets deleted. Alice then resets the main scenario. In its place, she activates Act 3 New Continent. As usual, the Korean headquarters holds another meeting with its staff, who are already busy. The staff isn't happy because they had plans after work. Kang explains that they are gathered because there is a leakage of confidential information, which is strictly prohibited as per their operational policy. They are shocked to hear this. Kang continues, explaining that Arcadia is basically divided into 8 continents. The Korean server is in charge of the second continent. In other words, the 8 continents are 8 servers representing 8 countries. These servers are controlled by their respective countries and entirely separated from one another. The truth is that this information is not correct. There is a murmur among the staff reacting to this. In reality, there is a way to cross from one server to another. The answer lies in the Caribbean, which has a quest that allows players to cross into another continent. The difficulty of the task is linked to special conditions. One worker asks what Korea's role is in this. Kang continues explaining about Carlos, who is assigned this task of moving to another continent. The worker objects, saying Carlos requires a standard of notoriety that is an impossible condition to meet. The executive director enters, confronting her theory. However, he adds that the Korean server already has a player who can meet this standard. He is none other than our hero, Dex. Mian also adds that Alice has already changed the scenarios. In other words, Dex will soon connect the continents. Meanwhile, our player is at the Black Pirate headquarters looking for Carlos. He checks the guards, who are level 200. The heavy security makes him assume this is where Carlos should be. He can't believe he has been searching everywhere when Carlos was right under their feet. Tan asks for his next course of action. He replies evilly that he is going to make these minions his crew. Inside, Carlos is sitting in his cell. When the meal is served to him, he is quite angry to see such a pathetic excuse for food. But he doesn't decline it, because he needs the energy to stay alive. While eating, he is determined to take his revenge, even if he has to sell his soul. Jae-young, already inside the cell, hears his declaration and smirks. He asks whether Carlos truly means his words. Carlos is startled. He looks at the moving shadow, confused. For a moment, he thinks he might have gone crazy. Carlos asks who our boy is. Jae-young states darkly that he is the one who will grant him his wish, introducing himself as the devil. With his aura, Carlos's passive skills, The divinity of the absolute and villain's pride are neutralized, and contempt for the weak is deactivated. A chill runs through Carlos's body as he senses our boy's overwhelming power. Even the sins on his body respond to it. Carlos is finally overwhelmed, believing that our boy is a real devil. By admitting it, he unknowingly approves our boy. After this requirement is met, the mission is renewed. Jae-young then asks him about his wish. He also activates his passive skills Infinite Macabre and Shadow Frenzy to instill fear in Carlos. Carlos finally expresses his wish, to have revenge on the people who betrayed him. Our boy mocks him for wishing for something so small. Carlos is in disbelief, unsure whether he can truly achieve it. Jae-young assures him that he can do it easily. Now Carlos wants to know the catch for our dude. He suspects it's his soul. His devil familiar is very interested in taking Carlos's soul. Ignoring him, Jae-young explains that it's not his soul he is after. Instead, he wants Carlos to take him across the infinite ocean. Carlos is taken aback by his demand. The next moment he smirks as he realizes that our boy is aiming for the new continent.